Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejemo, anamu. Karatuba jodiri chukuma tukutuba jodiri ndimmawu egumawego. Karatuba jodiri chukuma tukutuba jodiri ndimmawu egumawego. Obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruona. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Befere.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oboda say yeah, we mo. No basa ye ga ponto mo. Iye die gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
Ask one for your brand yourself when I knew since I was born, but now I am getting youth. I'm gonna put on what I'm gonna talk about.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Actually, let me park your Sunday away in this song for a moment and just get straight into it. Sometimes I wonder if the opening phase is too elongated sometimes. So let me know if you want me to shorten the opening phase. Let me know in the comment section. But sometimes I wonder if it's too elongated. And also, we're looking for new introduction music. We're looking for a very traditional Yoruba sort of music. We already have Southeastern Igbo music. So we're looking for a very traditional Yoruba sort of music. And also, we're looking for a very traditional, that Gonje sort of sound from the north. So that will be our introduction music for the future if we're able to find copyright-free music from the north and from Yoruba land. So we're looking for that. And by the way, good day, of course. Where is my manners? Good day to you. Good to see you again. Always a delight to your company, never taken for granted, all that. So good to see you. Welcome. So good to see you. Welcome. So now the Nigerian election has come and gone, but we have to still wrap conversations around something. So you may have noticed over the recent days, I've been trying to introduce new divergent. Remember, we did something on religion just the other day. So now I want to expand our conversations because sometimes we live in a bubble within Nigeria and we don't acknowledge that there are other things going on around us. So I want to start to expand the conversation beyond our borders to see what is going on around us, because what is going on around us impacts on us. And I want to, in this particular session, extend to Sudan, where there is what hopefully they can quickly nip it in the bud, because the whole world is rallying around it. But hopefully they can quickly nip it in the bud. But what we are seeing now is the green shoot of a full-blown war in the Sudan. So we're seeing the skirmishes of a full-blown war starting in the Sudan. And the Sudan is just a hop, a skip, and a jump from Nigeria. So this is something that impacts on us directly. So we'll take a tentative step into that space to see what we understand of it, what we are making of it, and how it impacts on us. So I have there's a clip of a very beautiful Nigerian girl that's caught in the crossfire of that. So she's put a video SOS out in the social media space. So we'll see that video SOS that this girl put out as well. And then we'll watch clips as well that tells us the backdrop to what is going on in the Sudan. So we'll do all that. And then, of course, we go back to our usual traditional diet still, because we have to wean ourselves off it slowly. What will Peter Obi do if he loses to Tinubu in court? Labour Party spokesman speaks. So I'm not quite sure why that is a question, and I'm not quite sure that there is a question there. Because, of course, if and when Peter Obi loses to Tinubu in court, he simply goes home. There is no other option outside of that. And the only other option then, of course, is a call to anarchy. And I'm sure even he, because they're already, they're already pointing allegations of treason in his direction. So even he hopefully will not stretch that far. So if he loses, and when he loses in court, he just goes back home. Nothing else to see. And that will happen fairly shortly. That is why we're trying to move away from Nigerian politics, because it's done for another 4 years. So done for another 4 years, Buhari's minister, Festus Keyamo, caught in U.S.-owned purchase scandal, despite bragging as EFCC prosecutor. So this is it now. It's a looting spree, what we have witnessed in the last 8 years of the Buhari administration. And they were looting without any sophistry. There was no sophistication to their looting. They just went in and stole everything that was inside, and that was what they did. It was just out. It was thieving. You remember when Goodluck Jonathan was telling us that there is a distinction between stealing and corruption? This is the difference now. So these people, there's no sophistication to it. They hold power, and with that power, they just steal. And this is Festus Keyamo, the latest example. We've had several examples with Abubakar Malami, of course. Festus Keyamo, Femi Adesina, all of them, they're just looting. So, another deep into the pool of looting. So we go there for a moment. So now, this next headline. Private jet used to secretly move Adamawa resident electoral commission, Yanusa Ari, out of Yola, is owned by Labour Party vice presidential candidate Baba Ahmed. So there it is. Everything changes but remains the same. These are the new broom that are coming to sweep up the Nigerian space and cleanse the whole system, steeped in all the rot that is Nigeria. Firstly, because I'm still trying to track this guy's finances and I'm not quite clear yet. He owned already about 2 or 3 tertiary institutions in his 40s. And he is educated up to master's level. So if you take his schooling years out of his total amount of years, and then you want to know then what sort of business he has been doing, to have tertiary institutions all over Nigeria and a fleet of private jets to be ferrying fugitives to their escape. Private jet used to secretly move Adamawa resident electoral commission, Yanusa Ari, out of Yola, is owned by Labour Party vice presidential candidate Baba Ahmed. So there it is. Everything changes but remains the same. These are the people that are coming in to clean the system or rotting to the bone, rotting to the core. So there it is. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, please click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you want to be part of the conversation, the hyperlink that says StreamYard is your open invitation. It's a first come, first serve thing. As soon as you click on it, you are straight in the room. Soon as I finish the presentation of the talking points, let you onto a screen and engage in a conversation. Nothing more complex and complicated than that. It's a fairly straightforward process. And if you're a new voice and a female voice and a female, you know, the one decimal missing from this platform is a female northern voice. So we will, Aisha, we are after you. Not that we want to toast you, we just want to discuss politics with you. So Aisha, Memuna, and all of the rest of you, I know you are hearing us, so come on screen. You don't even have to show your face. We just want to know what you're thinking of the Nigerian political space. So come join us, Aisha, Memuna, and everybody else in between. So come join us, and then of course your invitation to buy your host a cup of coffee, that's ever ready. And really, I have to sort of protest that the supercharged super sticker functions are not being used as liberally as are being used on other platforms. So if that can be corrected, then do that. I'm not trying to push you or anything, but really, it's just to light up the that space in multicolor. So if you can, then do. So all of that, do that. So as you're doing all those, let me take another micro musical intermission. You know where we're going. First, the care guides, then the topics. First, the care guides.
Water, only water. Water, only water, where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Hobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Pilot kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó ti lé o. ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. ó lè yọ àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niriwa Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. Is there a prayer more powerful than that? Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So Ikuko Niriwa Agbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. What will Peter Obi do if he loses to Tinubu in court? Labour Party spokesman speaks. Tanko Yanusa, the spokesperson for the Labour Party Presidential Campaign Council, has said that an open and transparent judgment is what Nigerians want as the legal fireworks commences at the Presidential Election Tribunal next week. Speaking exclusively to correspondents ahead of the tribunal proceedings scheduled to commence next week, Yanusa said Nigerians expect the judiciary to pass the trial placed before it. Following the declaration of Bola Tinubu of the All Progressive Congress APC as the winner of the February 25th elections by the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC, Peter Obi of the Labour Party, who came third, proceeded to court demanding the cancellation of the exercise. Obi is arguing that Tinubu failed to get 25% in Abuja and should not be declared as the winner. He is calling for the disqualification of Tinubu and his running mate Kashim Shettima over an alleged drug case involving the United States. This, amongst other irregularities, spotted during the controversial exercise. Speaking with correspondents, Yanusa believes that the court was the best option to reclaim Obi's mandate. According to him, we have no choice than to resort to the court. But you see, we have evidence against whoever has been pronounced the winner. Speaking on the Nigerian judiciary system and the doubts expressed by many, he said, and this is the test on the integrity of our judiciary. And we plead with them that they should not look at the technicalities, but look at the substance of the matter. So already there's a concession already embedded in that. So they should not look at the technicality, but look at the substance. A lot of people have been saying, and I think it's universally believed, that Peter Obi's petition is weak and watery. And they're just saying that don't look at what we have filed, look at a broad picture and determine if you feel that Tinubu should be president. It's just a nonsense. And you can see it on your screen. And this is a test on the integrity of our judiciary. And we plead with them that they should not look at the technicalities, but look at the substance of the matter. Yanusa also advised the judiciary to ensure that the matter is adjudicated openly, as Nigerians want a transparent case and judgment at the end of the day. So that adjudicated openly. There's a narrative that is being pushed. I should say there's a narrative that is being pushed that the Presidential Petition Tribunal. There's a narrative that is being pushed that the Presidential Petition Tribunal should be telecasted live. So they should live stream it so that we can see the lawyers strutting and making their arguments and all of that nonsense. A culture that we don't have in the Nigerian space. And it will be open to abuse, of course. Can you imagine? Somebody says a word at a turn, or somebody picks up on a technicality and they launch at their friends and family and put their life at risk. Yanusa also advised the judiciary to ensure the matter is adjudicated openly, as Nigerians want a transparent case and judgment at the end of the day, his words. And they should also know that the Nigerian people are demanding an open adjudication of the matter. They want cameras to be focused on the Nigerian judiciary. They want it open so that people can see those who are for the people and against the people, just like the way it happened at the National Assembly. So who is for the people or who is against the people? What's the determination of that? So is anybody arguing against Peter Obi, against the people, even though he scored at the least out of the 3 petitions at the tribunal? So it's just it's an invitation to a lynch mob to launch at anybody critical of Obi, isn't it? That is to tell you that the Nigerian people are apprehensive of what may come out of that particular judgment, knowing fully well that the judicial system is now being put on trial. So they are putting the judicial on trial. This is what the obedience space are telling us. Meanwhile, Yanusa refused to reveal the next step Peter Obi would take if he lost in the tribunal, saying, if we lose, we will wait and take a decision after that, but we are not going to preempt any negative outcome right now. We will make our statement after the adjudication of the matter. So I am presuming that rather than recourse to anarchy, which is the natural instinct of that obedience space, I'm presuming and hopeful that is saying that they still have one more legal recourse because they can still go to the Supreme Court, because the petition tribunal is at the appellate level. So it's at the appeal court level. So that is to tell you then there's still one more judicial option available. So hopefully that is what he is speaking to, rather than the call to anarchy, with what all the obedience are waiting for. In another report, Charlie Boy, a popular Nigerian entertainer and supporter of Peter Obi, described Nigeria as another Charlie Boy show where anything can happen in a negative way. The popular entertainer expressed concerns over the fairness of the judiciary in delivering justice in Obi's case against Bola Tinubu. I'm only saying this really for reasons of tautology, because it's something that you all already know. So when the verdicts come in, the judiciary will be attacked, because of course the verdicts will come in only to dismiss this watery nonsense that Peter Obi has presented. But then of course his space will go wild, because they are already prepping themselves for that loss at the court, and they are trying to actually intimidate the judiciary, is what is really going on. The popular entertainer expressed concerns over the fairness of the judiciary in delivering justice in Obi's case against Bola Tinubu. He also questioned why anyone would advise Obi to let go and move on, using the analogy of a man whose wife has been snatched by another. So there it is right there. There it is right there. Obi, right. Obi will have to move on at some point, you know. Anyway, he might not move on. It will be that crazy guy at the street corner that will be shouting my mandate," as passerbys try and avoid him. It will be that madman at the street corner for the next probably for the duration of his existence, shouting my mandate as my mandate. And by the way, there's still a couple of rooms left in the studio. If you want to come join, always the case. People leave it to the last minute and then they get bounced back. But there are still room if you want to come join. So there are two things. There are several things that the Tinubu, not the Tinubu, is that a Freudian slip even? There are several things that the Buhari administration will be remembered for. Paramount amongst that is bloodletting. Secondary to that is corruption. You know, they were telling us that they were subsidizing for well in excess of 100 million liter of petrol per day for consumption in Nigeria. And somebody as high as Lamido Sanusi, the former CBN governor, he alarmed to the space that are we drinking the petrol? And he drew parallel with bigger, larger economies like Malaysia, and they were using about 60% thereabout of what Nigeria claims to be consuming every day. And if you look at Malaysia, they had about 4 times or even 7 times more vehicular movement on their roads, and they have 10 times more industry. So they had 10 times more demand for petroleum products, and still with that level of demand, they were using about 60% of what Nigeria purports to be using. So that is to tell you then that they are just writing these subsidies and then looting it. Nigeria does not. Well, how many cars are on the road? Remove Lagos. How many cars are on the road in Nigeria? You could drive through the whole of the north, and you feel like you have the road to yourself. You know, so how many cars are on the road so it's just looting galore, and this is the latest installment in that looting galore. Buhari's minister Festus Keyamo caught in the United States. Buhari's minister Festus Keyamo caught in United States home purchase scandal despite bragging as EFCC prosecutor. So he purports to work for the EFCC, but of course, only really to cover his tracks. That is what this would seem like. A document exposing how the Nigerian Minister of State for Labor and Employment, Festus Keyamo, bought a property in Texas. So that would be next door neighbor to Alexander Gomez, then, who lives in Texas. A document exposing how the Nigerian Minister of State for Labor and Employment, Festus Keyamo, bought a property in Texas, the United States, worth over $359,000 has been obtained by correspondent. So I did start that off with the narrative of corruption, but $359,000 is not beyond the legitimate reach of Festus Keyamo, some will argue. He's a senior advocate of Nigeria, a successful lawyer before politics, and now in politics now, which is where all the cash is. So it's not beyond this reach, I would suggest. The document showed that Keyamo got the property at XYZ Silver Canyon, something or the other, in Savannah Trace, with no traceable income that could justify the purchase. Well, there are traceable incomes. It's a long-established senior lawyer. It's one of the most sought-after lawyers within Nigeria. Is a two-term minister of state within the Nigerian state, and he has been successful in private enterprise all of his life. So the traceable, it's just nonsense, isn't it? But then, of course, this is what you expect from Shore's platform. The document showed that Keyamo got the property at XYZ Silver Canyon in Savannah Trace with no traceable income that could justify the purchase. Keyamo had in the past been a prosecutor with the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, so that just adds then to his cachet as a lawyer. With the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, but got the same property a few years after he was appointed as minister. So then they go on to show all of the documentation. So what you're seeing there is a screen grab of the documentation for the property purchased in Dallas. Is it Dallas? It's not Dallas. So when you think of Texas, you think of Dallas, don't you? Well, somewhere in Texas anyway. So those are the documentations for it. Behold the man that keeps bragging that he is an EFCC prosecutor. He bought a house in Texas. How much was he earning as a minister? Barely 2 years after he was appointed. Was he a minister in the first time of Buhari? I'm not quite sure. I think it might well have been. Remember, so I think he was a minister at, somebody remind me, I think it would have been. Remember, he has stopped practicing because of his appointment. Top source queried. Keyamo, also presently spokesman of the Presidential Campaign Council of the All Progressive Congress, had handled several corruption cases for the EFCC. In 2019, he withdrew. In 2016, he withdrew as the pardon me. I'm not sure why I'm especially perched. I've not eaten anything or done anything. In 2016, he withdrew as the prosecuting counsel in a corruption case between the federal government and former Governor Temepre Silva of Bayelsa State. Keyamo had said he was stepping down as the lead prosecutor for the case instituted by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, due to recent developments which could hinder him from prosecuting the case effectively and with vigor. He did not give the details of the development. To forward the paraphernalia of public servants, to put forward the paraphernalia of a public servant without corruption, Keyamo had in January 2023 written to the anti-graft agencies ECPC, EFCC, and CCB to arrest, interrogate, and prosecute the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, for fleecing public funds. The minister gave the agency 72 hours to initiate arrest, investigation, and possible prosecution of the former vice president. In the suit, so where does it speak about him? All right. It goes on to tell us about his pressure on the security agencies or relevant agencies to prosecute Atiku. So that's quite separate and different. But really, what they were highlighting here is that Festus Keyamo now bought $359,000 property in the United States. So is that beyond the realms of reason, though? I was quite ready to launch at him. I was quite ready to launch at him. But then when you go into the details, I'm not sure that somebody of the seniority, a long-standing lawyer, one of the most premier lawyers within the Nigerian state, I'm not sure that it's within his reach to buy a $359,000 property. So I'm not sure that that's unreasonable. But correct me if you have thoughts to the contrary. Correct me if you have thoughts to the contrary. But I will be taking no corrections on this one. This one now is just an act of criminality. This is an act of criminality. Private jet used to secretly move Adamawa resident electoral commissioner Yanusa Ari out of Yola is owned by Labour Party vice presidential candidate Baba Ahmed. So it's unbelievable, actually. So Peter, we caught in some whatever, maybe drug deal or whatever in the United Kingdom, and this one now ferrying fugitives on his private jet. The governorship, the Adamawa governorship supplementary election was conducted on Saturday following the declaration of the March 18 polls as inconclusive over alleged irregularity. The private jet used to secretly move Hudu Yanusa Ari, the embattled resident electoral commissioner in Adamawa State, out of Yola, the state capital, after he illegally declared Aisha Binani Dahiru, candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC as governor-elect, is owned by the vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Dati Baba Ahmed. The Adamawa governorship supplementary election was conducted on Saturday following the declaration of the March 18 polls as inconclusive over alleged irregularity. Whilst the results from the supplementary election were yet to be completely announced, Yanusa Ari declared Binani as the winner. INEC subsequently declared the announcement as null and void and summoned the REC to its headquarters in Abuja. Correspondents recently reported how Yanusa Ari was flown to Abuja from Yola immediately after announcing Binani as the winner of the election. He was flown out of Yola in the private jet with registration number XYZ at exactly 12:58 p.m. last Sunday, shortly after he made the announcement, and touched down in Abuja at exactly 1:38 p.m. after flying for 40 minutes. Further investigation by correspondents revealed that the Raytheon Hawker 800 XP has Base Research and Data Services Limited as its registered owner. Base Research and Data Services Limited is owned by Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed, the Labour Party vice presidential candidate in the 2023 general elections. Then it goes on to give us all of the relevant information that makes this categorical. So a private jet is not too kobo. It's not even $2 million. We're talking about tens of millions of dollars that this guy would have used to purchase a private jet. The jet was manufactured in 2001 by Raytheon Aircraft Company. In 2022, the aircraft, which was registered in the United States and operated by MC Avio LLC, Boca Raton, was sold to Baba Ahmed. So he bought this in 2022. So that would then be just after he got then that ticket to be Peter Obi's vice. The registration code XYZ was subsequently assigned to the aircraft after it was acquired by the Labour Party vice presidential candidate on September the 20th, 2022. Speaking to correspondents, an aviation source confirmed that Baba Ahmed is the owner of the private jet. He added that the aircraft was used by the Labour Party chieftains, including its presidential candidate Peter Obi and his wife Margaret, during electioneering. So a lot of people have a lot of private jets. You remember one of the private jets that was being used to ferry Peter Obi was owned by Dana something or the other. Next year, that organization that gave us the polling that Peter Obi wins the election by a landslide. He added that the aircraft used by Labour Party chieftains, including its presidential candidate Peter Obi and his wife Margaret, during electioneering. Correspondents also gathered that the Raytheon Orca 800 XP was the private jet Obi claimed he hired to fly an elderly man whose flight from Asaba to Abuja was cancelled and rescheduled. So that's another lie then. So it was a Spade man's aircraft rather than anything that he paid for. The Labour Party presidential candidate was recently seen in a viral video taking a 95-year-old man whose flight to Abuja was cancelled to a private jet. Unknown to many, Obi was traveling in the same private jet, 5N-8IKO, owned by Dati, to the same Abuja. It wasn't that the jet was arranged specifically for the man. He was only joining Obi on the flight to Abuja. So a pathological liar, as we know, the man from Anambra, a pathological liar. Anything, it's truth averse. Have you ever heard that phrase, truth averse? Averse, truth averse. Somebody that averse from the truth, somebody that deviates just instinctually from the truth, a pathological liar. This same jet 5N-IKO was used to move the Adamawa REC, though it was chartered for the man. It is owned by no other person but Dati Baba Ahmed. The Labour Party chieftains are aware of this. Dati used that same jet throughout the campaign period, moving from one state to the other, the source said. So it looks as though Dati may well have been the money man behind that. And then they go on to show us several instances where this jet was in use. So there it is right there. You see, these are the people coming up to clean up Nigeria, by the way. It's just, everything changes but remains the same. This is the public face of corruption, that is Baba Ahmed, but he's not singularly the public face of corruption. Tinubu is the public face of corruption. Buhari is the public face of corruption. Festus Keyamo is the public face of corruption. Peter Obi, Abubakar Malame, Yemi Oshibanjo, they are all the public faces of corruption. So these sort of elements are not coming to clean up anything. If you want things cleaned up, then elect Sowore as your president. So anything outside that sharp deviation from norm, you are just replacing corruption with corruption. So there it is right there. It was in his 40s when he acquired a fleet of private jets. So, but what was his source of income is always the question that Nigerians struggle to answer. So we go with those. I'm sure plenty more topics. And to the panelists, I'll be inviting them to come in with what they'd like to speak to as well. But before we go to it, I want, like I said, I'm really looking to pivot, or rather, I'm really looking to vary the conversations beyond just the Nigerian diet. And I'm looking to vary it in this direction as I let the people who have turned up so far onto the screen. The excellent Hassan joins us somewhere from Borno. Bishop joins us somewhere from the United States. Babati joins us from his palace. And a man that must also have a palace because he's a prince, Prince Daddy, joins us as well. So plenty space still for others to join us. But before others make that decision to join us, I want to bring in this clip because there's goings on that we need to be aware of. There's goings on that we need to be aware of. So let's be aware of it via an Indian voice. So let's bring ourselves up to speed with what is going on in the Sudan. Watch this.
So the situation in Sudan has, of course, been making international headlines, but also getting a lot of attention in India because of the plight of those 3,000 Indians who are trapped in the Sudan. Prime Minister Modi holding a review meeting to try and figure out what can be done to get them out. The External Affairs Minister, Jay Shankar, talking to the United Nations to try and see what can be done. And now let's look at the situation in the Sudan in some detail. What's the background? Why did all of this happen? Well, fighting broke out last Saturday. The military and the paramilitary were actually talking about integration when the question arose of who would be the leader. And, you know, that's when the problems start. The Sudanese armed forces, you see, are mostly loyal to General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan. He's the country's de facto leader and has been one since the 2019 uprising that ousted the Sudanese dictator Omar al-Bashir. The paramilitaries of Sudan's rapid support forces of the RSF don't support al-Burhan. They are supporters of General Muhammad Hamdani Dagalo. He's a former warlord. They call him Hemeti, and Hemeti believes he has been wronged. How? You see, the RSF, led by Hemeti, cooperated with the military to oust Bashir in 2019. But Hemeti believes he wasn't given his due, and he was reduced to the official deputy on Sudan's ruling council. What we are seeing in Sudan is essentially a fight for dominance on who should report to who should be the leader. And the answer, as always, depends on which side you ask. As we speak, both sides have taken control of key sites. Although the Sudanese military outnumbers the RSF, the latter is better trained and also better equipped. So far, the fighting has mostly been limited to Khartoum. People there have fled their homes, but many have been trapped in the crossfire.
I have 3 boys, teenagers, and my husband also ventured out yesterday to get some medicine for himself during what was supposed to be the ceasefire, but apparently that ceasefire wasn't really effective.
The main challenge I saw is water, actually. People are going around everywhere, supermarket, around the streets to get water, but nobody is finding water. It actually looks like it's not safe to go outside because gun firing are happening even nearby my house. So it's not safe to go. I don't know what to do in this situation. Many people are fleeing to other places, but I don't have any place to go in other cities. So I'm like clueless.
All right. We'll leave that there for the moment. Still a lot to go through on that. So that's just a brief introduction to what is going on in the Sudan. But let me play you just about 2 or 3 1-minute clips to bring it home to our Nigerian experience. So this is a young Nigerian girl, lady, let me call her a lady, a young Nigerian lady caught up in the goings on in the Sudan. This is her account of what is going on there.
We went to the consulate and we asked for the visa, and they said they are not going to stamp visa for us. They are only stamping it for Sudanese. So, Al-Muhim, right now we are stranded in Gadarif. Alhamdulillah for the Sarkin Hausawa. Ambassador Hashim Shuaib Usman. He connected us with the Sarkin Hausawa of Gadarif, Mai Martaba Harun At-Tahir Al-Abbakar the Sixth at Gadarif right now. And he gave us accommodation, as you can see. Hotels are not available. He took us in like his children. He fed us. He gave us place to sleep, a very peaceful place. Right now, today is our third day. We've applied online visa. They said it's not going to come out any soon because of the holiday, of the Eid holiday. So we are basically stranded at the border. Us, at least here, it's peaceful. But we are hoping to cross the border, inshallah. Our sisters and brothers, especially our sisters, they are stranded in Khartoum. Khartoum is turning into a battlefield. Since we left Khartoum, they have been calling us about. I'm a Nigerian student studying in Khartoum, Sudan. As you all know, there is a war happening in Khartoum, Sudan. In Sudan, actually. And it's always getting worse by the day. So the day before yesterday, we flee from Khartoum, me and my family, because my sister was sick and there are no hospitals. We flee from Khartoum and we came to the border. On our way, we saw a lot of Sudanese fleeing Khartoum. What of us, the Nigerian students? The day before yesterday, by 10 o'clock p.m., 10 o'clock p.m. at night, we reached the border of Ethiopia and Sudan in Galabat. We slept there, and yesterday we entered the border, the immigration office of Sudan, and they said they are going to stamp the exit visas for us to Sudanese border. And then the Ethiopian border, they told us they are not going to let us pass unless we have our visa to enter Ethiopia, and we don't have it. The Nigerian embassy in Sudan is really trying their best. We talked to them, they sent a letter for us, and then the people at the border said they are not going to let us pass unless it's a visa. So they sent us back to Gadarif, which is another location near the border. Ladies are crying. There's no food, there's no water, there's no shelter, there's no food, because the shelter is not safe. To literally come into your house. So they are stranded there. Our sisters are IUA hostel. Our sisters all over Khartoum, the Nigerian students are stranded in Khartoum. They can't move. And please, if you are in Khartoum, don't move out. Don't go out alone. It's very serious and very risky. You should go out, in case you have to go out, maybe for food or something, go out in groups. Don't go out alone. Please, the government should try. Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the embassy, they are really trying their best. Please try your best. Maybe the embassy of Nigerians in Ethiopia, they should try and let us pass the border. And they should also try, our sister, if to say we pass the border, we are only 7 Nigerians. What of our sisters and brothers in Khartoum? Wallahi, I'm worried about them because they are still at the battlefield. They are still there. And every minute is critical. Every single minute is critical. Yesterday night, I read that they broke out prisoners in Khartoum. So,
Rational Mind, switch on your mic so I can let you in.
The street is not safe at all. And they are looting, they are thieves. They are also hungry, so they will take advantage of anyone, especially the sisters. Dua is the only thing keeping us alive right now. Alhamdulillah, nobody was badly injured in the Nigerian students. The Somalians, we met them at the border day before yesterday. Syrians are also here. Everyone is fleeing away from Khartoum. Malawians are leaving. Only our Nigerian students, this is bad. Khartoum is not safe at all. Urging with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the embassy, they should connect, even if our university, they can use National University of Africa's buses and take students out of Khartoum. That is my suggestion. Because here, the Sarkin Hausawa of Gadarif, he's a really, really nice person. He said he has accommodation for as many people as possible. We were with him, the government are calling him for his guest house, and he's saying his guest house is for the Nigerian students. He's waiting for people to come here so that he can shelter them before their visa, before our embassy or our ministries or our government try and take us out. So right now, today is my 3rd day at the border. To say we did not make the Sarkin House, of Gadarif, we are basically stranded. There's no hotel, nothing. And we have spent a lot of money. My worries are the people at Khartoum. Some of them, they don't have even $10. We've spent a lot of money, mind you. Some people, they don't have even $10. Some people have money, their passport is expired. Some people, their passport is at the immigration office for residence permit, and the immigration office is closed. So some people have no passport. So what's the way out? If you are watching this video, please share it, repost it, make it viral. We really, really need your help, and we really, really need your prayer. Yesterday, you guys were celebrating Eid. We were here, our life. Ba sai yadda zan yi message din nan ba, kuma muna cikin tashin hankali. Jiya da dare wajen karfe 3 an fara dauke network. Kusan me wannan yake nufi aka dauke network? Ko an zo daukan mu ba za a same mu. Jiya da dare wasu suna ta min magana da Khartoum suna cewa ba su da abinci, wutar su ta kare, ba su da ruwa. Yanzu an ɗauke network ta ya za a ce su taho inda za a haɗa a tafi da mu sai an bar wani a baya dole don Allah don annabi ayi abin da za a yi don Allah. Wallahi ba mu da lokaci. Ni ina bakin boda in na samu zan iya wucewa amma 'yan uwana suna can cikin yunwa ishirwa. Ba abinci su da nan. Ban sani ko su kashe su ma ni. Ban sani ba sojoji ne akan titi sojoji ba su da imani komai zai iya faru. In ba a yafi yanzu ba na rantse da Allah ko ba za sai an manta wani. Za su kashe mu.
All right. So the confidence that she started with, you saw that slowly ebb out of her, and she broke. She broke. So that's the going on in Sudan, and some of our relatives, our sisters, especially out there, just stranded. So what she was telling us that is that they managed to make their way to the Ethiopian border, but they stamped them out of the Sudan, but the Ethiopians would not let them in because they had no valid visa. So they then had to dodge the bullets back to a place of safety, but then there is no way of applying for the visa. So we don't know where that is. About the war in the Sudan. So just my loose understanding, and I'm looking to be educated because we need to expand our knowledge on that space. They had a despot called Bashir, who had been on the neck of that country for decades. So a coup then came that removed him. So part of that coup then, the package was then they would transit from that coup to a civilian administration. But there were several factions that carried out that coup. And then in the course of that transiting, internal fighting for dominance has spiraled into now what is a war. But a lot of people are also suggesting that this is a proxy war between the United States and the Russians, because I think the Russians are actually having a military base just off the coast of South Sudan, which the Americans don't want there. And Sudan also is a very mineral-rich country, and the fight for that as well. So all of that wrapped into that. And that then tells us that the possibility of this war spiraling, in this skirmish, spiraling into a full-blown war, the possibility is very real. Hassan, you are there. Do you know about this space, Hassan?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly. Good to have you. Was that a good summary of your understanding of what is going on?
Yes, I would say, yes, for most of what you have highlighted, but that is actually true. I've been to Khartoum before. I understand what it's like. I still have a cousin who is there, although I learned today that my cousin have been able to leave Khartoum. That was because he knew some people who are indigenous there, and he's residing in one village not far from Khartoum. I know that the fighting is based only in Khartoum. Right now, it has not spiraled out of Khartoum. The problem we have had, I would say, unfortunately, is that in Africa, our priorities are not right. It's unfortunate, but most of what we call African countries, especially here in sub-Saharan Africa, I would say the black man has been abused for centuries, and up till now it's like we have not taken stock and understand our place in the scheme of things in the international politics. Anyway, it's unfortunate that some people's wars, will come and meet our people, and then this is who would have to pay the price for. People, especially African leaders, will do anything for power, and it is just so sad that this is what it will turn into. I don't know whether
Hassan, what are you making of the narrative that this is turning into somewhat of a proxy war? The Russians have set up a base on the Red Sea, and the Americans don't want them there.
It is already a proxy war, one man. Unfortunately, it is already a proxy war. You know, as much as we would like to think that there is justice, there is fairness, this world, the way international politics is being played, it's violence galore. I mean, it's just like in the jungle. There is anarchy in the jungle. It is the survival of the fittest. So when people think of their foreign policy, especially countries like the United States, like Russia, like China, countries that are very, very that have power, they have economic and military power. They do not think in terms of the lives that will be lost or things like that. No, it's just about their interest. As long as their interest will be served, it doesn't matter how many people would die, how much suffering that they will cause, and things like that. So here, it's unfortunate that the African Union, there is the East African Community of States, the South African, the AU, and the ECOWAS. All of these bodies, they are just figureheads. They are not doing anything. Hardly will they come up with any policy that will defend Africans. How can people who come from thousands of kilometers, they will come to your country and then instigate chaos, for God's sake? And there is an emptiness of morality, of being rooted in the traditional African philosophy, that is even causing these things. Is it greed? What is it that our leaders are looking for God's sake? That what power, what kind of power are you looking for? It is even shameful. Look, this is not something that the Sudanese people, because the military and the paramilitary, all of them, they are not even up to 1% of the population of the people of Sudan. How can these people just hold other people hostage, for God's sake? This is not right. This is not good. Anyway, since that has already happened,
Hassan, Egypt and South Sudan, yes, they are offering to broker peace, and the United Nations is trying to put pressure on them. Do you think this thing can be quickly nipped in the bud before? Because of course, you know that the proxy war in Syria is being wound down, and it looks as though now that's been moved to the
yes.
Sudan. To the Sudan. So, do you think this thing can be nipped in the bud before it spirals out of control? Because Sudan is not that far from us, so we may think it's some distant country. It's not that far from us.
The way I look at conflicts, especially conflict that has turned kinetic, is that you want to break it before significant lives have been lost. Because the moment an armed party loses significant number of people, that human tendency to get payback, to get revenge, that is why the ceasefire did not work in the first instance, because already lives has been lost. And before you say you want to break it, each side will want to say that you want to get back at the other at least, and this kind of spirals it out of control. I'm not saying that it cannot be nipped in the bud, but I'm saying that there is a natural gestation period for conflicts. Just look at any conflict that has already bloodletting has begun. It usually takes some time before you can douse the tension, and that time usually is when the cache of arms of both sides begin to dwindle, and they go back to where they want to buy more. And at that point, people who are selling them the arms, if they are being brought on the negotiating table to douse the tension, and if that dousing of tension is in their interest, then we can begin to seriously think that yes, it will work. A lot of work has to, I don't trust the United Nations, I don't trust the AU, I don't even trust all those countries that you just named, that they can do anything. But I believe that those who would go and try to douse this tension, at least they understand international politics and they understand where the instigators are. So if the thinking behind dousing the tensions go straight to the center of instigation, say Russia and the United States, and then you can be able to get these two sides to talk to the people who they have on ground, to stop what they are doing, get them, provide something that will be in the interim for peace to reign, and then see how you can go from there. but as I see it right now, with tempers just going high and high, I don't want to be a pessimist, but I've seen enough conflict to see that it will take at least like a month or so, because there is a difference when you have, say a rebel group which is not funded by a state, going at it in conflict, than say institutions of government, that has been investing in arms for a long time, going at it in combat, and this is an internal thing within a country. So there won't be much accountability, and they all know this. This is an African conflict. It has never been there. There has never been any form of accountability anyway. So it doesn't really look good. That is what I'm trying to say. And maybe the shortest time we'll have is like a month.
Hassan, there's rumors that Air Peace is trying to go on an evacuation mission, but they're being denied landing rights in Ethiopia. So what fate then that our young sister that is crying out for help on social media? So what happens to people like that, our young sister that was just in tears there?
What that young sister is actually saying is that she's not even concerned for herself, as she's in relative safety, that she's been making phone calls with the other Nigerian students that are still in Khartoum, that most of them are running out of food. They've run out of food. Some have not eaten for the past 2-3 days. Some have not even had water to drink for 2-3 days. Do you know, Sudan is a very arid country, very, very hot country, very, very hot climate. So it's a desert. It's in the Sahara Desert. So you can imagine even going 2-3 hours without drinking water in that kind of place, and to say you've gone days without water. God, my God, this is torture. This is horror. This is not good. This is very, very terrible. This is terrible. God, it just broke my heart.
Hassan, why do you think the Ethiopians are denying entry to people fleeing the conflict? Because you'd have thought that even if they don't let them into their country, they will set up a camp that they can come into Ethiopia, then put them in some sort of a camp, and then process their documentation to go to their home countries. But why do you think the Ethiopians are turning them back at the border?
So you see, what I have learned is that it's easier, traveling within Europe than it is traveling within Africa. I was in Ethiopia and Tanzania and Kenya late last year, and I personally know what I had to go through, to traverse that space. And when I was traveling in Europe some times back, it was easy, just going through. That is even in peacetime without any emergency. So you can imagine the way we work in Africa, these artificial borders, for God's sake, these are just recent things, just arbitrary lines, the way people are connected. So if you go to people that are in that border in Harif, where that girl is, and the Ethiopian towns that are there, if you look at them culturally, linguistically, even religiously, these people are the same people. But because of one arbitrary border that some Europeans had to come and draw for you, now as Africans, you do not even have the humanity. It's only in Africa that you are an African and you go to another country. Just look at how South Africans are treating Zambians, Nigerians. Hey, our country, our border, just nonsense. It's not as if you have anything of worth, and then you are looking at yourself as if you are some kind of somebody. Even them in Ethiopia, they still have a civil war in Tigray region. It's not as if their country is any good, but it's unfortunate that Africans first tend to look down on other Africans before, if they were Arab, maybe if they were, say, Tunisians or Moroccans or Egyptians. Don't be surprised that these stupid Ethiopians will let them in. But because they are their brothers, they are sub-Saharan Africans like them. Now they are forming as if they are some form of superior human beings. It's unfortunate. The whole thing is unfortunate. But I would say this. Okay, since the United Nations is involved, and if there is any other country that has succeeded in getting their citizens out of that hellhole, then there is a formula for doing it. And the foreign affairs, problem with Nigeria is we are always reactive. We are not proactive. I mean, for God's sake, what is the function of these intelligence services that we have, the NIA, the DSS? They should be able to anticipate these things and then prepare action points for the government in case if these things come up. It's not now that it has already gone loose and people are beginning to lose their some people have lost their lives, some people are in dire situations, that you are beginning to think of peace and will go and will the right thing to do is, if any country has succeeded in getting their people out, then Nigeria should use that formula to get their people out. Nigeria should have hard currency no matter what it takes, because I know if you are traveling within Africa, it is your money that will talk. Just have dollars. And then sometimes the things that they will not even do that is even legal, they will do illegal things for you. Just show them a Benjamin, they will do it. It's unfortunate, but that is our reality. I am pained as I'm saying this, but I hope our government thinks really deep, not just for this situation. And I hope our people that are there, I hope they find a way to get them out of Khartoum, at least get them to safer places, and then get them out of that hellhole. And then we should have a plan on ground in case these things happen. Because of all the countries in Africa, Nigerians are the people that go outside a lot, and you see Nigerians everywhere you go. So since this is our situation, we shouldn't be leaving these things to chance. We should have a plan on ground that anywhere there is a conflict, already we have a special unit that is ready at standby, and money is there, the aircraft is there to just deploy and go and get our people out of there. It's unfortunate, but this is the way I see it.
All right, brilliant. Well put, Hassan. And so, Hassan, I want to talk you through the other talking points as well, but stay with us. But I want to stay with this Sudanese storyline, and I want to invite other voices in. So, does anybody else have? Babati, come in, Babati.
Sorry about yesterday, by the way. I got called into work, so I had to run out I didn't come back until like 1 o'clock. So you already finished before I came back. But anyways, to this Sudan topic, this is a very interesting topic. But we have to understand something. The real fight is between General Burhan and Dagalo, because I've been following Dagalo for a while. He's the leader of the RSF, the paramilitary. So I think the issues started. I mean, they've had issues before, but the main issue that people are not paying attention is what happened in April 11th. So remember when him and Burhan, that's the de facto leader now, the main guy, right? When they kicked out Handok in 2012, the prime minister, they kicked him out. But they had a deal. Listen, Burhan has the main military. Dagalo has the paramilitary. So this is the deal they had. Listen, I want the paramilitary to join the main military, right? That's the deal they had. But Burhan told him, listen, okay, they will join the military, but I'll give you 2 years. Dagalo is like, no, I need 10 years. Do you know why one man? Because he knows if they join within 2 years, they'll be low ranking. So in case they kick out whoever is coming next, then Burhan will have more influence than him. So he said, no, 10 years. That way, his own people in the military, but then we have higher sitting in the military. They will be more influential. They will not be subservient to Burhan boys. But this is the part that is very interesting. Dagalo controls, 40% of Sudan's exports is gold, right? So one of their major exports is gold. And guess who controls gold in Sudan? Dagalo controls gold because he kicked out what's his name, Musa, whatever. He kicked him out.
Is it Musa Bashir?
No, Musa had died. That was the guy that was controlling the mines. So he kicked that guy out. So he controls gold export. So imagine somebody that has the financial power. So this is the issue he's having. He has paramilitary that works for him is controlling the cash, but he's not trusting Burhan enough that he also wants military influence. He also wants that influence. So that's the problem. Now, Russia comes in, so you will see him hanging out with the Russians mostly. But the so-called fellow friend, so-called former friend, is being backed by the West. The guy they removed, Handok, the reason they removed him is because they felt like it was a puppet of the West. Now, this is the issue the West is having. They don't walk the Gallo there because, number one, he controls the mind already. He already has power over the minds. He's more lenient towards the Russians. Burhan also does not really want to work with them, but they feel like they can compromise, they can work with him better. So this thing is fast becoming like a proxy war where I think that the foreign powers came in between these two guys. Because if they come together and they run that country and they put the person they want there, then the West has no influence. So the real power is.
But Babati, what about the narrative of the Russians having a base on the Red Sea, at the Red Sea, and the Americans not wanting them there? Is that part of the mix?
Yeah, I mean, they're also a major port. They have a major port there. They even have one that is powered by nuclear powered ships. They have it in that side of the world. So they are fast making it a proxy war, but I'm seeing that the two opposition company here is between Burhan and Dagalo. That's the main issue. You know, they have gold, oil, and they have the ports and other natural resources. But this is the issue I'm having with Dagalo, one man. Even though he's nationalist and I was supposed to rock with him, because I'm like, yes, he's giving it to the West, he's controlling everything. But this guy is a war criminal. This guy has committed genocide. 04. I remember I was reading a story about the Adwa massacre in 04 and what he did in 2017. This guy literally wiped out a village. So this guy, even though he's claiming to be like nationalist, is a war criminal. So that's the main issue, woman. He has the cash. The Gallo has the cash. Buan has the muscles. Buan wants to have more influence on the cash flow. The Gallo wants to have more influence on the muscle. So that's what's going on right now. So it's between them. You have the resources. I have the military. If we give power, so pretty much it's about who do we agree that we will put in power. Because trust me, whoever comes into power must be the puppet of these two guys, and that's the issue they are having. So because like I said before, Dan Cock was the puppet of the West. They want to appoint who will do their own bidding, and they are yet to agree on who will do their own bidding. I want the muscle, you want the cash. Let's make a deal, and that's the issue. What they want. Just to recap what's going on.
All right, brilliant output. So does anyone else have any thoughts on the Sudanese space? Because of course, it is fast turning into. Hopefully, it doesn't turn into a full-blown war. But like Hassan was just saying, when people get killed, people want revenge, and then it goes back and forth. And before you know it, they've destroyed the country. Who else wants to come in?
Any particular order?
Okay, can you hear me? Good evening, everyone.
Yeah. Come in, Bishop, and then your rational mind. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. I think between Hassan and Babati, they've been very detailed enough as to the build-up and how we got to where we are now. One thing I've been able to deduce from both is that it is like a personal ego clash between two individuals. And very much that's my whole idea of it before. So that being said, for us, what is the way forward? What role has the African Union played so far in previous crises such as this? What role are they playing in this time? I think it took everyone unawares because no one thought that just an ego clash between two people that are ordinarily in power could degenerate to not just arms. I thought.
Sorry. No. Yeah, we can now. Carry on.
Hello, I'm
all right. We lost him. Come in, Rational Mind. Rational Mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. I just stepped away. Anyway, yeah. I think they've said most of the things that I would have loved to, but I want to come. I just want to come from a different angle. First of all, I just want to say I don't know if you guys have listened to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. I think he had a chat today on channels. You see, what you played to us. Most of the Hausas, I didn't really catch it. I only just little here and there. So, but then, you see, I've always said that here on your platform, one man, and from way back, that we need to reposition our foreign policy. And one of those days when Nigeria used to play citizen diplomacy. And if you listen to Professor Keyamo, the renowned Professor Keyamo, the former Minister of External Affairs, Foreign Affairs.
Under Babangida, yes.
Yeah. It's it did back to the 70s. It has been a very good. If you listen to him, you understand more. Well, my point is this: that I think Nigeria has lost it. If you see the images coming from Sudan, the other countries, they are lifting their nationals. Even the U.S. embassy and consulate, they evacuated all their staffs, non-essential staffs.
Yeah, but Nigeria doesn't have the muscle to move like
That's
America.
why, they don't have the like Professor Keyamo said. He said the budget allocated to what's it called, to Nigerian embassy or consulate or mission in Sudan. It doesn't. In fact, the staff there, they just even get by themselves. You see, this is what we're talking about. When a country is not getting its crap together, it affects everything we do externally. And if the embassy is not even well enough to even take care of their own needs within the embassy or the mission, how much more even wanting to help the citizens when they are in a dire situation? Like Azan said, like they should have been the policy. And that is what Professor Keyamo was even saying, that there should be an exit strategy, or in the case of things like this, how to evacuate your citizens. But because we don't give the country no longer give any. They don't longer send. They don't even give any. They don't care about their citizens. That is why something like this happens. Like they said, it's estimated that they have about 3 million Nigerians living in Sudan. That's a lot. 3 million Nigerians. Oh my goodness, that's almost the size of some states here in America. When you have that huge number of your population living in just one single country, not 2 or not 3, not 5. Once, just like almost like Sudan is almost like
no. There's nothing wrong with that. There's a cultural familiar between the Sudan and the North. They live in a particular, the conservative religious sort of a life that some people.
I'm not saying I'm not saying anything is wrong with that. All I'm just saying is that when you have that number of population in a country like that, that in itself is an economic. Oh my goodness! Do you know how they could have tapped into that economy of its own to generate money for Nigerian, even Nigerian embassy, the Nigerian mission there? They could generate money there to even take care of whatever needs that they need, because we have clueless leaders who no longer. We lost it ever since the 60s. We've lost that citizens diplomacy. We've lost anything that has to do with our foreign policy, how we direct that towards using our strength as a population abroad or whatever it is. So I think we need leaders that will come on board, that will reposition that country, not just from the internal issues.
Do we even have a foreign policy? Is the thing. Because most countries are actually led by their foreign policy. It's
exactly.
Part of the. But we, like you said, we are more reactionary, or was it Hassan? We're more reactionary than proactive.
Exactly.
Instances.
Yeah. You see, we lost it ever since that coup that killed Tafawa Balewa. I think that's where we started getting it wrong. And ever since the military came in, especially Babangida did a real hammer to it. And then to finish it up, I think Abacha just did the total annihilation of just a minute. Let me my battery is going to die. So yeah, what I'm trying to say is that we need to, if we have that huge number of population of Nigerians living in that kind of country, we should deploy that strength to generate money for the country, even for the embassy there. There are different ways they can make money from there. I mean, they can do that, make money. You can sell like, okay, we want to know the number of people here, get this number of identity card. You have to pay for it. There are ways they can make money from it. I mean, they should look inward and see how they can make it. So what I'm trying to say is that it's so sad that those people are caught in that crossfire. But then let me just, another way I want to speak is that there are two angles. I mean, there are three angles three areas I'm coming from with this. Let me just talk about. I'm done with that citizen diplomacy that Nigeria has messed up. I just hope whoever is coming, but I don't know that. I don't think we have to wait till when whoever is sworn in. But right now, life is at stake, so people needs to be evacuated from there. And like you said, if Air Peace is not allowed to land, even in Ethiopia, I wonder. I wonder how that is going to.
That's unconfirmed, by the way, but I've heard it being discussed severally. But when we need evacuation, it's usually Air Peace, isn't it? And I think that's the bordering country that is safe enough to land. But Air Peace is not being let land.
Sorry, Spinner. You know how Americans in all countries, they always say that in case something is going on, call this number or your embassy. Do we have that as Nigeria and all those countries where, like they monitor all these things in these countries, and before it gets that, they get this intel to move their people before it gets to this point? Do we have all those things in place?
That's what Azan was saying. Azan said it. He said.
So we don't have it. Do we have it in the flood place, or are we not following the protocol?
What is NIA doing?
No, I'm sure we would have it, but whether. Sorry, go on, Bishop.
Have been published the past 4 or 5 days. Numbers to call if you are in distress anywhere in Sudan and you need assistance. And the lady that spoke eloquently well about the embassy staff. They might be handicapped in one way or the other. Literally two things. Everybody have challenges, but everybody has said so far they have tried, and they are not leaving because they wanted to take care of Nigerians. It's easy for America to uplift their embassy staff. They're just about 100 of them, less than 100. French
So why was it easy for them? Why was it easy for those countries to do that?
Because they have lesser numbers.
No, but not just they have lesser numbers. They have strategy plans. They have plans. They have deployed citizen diplomacy. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Let me finish, sir. Yesterday, the French, in an effort to, we saw it on video. Their convoy came under heavy attack. They had to turn back. As we speak, the French have not been able to evacuate even its embassy staff, non-critical embassy staff. But what I'm saying, SS, is this. I believe that there is a lot that is going on about evacuating our citizens. It is a sad situation. Quite honestly, even though there is a lot to blame, but honestly, what I want to do now is how do we get those people out? I know the government of Nigeria is speaking with Ethiopia, president to president level, on allowing Nigerians to just cross whatever documentation you want to do. Unfortunately, the embassy was shut down because of the Salah whatever celebrations. So a few persons have been able to make it to the border, hundreds and hundreds. But when you're planning to evacuate 100 or 200 or 500 persons, it might be very easy. But when you are thinking of 1, 2, 3, 4 million Nigerians, because who do you want to pick and who do you want to leave behind? It's a crisis situation. And all I can just say for this minute, before you get back to my talk, is that God will grant us and give us the grace and how we navigate this very stormy weather. Remember, I said when I started speaking earlier on, nobody thought that an ego clash between two persons, the president and the vice, could degenerate to, a full-blown, a full-blown war. It's as stupid as anybody can imagine it to be. Remember when Obasanjo and Atiku were having all these unnecessary skirmishes? Who could have imagined that it could degenerate to an armed struggle? But like Babati said, one is a war criminal, known war criminal that is power drunk, and the other one wants to consolidate on the illegal aspect. So let's just focus on what are the things that could get us out of this quagmire. I yield before I get back.
All right, brilliant.
I just said it now that one of the things we can look into is that numerical strength that we have within that area, and the government generate revenue through that means. That's how they can make money. If you have that number of people,
we lost Hassan. I was coming back to you, Hassan.
Hassan, okay.
He's back. So carry on, yeah.
So my point is that Nigeria is always is it reactionary? We don't. What do you call it? We don't. We're not proactive. We are reactionary. We only react when it's. We need to have we need to have some plans, strategies of evacuating our citizens abroad, because every life of a Nigerian. That is what I'm trying to say. When you say citizen diplomacy, that word is very loose and it's broad. But our citizens, the Nigerian citizens, should be the means by which Nigeria should interact with the foreign other countries. They center their foreign policy around their citizens. So if you view a Nigerian to be very, very lively, to be important, you can't just take down a U.S. citizen anywhere in the world. If they hear that U.S. will deploy whatever, if that's what they can do, they'll do that. They go to any length. You see what they did in Nigeria. They came to rescue one person. They deployed the Navy SEAL. You see what they did, how they rescued the guy. So you see, we need to start making people realize that our citizens are very, very important. And how you treat your citizen, even inside your country, will determine how you're going to treat them outside. So it's not just being hypocritical, treating the one outside better than the one inside, or the one inside better than the one outside. But then what I'm just trying to say is that this spells doom for us if that's the way that thing is going, because I know there are, like you said, it's a proxy war, the United States and Russia, and I'm seeing another angle to it. It's a distraction I'm seeing here, because if you see what Russia is doing lately, the realignment they are having, even like I don't know why India would even join the bandwagon of the Russian and Chinese relation.
They want to break the American hegemony. We've said that they want to break and it will be broken, by the way. But they want to break the
let's see how far that goes. But for me, I see that could they just have to tread with caution, because I see they want to what Russia is trying to do here is that they try to distract the US from Ukraine, because Russia is still fixated on Ukraine. Because if they have so many proxies war here and there, it's going to distract the United States, and the United States will not be able to prosecute all these wars, all these proxies. They will overstretched. So, and then that will give China the opportunity to invade Taiwan, and it will give Russia the opportunity to invade Ukraine, take over Ukraine and then take over Taiwan, because this one that Russia is doing all this here and there. Because if you understand the whole thing, it's all about resource control, because they have some natural resources there in Sudan that some of these countries, Russia on one side, and then United States on one side, they are profiting from it. So I think Africa is a mess right now, and I think
Nigeria is.
Nigeria could be the only hope, but Nigeria is not getting its crap. Nigeria not getting its crap together. I don't think Nigeria can help, because you would anybody dash of any you that wants to give somebody, you want to make a clothes for somebody. Let me make this clothes for you, but you look at your own clothes. You're not even wearing a nice clothes. You say you want to make clothes for me. So you that want to save yourself, look at your northern part of your own country, even within the pockets of here and there in your country. You're having just insurgents here and there, maiming and doing what, and then you want to say you want to send army, or you want to send like we used to have back then, Ecomong.
Sorry,
you cannot do that.
Sorry, one minute.
All right. Thank you, Rational Man. Let's bring other voices in before we go back to our domestic politics. Babati wanted to come back. Babati.
Yes, I was just going to say that the one of the main exports in Sudan is gold. Like I said earlier, 40% of the export is gold, and I'm worried that if we're not careful with what we have on the ground in Nigeria, I pray that we don't turn out to become Sudan, when they scramble.
We're going to have that as, sorry to cut into you, Babati. I think we're going to have that at some point because there's a lot of gold in that sort of Nasarawa sort of area, heavy gold, more gold than Ghana, and they've just been feasting on it. So when the government moves in to try and sanitize that gold market there, it's going to lead to a clash.
Because then we will then have to revisit the issue of resource control, and you know how that goes in the Nigerian political space, right? So if care is not taken, we need to be very careful. But I wanted to say one more thing about Burhan earlier. Remember, I said he has the real army, right? So imagine one man, you have the real army, right? I have the paramilitary. We fight the war together, we win. You not tell me, oh yeah, your guys, they should join you. And I say, oh yeah, sure. Okay, but let's do 10 years, because the guy knows. Think about it. If I have boys that are fighting for me, and I need them to be, because he's trying to save himself of any war crime issues, so he needs them to be that legitimacy. So they join you. If they join one man now, I have the gold mines. If time comes where you demand that I pay more, or you want to take control of the gold mines, where's my protection? I have no. You see the issue now. If they join him within 2 years, not 10 years like he wanted, he has no protection from the government of Wuhan. They might change overnight, so there's nobody to guide him. So the guy is trying to protect his own assets. That is what is going on. Issue, one man.
All right, brilliant.
Yeah. One man, let me say this real quick. You know what can tilt this war is if Abdel Fattah of Egypt, if he can get involved.
No, the Egyptians are already offering to mediate along with the South Sudanese.
Well, I mean, if Egypt has the military force that could really put them down, if they support, I think they're on the side of the general, the Sudanese general.
Burhan.
Yeah, I think yeah. So if they can join around, because already I heard they said they've been killing some Egyptians already within Khartoum. So, but the point I'm trying to say is that with the strength and the military hardware that they have, I mean, those guys are ragtag, but they are mercenaries. Don't get those guys. They're very trained. I think they fought in Yemen too. They are very trained, well-trained mercenaries. So, but the point I'm trying to make is that if Egypt can get involved, I don't know how that is going to.
It's not that difficult, Spina. Just agree. Listen, just agree to the 10-year plan or 8 years or 10 years. Give that guy time to have his own people join your military. That's end of story. That is the main issue. But
it's not about this. It's much more than that.
That would be the point of contention. Like, he does not trust the guy enough with the way he has too many friends from the UK.
But what I'm saying is you can use force to put him down. You can use force to put him down. If Egypt gets involved, if Egypt with the kind of military they have,
would that not escalate? Not supposed to.
The only way to escalate is if they keep getting military weaponry from Russia. But I think other countries have to get involved. They have to cut that supply. Like the Sahel, they're cut everywhere. I mean, put a kind of a barrier around them whereby they cannot get supply anymore. Cut them off. I mean, these are military. I mean, I'm just looking from a layman.
Sorry, rational mind. Kulata, you have to turn off your mic so that you can connect fully. Carry on.
Yeah, so that's what I think. I think if AU can negotiate with Egypt to get involved, the only way I don't know is because I think they border Libya too. They share border with Libya. But the only thing is that could be the another angle for them to be getting weaponry to be coming in. But the thing is, what I just think is that if they can cut them off from getting weaponry, and Egypt can support them, other AU nations, African nation or whatever, can support them. They just create a kind of a surge inside that place. I think they'll be able to put them down. That's what I think.
Does anyone else have brief commentaries on there before we go back to our domestic matters? A couple more brief commentaries and then we come on.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Can I just say something so that I'll just leave it at that?
Oh, all right. Come in, Hassan.
Okay. What I want to say is that this new scramble for Africa is real. Just like the last two speakers said, there is a renewed scramble for Africa, and it's not just about gold only. It is about what's that material that they use for making these new batteries that they are raving about all over the world, and this uranium, a lot of these new technologies that are coming up, the smartphones that we are using, what the AIs will be, what they will be made from, these future technologies that the world is going to rely on in the next few decades. All those materials are found in Africa, and they are going to be mined. So if we leave African countries, for example, like we've been discussing now, and we're talking about Nigeria doing a policy. If African countries will do policies individually and will not take a united stand against this new competing interests, the Chinese are doing their own, the Russians are doing their own, the West are doing their own. Before we know it, all of Africa may implode, God forbid. But the AU or the ECOWAS or these regional bodies, they need to sit down and then to think how they are going to protect the continent, have a formula that the interest of the continent is protected first. But if everybody goes back to to his shell and start thinking of narrow interests, that is what these people have been, kind of politics that they've been playing for generations. They understand that, so they are going to use it against us. Well, God forbid, but our leaders should really begin to think in larger terms, because it will not work if Nigeria only say they have a policy, and then you just go, if for example you say you have a policy in Borno, if you just go a few kilometers from Borno, you're already in Cameroon. And the way our topography works is, you see one, three, four countries, they are all sitting in the same longitude or latitude, or they have similar topography and the same material that you will find in that area, you find maybe in two, three, four countries. So the way these people are looking at it, they're not even looking at our lives.
Sorry, Hassan. Kulata, switch on your mic so I can connect you. Carry on, Hassan.
So these competing interests, they are not even respecting our borders or anything like that. Their eyes are just fixated on the resources. They are not thinking about the lives, the collateral damage. No. But if Africans can really think of what is best for their people, if our leaders will not be so swayed by material things and money, maybe we have a fighting chance. If not, oh God, only God will save us.
Do you fear that we're going to at some point be recolonized to the African continent?
I hope not. But I know the Chinese will not mind if they will colonize Africa. At least the West will, they will not come to it directly. It will be indirectly. The West already has enough leverage over us already. It is China that is the new player on ground, and China is so aggressive that they would not even mind, to take Africans as slaves if there is no consequences for that. That I am sure of. We just pray that our leaders, have the foresight to anticipate these real dangers, and they should stop pretending as if we are living in one lolly flower, utopia world. It's unfortunate, but I hope that you understand the reality. Sometimes our leaders just think very narrowly. If they know them and their families are safe, they don't bloody care what happens to the other people, or if there is some monetary incentive that is there for them, they don't necessarily think of the country as a whole. Maybe it's going to change in the future, but I'm not encouraged by the actions of our leaders past, really.
All right, brilliant. Bishop, come in on that space, and then we move back to Nigerian politics.
Can I
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, let Ajanle Koko go first, Bishop. Ajanle Koko, come in.
All right. Two factors are responsible for this problem in Sudan. Long-time dictatorial rule, and now struggle for power and control of natural resources. That is number two. I'm glad that Kulata here, and some people that were calling for Nigeria to have, Kulata specifically, I was calling for Nigeria to have benevolent dictator. I think we are all seeing what is going on in Sudan now. Long time dictatorial rule is one of the factors that is responsible for this. And when al-Bashir was there, due to his dictatorial rule, he set up this paramilitary group. If he had not set up the paramilitary group, surely they won't have this problem they are having in Sudan today. This is what the dictator brought on their country. They will always want to remain in power forever. Therefore, setting up a kind of military unit that will be a bodyguard and, loyal to them, other than the military setup, military apparatuses of the in the country. So, should be concerned. Nigeria as a nation, we should be concerned. It looked that we overcome the hurdle of long time. We.
You're breaking up.
Of resources now. Can you hear me now?
It breaks heavily, but carry on.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm driving, that's why. So
yeah, we know, carry on.
Okay, it looked like we overpassed that problem of dictatorial rule in Nigeria due to democracy that we have running. Even though the democracy is not, it doesn't function properly as the way democracy is run for the interest of the people. But at least we can have power rotation from one side of the country, power shift from one side of the country to the other side of the country. But the control of resources, Nigeria doesn't really have the control of their resources. As at today, we don't have it, particularly in the northern part of Nigeria, in Zamfara State.
Yeah, sorry. I said Nasarawa earlier on. Somebody corrected me in the comment section. So that's Zamfara, where the gold is. Yeah, carry on.
Zamfara State. We have criminals exploring and taking away those resources, that gold, precious gold.
I should say it's the Chinese. The Chinese are in Zamfara. They are the majority. They're the ones that are stealing this gold. That's just the Chinese.
Yeah, Chinese did not come from China and spotted the Zamfara gold and came and started taking it away. Nigerians are with them. Nigerians invited them to come and use their technical know-how to.
Yes, that's true.
Yes.
No, that's not actually true, Ajale Koko. You know, these guys, they have satellite geology that can identify where the mineral resources are in the world. They already know the gold and the quantity even before they left China. And they will come there. They will you know the story is coming out of Nigeria now that they are actually arming militia men to scare away people so that they can continue to mine resources in Zamfara and places like that, the Chinese. So
Go on.
No, that's the point. So it's not as though they were invited in by some unscrupulous Nigerians. I think one of them was actually arrested and jailed just recently. And also in places like Ilesha, people will suddenly come up to their farmland and they see heavy machinery and Chinese mining gold.
With the help of with the help of your KBS,
yeah, they just accomplish it too. You can't. You're right. What you just said, what you just said is right. They have all they have the satellite imagery or whatever they can see or whatever. But then they cannot just come from China and start doing this thing without the complicity of the people, the locals. The locals here could be the
Bales,
they
are the ones doing all these things.
Some highly placed men within the society, and even sometimes it could even be some law enforcement agency within Nigeria too. They can be also involved. That's what Ajaliko was talking about. So they can't just come from China and come and invade us in Nigeria.
Yeah, but they are the ones instigating whatever it is.
I agreed. Yeah.
Maybe should we ban them from Nigeria? These Chinese people.
Omar, let me just add this quickly. This is what I was trying to say. Unlike Sudan, the Wala, this is the Wala one man. It's not like they are coming to mine something. The issue is going to be that they have been mining it for so long before we found out what's going on. So when we start finding out that all this mine that has been there since the 60s, 70s, 80s in Nigeria, we're like, so they've been there for this. So they've been in Nigeria for so long that we have no clue of what's going on. All those gold mines in the north, they've been there since the 70s and 80s now. They've been doing it for so long. It's nothing new. We are the ones just finding out just now, but they've been there. But for them to secure their own investment in Nigeria, they will do whatever it takes, even if it means you guys killing each other. They don't care because they've been doing it for so long. And that's the problem, man. That's the issue. They will do anything possible to guide their own investment because they are making that it's pretty much free for them. They're not paying any taxes. A few bribes here and there, they are done. So if I've been doing this for your country for 30 years, then you find out, I'm not going to give up my free stuff for I will fight back now. I'll give arms to locals for protection. I will pay people off. So that's what's going on.
You know, Babati, there was a cache of arms that was intercepted at the port in Lagos. This is going back a year or two ago. And all of the anticipation was that it was for the insurgents. But then you don't imagine that the insurgents import arms because they get their arms from the spillout from the Libyan thing. So their arms comes in from the Sahels where the Tuaregs are coming back from Libya. But imported arms, it's all tying together what these Chinese people are doing.
Right. So there's more things going on. And this is what I have, that we'll as a society, as a government, we will be able to handle when these revelations come out, because we will start finding out things. Remember I told you about californium in Borno State. That's one of the most expensive stones in the world right now, in high demand. And the army
and they don't even know what it is. Never mind, because I'm just finding out what I'm just finding out what it is. I'm sure we have mineral that we don't even know what the value.
Well, man, let me get a link for you. Let me there's this breakdown. Let me find the website. For every local government in Nigeria, we have at least 3 to 4 resources in our soil. All in Nigeria. Only Zamfara has to gold and something, but every local government in Nigeria has something in the soil valuable to the world
in commercial quantity.
Let me find the link for you. I'm going to send it to you if you can. Maybe you can put it on. Every local government in Nigeria has something. So these guys know. We don't. They do, and they've known for years, and they've been making money off it for years without us knowing. So the day you try to rebel, they will fight back. One man. They will fight back.
All right. So sorry, Bishop. Let Ajalekoko land, and then you come in after him. Just so there's a sequence. Ajalekoko, back to you.
Yeah, as I was saying, we don't have the control of our resources, our mineral resources that we have scattered around that country, and that is one of the problem that we have as a country now. And I'm worried that with the influx of Chinese mining our gold, taking our gold and other mineral resources around that country. There are some that we don't even know as of today that have been explored by these people that worth billions of dollars, but they are taking it every day. So what is the effect of this war in Sudan going to have on Nigeria? It's going to be very, very devastating, because the one for Libya, we are still going through the suffering till today. When Gaddafi was taken down, the militia in Libya that have quantity of arms in their possession, we saw what the effect it had on us. It gave a lot of arms. They gave a lot of arms to Boko Haram and all those terrorist groups that we have across the Sahel and terrorizing Nigeria. Are they going to double in size with the war we are seeing in Sudan? So our country leadership should be worried now, and they should stand up to have our military well equipped and ready to defend the country. When we are talking of military defending the country, the territorial integrity of the country, protecting the territorial integrity, it is not just, protection against foreign invaders, but the resources of the country in entirety have to be in control by the authority of the country. But in our own case, we are not in control of the resources of the country. The one in Niger Delta, we see the looting that is going on there. We cannot even meet our OPEC quota. The Samfara, everywhere, they are looting all these resources. So the spiral effect of this thing, we don't know where it's going to lead to, what is going on in Sudan. And this is what dictatorship, effect of dictatorship in a country where there is no democracy, where you see long-term dictatorial rule. This is what they will come. This is what the long-term effect of dictatorship. Paramilitary group that is set up, they are fighting with the military of that country, and the military is struggling to overpower them. They are using the air power, the everything, and those boys are standing up and said that no, because those boys are the one in control of the gold in Darfur. This paramilitary group, they are the one in control of the gold in Darfur. The military want to take over that resources. They are resisting it. They don't want to give it up. And this paramilitary group have relationship with the government in Libya. So you see what is going on in that country. We hope Nigeria does not turn into South. Let's pray that we don't. This kind of situation does not happen to us in Nigeria. And the only way it cannot happen to us in Nigeria is only when the new administration that comes in affect the strongest, the most important mission that the incoming administration must embark upon is on the security of that country. Because if you don't get your security right, you can't get the unity of your country right, and you can't get your economy right. Every power in this world, economic power, nation, are backed with their military, with their military might. If you don't have security in your country, you can't have prosperity. And that is why you don't see prosperity in Nigeria today. That's why you see our economy going down, because you see terrorists ravaging everywhere in that country, and therefore, destroying the economy of that country. So incoming administration must see this problem that is going around us as a problem to Nigerians as well. It's our problem. They are our neighbor. Though we have a country between us and them, we have Chad between us and Sudan, but we are not too far away from each other. So and Chad is not a stable country too. They have insecurity problem there too. They have militia all over the place in Chad as well. And we share border with Chad. So what are we learning from this, and what are we going to do to secure our country and to see our country not falling into this kind of situation in the future? Because àwọn Yorùbá sọ pé ikú tó máa ń kojú pa ẹni, òwe ló ń pa fẹ́ni. So it is, I don't know what is going to happen, but Nigeria as a country should be worried about this thing, and the leadership should be worried. The leadership must start standing up to see how they can have a very strong military that can defend the country, the territorial integrity of the country, and ready to take control of the resources, make sure that they have a firm control of all the resources. Where we have mineral resources that are valuable to that country, they should be able to secure them, so that this looting spree that is going on, and which of course could bring instability if they don't fall under the control of the authority, is I don't know what to say. So, but Nigeria as a country, the leadership should be worried, and they should start to see how they can save Nigeria from falling into this kind of situation in the future, because it's knocking on our door, and it's knocking hard, and it's so sad. If you go to Senegal, what do you call this country? Burkina Faso. About 40% of their country, of their territorial land, maybe 60% or 40%, is under the control of terrorists. This Boko Haram that we said it looked like Nigeria has subdued them, they are gradually coming back up again. They're coming back up again. What is the strategy? What is it that is empowering this Boko Haram and giving them the strength to come back home when it looked like, they been subdued in the northeast, and it looked like they are going down, but they are coming back up again. So the present administration, Bola Tinubu, it got a lot of work to do, and security must be number one of anything that is going to do. It must see what it's going to do on our security, so that the prosperity that they promise us, it can affect it. Let me leave it there, woman.
All right, brilliant to put. Coming Bishop, you're up next.
Okay, are we still on the Sudan?
Yes, have the final word on the Sudan, and then we go back to our domestic politics.
The question I was going to ask then, even though it might sound a little bit too simplistic, when I think Babati was talking, was that what is the, I don't know how to phrase this, taking out both warring parties completely. Because when National Mind was suggesting that if Egypt should come in, from the perspective he was talking, it's like Egypt should take side of the real military to subdue the paramilitary. But I think that would have a fallout also. So instead of going on one side, what happens if African Union decides to take both parties out completely? I mean, like I said,
let me reply, Bishop, very quickly. One man. Yeah. Then you're gonna have a repeat of Libya, because they are both very important. You can find a way to compromise and work with them, but if you take them out with what the kind of issue that they have, you have a Libya in your hands, and you don't want that in that part of the country.
But from what Babati said, if that's just that somebody was asking for 10 years for him to be, that means he wants to hold that place in perpetuity, and that's a problem on its own. So it might not be brutal, it might not be frontal, it might not be open, but there must be a way of removing these two individuals if we're going to have peace afterwards. Because I agree with everybody's submission, there will be spillover, and no matter the distance. I mean, I can't remember the geography, the map in my head, but I think Central African Republic and Chad are the two countries between Nigeria and Sudan, and we all know Nigeria is the melting point of every crisis that is coming from up of the Horn of Africa. So if we don't do something extremely, very drastic, all these predictions about Nigeria carrying the fallout will be. I will say something about what Adaleko could just submitted. I think our military has never had this good. Maybe we are not where we want to take them yet, but in these past few years, our military has never had it this good. Can we do better? Absolutely. Unfortunately, they are a little bit being overwhelmed. But the way they are spreading and being equipped now, because conventional wars is changing from what it used to be by infantry. Many people don't invest in infantry now. Of course, a little bit of the armor, intelligence, and the modern warfare where we can use armed drones and aircraft and the rest. But the fact remains, even with our best army, if we can nip this crisis in the bud, and it goes on Africa. Unfortunately, African Union had really not done much in the past few years. In the years of Obasanjo, when they transmitted from what they call it, OAU to AU, and if you read their charter then, which I was privileged to read some of, the plan was solid on how to, gradually emancipate Africa from the hand of these colonialists. Especially the one that was really troubling us then was France, and everybody knows that much. But if after a short while everything just died down, and we're having spillover in Nigeria, and if this is allowed to fester, I can assure you. So, like I said once again, my suggestion might be too simplistic, but is it not a way to go in this situation we find ourselves in? Now, back to the issue of mineral resources in Nigeria. I think it's bad, even though it might not be as bad as been painted, but I think it's bad enough, because the more these people get entrenched, especially the Chinese, I am appalled, I'm surprised that the Chinese could be operating in such magnitude and we have not been able to tackle them and take them out. I think it's a failure of whatever the intelligence community, the Nigerian government, whether it is lack of...
It's not a failure of intelligence services because they are aware. It's more a matter of collusion and bribery.
Then what I'm saying is that the national security, we should be able to take decisive position on them, give them an ultimatum to stop, and when they don't stop, we treat them as combatant enemy or enemy combatant. Or how do you want to go? We treat them as such. Shut down the mining activity across Nigeria. Shut it down first. I remember they did something like that not too long ago, and they were able to get some people to concession some mining activities. But we should be able. If we cannot do that, then it's a failure of leadership.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So well put. So I'm going to move the conversation on from there, and then I want to play this.
Can I say something?
Yeah, come in.
I don't really have much to say, honestly. I just wanted to remind Babati that, do you remember what I said about Group IQ and black leadership?
Brother, you know, not today, to your love, not today, not today. I know. No lies, man, no lies. It's unfortunate, but I was referring one man in the private session time for him to go and listen to the audio conversation between the President Ford and Reagan in the 80s.
I heard it.
Discussing Africans. It was very racist, but it was very true. It was racist as hell, but they were not lying. So one man, if you have time, listen to the audio and you see where we're coming from. We are just okay. Let me stop right here. Go ahead.
No. I'll go and listen to it because, like I said, I want to be. We are. I think we have done with that. We are done with Peter Obi, because the election is gone. So all those places.
Look at what I gave you now. We are too rich to be poor in Nigeria. We have everything. It's just we have gold, diamond, silver, whatever you want is in Nigeria. It's right there. We are poor by choice.
Honestly, at this point in time, to Nigeria is right now. We need to ramp up our military, like we're about to lose the country. That's the only thing that's going to help us now. We need like a 1 million man army, and we need to get serious about national security. We're not serious about it. We need to get extreme about national security, because every country I've been to lately, they're serious about their national security. It's just something that nobody pays attention to. Like, everybody takes it for granted. But now, Chad had a military coup. Sudan is destabilized. Like, Sudan to Nigeria is just a stone throw. If we don't get serious with our national security, we're going to be a ruined country. It's going to get to us very, very soon. So we need to ramp up our military.
A lot is involved in national security you're talking about. I mean, it's not as easy as you're talking about.
Whatever, rational mind, whatever is involved in it, we have to get it right.
Hold on. You cannot have an immoral person as the head of the government.
Oh, man, don't start all this. Your I can't stomach it. Not today.
Let's leave that one.
Nah, let's what we have now. Do along.
Am I shorty, Professor? Don't short a Professor.
Don't mind that. Let them shut it down.
No, I value rational mind. If rational mind is not on this platform, it won't be fun. Let's be. I swear, it won't be fun. But we need to do something about our national security urgently. If Tinubu gets in there, the first 6 months, hire like 250,000 soldiers and equip them, please. It's getting dire.
I give Agbado and cassava and everything.
He should aim higher. I don't think 50,000 is enough.
No, for the first 6 months. It shouldn't stop till it gets 1 million.
It is more than hiring soldiers alone. No. You see, like all those local production of weapons that Obasanjo tried to revive. Those.
Forget that one. We'll buy weapons. We need boots on ground immediately.
Do you even have the money to buy weapons?
That's what I wanted to ask you.
We can borrow money. No, you don't borrow.
Kulata, it is better we start using our old military manufacturing.
You guys, this is not the time for all this idealistic stuff. Let's get boots on the ground.
Where are you going to get the money from?
We can borrow. We borrow for all sorts of things. We can borrow for national defense.
You want to go and borrow more money?
So
we are under borrowed as a country. We are under borrowed.
We are under borrowed if we have the revenue to support it.
Do you know, guys? Wait. Do you have any idea of what is coming if we don't ramp up that defense? Do you know what's coming in Nigeria?
We agree. It should be ramped up.
My God, you need to ramp this up.
Hold on. Let me say this. Konata, you continue. You see, what Ola is saying is that we can make do with little we have within this space, because if you create job through when you revive some of our weaponry making industry within the Nigerian area, you will make up at least like 35% of the weaponry that they would need. Maybe the many 70%. You see, this thing it's not about strategy. Whoever is coming in, you have to be strategic in deploying what is everybody going to use. You can't just rely
on a long-term plan now. I'm talking about urgency. That's what Ola is saying is a long-term plan. I said we need something now.
There are some.
both can be done. Both can be done.
It can be done. It can be done.
Then we improve on the production of arms locally as well. So
See,
we can do
if
both.
Tinubu gets in there in
We
the
can do both.
first 2 years, he hires recruits 500,000 soldiers. Those are our youths. Those are jobs for the youths, and they will eat agbado, conflicts, cassava, and all those things. But we should borrow to equip these guys. This is getting dire now.
Not only that, not only recruitment. We should come out with a policy or maybe a law that will make it compulsory that anybody above the age of 18 must
Yes,
serve in the military.
I was just waiting for the window to say that they have that system in Israel, which is their national service, the equivalent of, but it's a military service. So everybody that turns 18, you have to go through a mandatory military service. And then I think they give you a weapon outside that, but a very comprehensive military service.
And
so, yeah. Man and woman.
That is what we have to embark upon as a country and as a matter of law to save that country. Every young person over the age of 18, or immediately you clock the age of 18, you are ready to go for military service. And on annual basis, it must go for military service. If you are in college, it doesn't matter. Maybe 3 months in a year, or when you're on that long time
summer
break, you have to go for military service. Children of the poor, children of the rich, let them go on military service so they can begin to love their country. They can begin to stand up and fight for their country and believe in their country. That is the only. We have a huge population, and we should be able to secure that country.
Can we just turn our NYSC to our reserve army?
Yes, and we have a huge population, and a huge, long kilometer of borderline that spans over 3 countries.
You cannot tell NYC because NYC is a different program.
And we don't control our border, and we don't control our resources. What kind of country is that? Security is number one.
I think I differ a little bit. I sincerely think we don't really need all those everyone from 18 because other countries are doing it. I don't really think we need that. What I think we need. What
are you guys talking about? Why we don't need it? We are being threatened. Our security is threatened right now.
I know, but it doesn't mean that everybody from 18 should become military. See, as it is today, if you pick the form out Nigerian Defense Academy that okay, we want to enlist 2 million people, I tell you that application is going to be oversubscribed immediately. Look at it from that angle without even making that thing compulsory.
No. Ola, it's a form of a reservist system rather than a full-blown military.
I understand where they are coming, where Ajani and everyone that is suggesting it is coming from, but I'm saying nothing says because other countries are doing it that's the best solution for us. Like when I was saying the other time
okay, carry on, but I don't know.
Like when I was saying the other time that
hold on, Ajani Koko, let Ola.
When I said the other time that when you recruit immediately, that you should quickly revive our weapon manufacturing resources. I see people say, oh, because it's immediate. See, it's not as if you go to off the counter and you just go say, oh, you need weapon today, UK, give me weapon, and they bring it tomorrow. It doesn't work that way. You place order. You are aware of that. So the one we have, whatever we are doing, even if it is still not as superior as the one we have, we need to use what we have urgently and spring into action. You can order, you can keep manufacturing internally to supplement. So it's a combination of importation and what you have on ground to quickly revive it
and move
Yeah, but
into
Ola, that is
action.
what that's what everybody else said now. That you it's a short, medium, and long term thing they are talking about. So in the immediate term, you do a mass recruitment and equip them, but then in the medium term, you build up your armament industry, and then that serves for the long term. So
Exactly, woman. That's exactly what I'm saying. When you want to buy weapons,
that's what we are all saying. That's what we are
you
all
don't
saying.
go to Walmart and just go and buy military weapon
No.
and say, okay, tomorrow start fighting. That's what I'm saying. You place your order.
Do you remember Manowar in the 80s? You remember Manowar? Anybody?
Yeah, Manowar. We call it Manowar.
Manowar, like it's like a paramilitary to train people. That's what we're talking about. We train them enough, like reserve, army reserve, just in case. Yes, just so
like cadets in the university.
So bring it back. We all did Manowar back. Bring back Manowar, where they would train you like you're part of the military, but you're like a civilian. They would train you.
You see, guys, you see, Manowar. Well, okay, go on. You want to finish?
No. I was actually going to invite Bishop had the floor, but
okay, all right.
Can I say something, Bishop?
Yeah, say something, and then Bishop. Carries on. Yeah, carry on.
Look, we have huge population of youth in that country. Many of them, I cannot say categorically that majority, many of them in large number are very, very irresponsible and indisciplined. And if that country doesn't give them that sense of patriotism now, because what we lack, what our youth lack today is that sense of patriotism. They don't have it for that country. So if a country doesn't give to them that sense of patriotism, then that country will not have future. And the only way you can do it to have a better future for them and the coming generation is to have a secured country. And to have a secure country, you must have a very strong military. Israel today is surrounded by enemy. And that is why they made that policy, and that policy have worked well for them. Nigeria today is surrounded with enemy. They look like friends, but you have enemy living in them, invading our country, coming into our country at free will, kidnapping, taking people away, snatching, taking ransom, and some of them are even in Lagos. You remember one man we treated it here. Some of the guys before Lagos State Governor took that drastic action to ban Okada in Lagos. Some of these Okada riders cannot even speak Hausa language. They can't speak English. They can't speak Hausa language. They are from Chad. What kind of country is that? Can be so porous and people can just come in and kill people? So we must, this huge population of youth that we have today, we have to engage them. We must give them something to do that can take them away from the rascality that they are doing all over the place on the internet and abusing people and doing nonsense and all this rascality everywhere and so glued to social media. Give them something to do. Let them be responsible and disciplined and be patriotic to their country. And that is what we need now all over the country. They should make it mandatory to have every children. Look, the children of the rich are so favored in that country. That should stop. Everybody must mix together. Every youth must mix together. The children of the poor, the rich, the medium class, the upper class, the lower, everybody, they have to see themselves as one people. That is the only thing that can give them that commitment that, oh, we are one people and we are one nation and we are ready to fight for our country. But you see some people, their children are enjoying at the upper class. They don't have no sense of, they don't commit to anything in that country. But their father, because of the wealth of their father, they can just come any day and just become governor, become whatever executive, but let them go through the same process, the same engagement, the same process of patriotism to their country. That is the only thing that we need now. Nigeria must do everything to encourage patriotism. Give that sense of patriotism to our youth. That is what
all right. All right, thank you, Ajani Koko. So, Bishop, round off that space, and then I'll give the final word on that topic to Afroplight Super Chat, and then we'll move on.
I've not even said 2 sentences before it was taken over from me. You are saying I should round up. I've not started.
No, I'm saying round up that topic. So okay. You will be the final speaker on that topic, and then we'll move on to another one.
To say on this last submission. Number one, I think we are getting it wrong if we are using knee-jerk reaction. I will believe that by the time we get state police and we free up our military, we can just be scaling them up gradually rather than say we want to hit 1 million arms bearing. As it is today, we have close to 1 million arms bearing personnel in Nigeria. We have close to, if not more, up to 1 million arms bearing personnel in Nigeria, including the armed forces and the paramilitary that bear arms. Now, if we now say, oh, everybody from, I think that would be a knee-jerk reaction. That's one. On the light arms, the last I remember, the only arms manufacturing company we have in Nigeria industry is Dicon. That's been moribund for years. It was just revived about 4 years, 3-4 years ago under this administration. And a good number of our light arms and ammunition are being produced there. I want anybody to fact check me on that. But I can say for a certainty that more than 80%, 90% of our ammunition is being produced by Dicon now. And we have this MRAP company, what's the name? The one in Provost, that we are even exporting to a lot of African and even beyond Africa now, that's manufacturing the MRAPs. And so then we are manufacturing Ezegu, the one that was designed and developed by the Nigerian Army Corps of Engineers. Are we making progress? Yes, it might be slow, but we are making progress. So if we can do the constitutional amendment that makes us to be, have state police, all the operations of the military now, more than 70% operations that military are involved in, they have no business there. It's just the failure of the policing system. If you can revive the policing system and free the military, be it the special forces, the Nigerian Army, the Nigerian Air Force, the Nigerian Navy, the SBS, and the rest, I can assure you they are able to take up, and at least in our immediate environment, neighborhood, none of them will be able to look at the face of Nigeria. Back to the issue of the issue. I think all of them boils down to one thing: purposeful leadership. What is a method? How are we going to progress? The things we don't want, we should be able to emphatically say no to them, and that no we mean no. Whether you are mining in Zamfara or you are stealing our crude in the Niger Delta creeks, if we are decisive, and when you are decisive, you need to make sure people scapegoats, including the high and the mighty. If you can make some scapegoats and they know that, look, there's a new sheriff in town, and it doesn't matter whose ox is God, I think we will make appreciable progress. Thank you.
All right, brilliant to oppose. So well put by Bishop. So let's give the final word on that space to Afroplight, who wanted to join us, but the studio was full. That's why I always say people should log in early. It says, I tried joining this stream, but the room was full. The Sudan issue is strictly a U.S. chaos play. If the Sudanese want to allow Russia a base, it is their right. Please Google how many U.S. bases are in Africa. So there it is. The United States, they want to carpet a military base. In fact, they have already. They have carpeted, they have a base in Germany. They have a base. Nigeria is even canvassing. I remember Buhari once canvassing that they should come and build a military base in Nigeria. So within a matter of hours, America can deploy anywhere in the world, and that is what. But the Russians, they are moving, and the Chinese will start soon. Also, TikTok, we're in perilous times. So perilous times, and that peril really are being felt by Nigerians in Ghana. So let me play this clip and then bring Zita into the conversation. Zita, watch this, and the rest of you, of course.
According to the Central East Police Command, the operations forms part of efforts to clamp down on criminal activities in Kaswa and its environs. Earlier last week, a dawn operation saw over 100 Nigerians, including some prostitutes, being arrested at SMG Pub on the Gumwanyanyano stretch. In another operation today, over 26 Nigerians, including 2 females, were arrested at Iron City, a suburb of Kaswa, in the Ewutu-Senya East municipality. Items retrieved from the suspects include laptops, mobile phones, machetes, and some substances suspected to be Indian hemp. Speaking to City News, Central East Police Commander DCOP Ochireboapia indicated that the suspects will be screened and those found culpable will be processed for court.
The Central East Regional Command embarked on an operation at Iron City, a suburb of Kaswa, and 3 houses being rented by foreigners, mostly Nigerians, were raided. 26 suspects, including 2 females, all believed to be Nigerians, were picked. SBs made up of 31 laptops, 26 assorted mobile phones, 5 machetes, and substances believed to be cannabis were retrieved from their rooms. They are being kept in custody and will be put before court if found culpable. There are 2 females among them. We are going to screen them, and those found culpable will be arraigned before the law court.
According to the command, Kaswa is gaining notoriety due to some activities of foreigners and is therefore urging Ghanaian landlords not to hesitate in reporting suspicious tenants to immigration officials.
Kaswa has gained notoriety because of these Nigerians. We have to keep surveillance on them, their activities, so that if you know that wherever they are staying or their movements, their businesses, if there's anything wrong, you inform the security agents, more especially the police, to get them arrested. And these foreigners who come to rent rooms in their houses, they have to investigate their backgrounds. They have to report them or alert the immigration officers to go through their documents to see if they have the right resident permits to be in the country.
The 26 suspected internet fraudsters who are Nigerians and were arrested by the Central East Police Command are here at the command. And the command says these suspects will be screened and those found culpable will be processed to court. This and many others are ways the command is using in the fight against crime. Calvin Tete, City News. Central.
So Calvin Tete, City News, Zita. So once upon a time, we used to hear xenophobia. And once upon a time, it was Ghana must go. We used to put them on the back of wagons and trucks, trailers that we used to ferry cattle, and we used to drop them at the border of Ghana. But it looks as though it's now Nigeria must go in Ghana now. Just countless instances of this sort of narrative. Nigerians are being rounded up in Ghana, accused either true or false. This is the narrative now. So we had xenophobia, but is there something now that we have to coin Nigeria phobia going on in Ghana and by extension the other parts of Africa as well? South Africa, another example. Zita.
Good day, everyone. How are you all?
Good day to you.
I'm having a slight headache. One man Yesterday I said something. Maybe I didn't have time to expatiate on it. Everybody was telling me they already have it. How are we sure all these 26 people are Nigerians? Because I know people from, what's this country? What's this man that's ruled for 90-something years? What's his name again?
Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe, yeah. Most people from Zimbabwe and around that Zimbabwe, they've been suffering from a lot of xenophobia from other African countries, and they kept moving. Yesterday, I said that Nigeria, as a nation, have to identify their citizens. I know what I'm saying. They should identify their citizens. And until they do that, all these stories will continue. Some time ago here, I said, in the year 2013, Obama bundled them almost, how many planes? Dumped them in Nigeria. Those guys were not Nigerians. It has been going on. And this our green passport, there should be a tight security around it. But it is what it is. Well, they have called them Nigerians. Let them scream them and do whatever. Anyway, whether you say you're a Nigerian, you are not a Nigerian, you commit a crime, you'll be in for it. That's just that.
But do you not identify that there seems to be some sort of Nigeria phobia going on, especially in Black African countries, and really almost a global thing? If you go to India as well, they parade Nigerians like trophy. You know, if you type in Nigeria, India, the way they parade them, it reminds you of those game trophy sort of things when people kill a lion and then they put their feet on their head. So do you not feel that there's some sort of a Nigeria phobia going on currently in Africa and yeah?
You see, woman, this question you are asking me now is the part of me I don't really like discussing. When you ask Zita to talk about her race, her tribe, and her nation, this is the part of me I don't like discussing. But I will say one or two things. When it comes to immigration, immigrants do a lot of things that are quite annoying. But people don't really want to discuss that. They just want to discuss globalization. I should be there. Yeah, somehow they disenfranchise the citizens of that country. That is the truth. Why? Because there are jobs. They want a high pay. You are ready to do it for peanuts. There are things they want to sit on to allow their government handle it. You want to open it. There are things they don't want to use because they want their government to better it, but you are ready to use it and do the work. So immigration, yes, it is what it is, but then when you talk about Nigerians in African countries, you should be asking yourself, how many citizens of other African countries are in Nigeria? Is it that Nigeria cannot harness the resources they have to be able to woo them, to cajole them, to make Nigeria dream country for every African citizen? I'm not particularly a fan of Obama, but there is something he said when he was president. He said, if Nigeria can get their ass together, Africa will be a better place. And that's one of the things he said that I like. Nigeria is such a big country. If you go to, I don't want to say something. Woman, look, I don't want to say something, no. Because I have people in my life that I know that have been parted by this stupid immigration, more especially Nigerians do in African countries. Do you know that some Nigerians leave Nigeria to go to African countries to be farmers? Do you know that? Not farmers that they buy land to farm. They farm for people for money. Do you know that? I'm sure you don't know. But they cannot farm in Nigeria, in their fatherland, in their uncle's land, in their own father's land to make money. They won't. Nigerians have this thing of, I'm outside of Nigeria. Sometimes I laugh about it. No matter what it is in Nigeria, Nigerians are people who like to move about. Yes, the country is not so fine, but I don't really put it on the country is not so fine. If you go back over the years and pull out some of the interviews of Obasanjo, I still quote the man because so far today his record is still the top notch. He said Nigerians like moving about. It was Al Jazeera, and Al Jazeera put that his stance into action, and it was funny what Al Jazeera noticed. They like moving about. This story I just told now might still be in Al Jazeera. If you can Google it on Al Jazeera website. They do one or two interviews here, there. They find out that somebody wake up in the morning and just walk away. I have been in a position to ask my cousins, you want to go to Germany? What do you want to go to Germany to do? Do you know anybody in Germany? My friend told me they make it there. And when they get there, they will be ashamed of coming back. I am not saying those 26 people are Nigerians, so because Nigerians are not identified. The day Nigeria identify Nigerians, then we can be talking about anybody that is being caught anywhere, is black-skinned, then he said Nigeria, then he said Nigeria. For now, anywhere you point somebody and tell me it's Nigeria, you have to prove to me that beyond reasonable doubt, even when I'm seeing his passport. Because you see, not to know how porous our passport system
Zita,
is.
so what you are saying now is that you don't really believe those people being paraded are Nigerians. You don't have.
No. There might not be. All of them might not be Nigerians.
Why would
That's
they
what
lie?
I'm saying.
Why would they lie now? Why would they lie that they are Nigeria? They are
Because they have been lying all over the world. They have been lying.
We don't
when
have
they
record
catch
of
black people all over, we have
No, we do, or they do it in this country as well. So a lot of Sierra Leoneans, they will tell you they are Nigerians. A lot of non-Nigerians, especially when they commit crimes, they'll say they are Nigerians.
Well, if before they put it in the news, they will have investigated them and.
No, let me tell you something. Let me tell you.
Just a second, Miss Zita. Ajale, you know that it's very easy to get Nigerian passport too. Do you know that?
If it is, then you blame your country. Anybody that carry your passport is a nationality of your country. So what are we talking about? They are Nigerians. The moment when they carry Nigerian passport, how were they able to get your passport? So anybody that carry your passport is a citizen of your country. So just admit it. They have seen them. They know them. They are Nigerians. This is the first place you see Nigerian passport.
They might have profiled them for them to know that they're Nigerians now.
They can't profile them. They can't profile them.
When I mean profile, hold on. When I say profile, I mean they would question them, they will ask them questions, and they will ask them to fill up some forms. From there, they'll be able to gather information as to who they are, the identity. And if they have passport, a Nigerian passport, and they're not Nigerians, like you say, I agree with you, then that's the fault of the Nigerian government. So how did they get our travel documents?
Yep.
But then my point is this: let us look at it from the one angle, because I was expecting Madam AI to to have spoken to the issue. The issue is this, that in all I've known Nigerians for, any country we go, now you talk about India, you talk about Indonesia, Nigerians for the most part there, they do not go there for legitimate business. A lot of them are into, there are two things they are known for. Or should I say three things? They carry drugs, internet fraud, and this prostitution.
Yes, especially the
Let's not mention any name. One man. I know you're going to mention a particular name. Oh, go on.
No. I was saying, especially the love scam. You know those
that's you.
They do a lot of those love
even
scams.
Here, did how quick we forgot what happened in America here? How they did? I think the FBI they did some sting operation. I mean, they did some kind of operation whereby within about 5 different states here.
Rational mind, just say the truth. Yoruba people do internet scam, Igbo people do drugs, Edo people do prostitution. Let's say it as it is.
This guy's saying,
look at it.
What are you talking about?
When they gather on Sunday and they start to swear at you again, don't blame anybody.
Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that the reason why these people, if you look at what they showed us, I don't know if you people saw Iwo Malu there, this Afoshe there. I think I saw it in one of those things. They wrap with a red cloth. So these guys. See, let me say something to you, because I've lived in Ghana. Yahoo plus. Yahoo, in fact, they call it Yahoo plus. Now my ship bears over.
It's like rational mind is experience, though.
My borrow.
So anyway, all right, land it and then we get back to this.
So my point is this: is that what the Ghanaian police did was that these people were caught for crimes. If you go to Ghana, because of the EFCC searching looking for so many of these Yahoo boys in Nigeria, they've relocated to Benin Republic and Ghana and the Ivory Coast. That is where they do this their internet fraud now because of the IP. They need some of those IP address to be able to do because any Nigerian IP address, usually they kind of mark them online. So they will go to Ghana to be able to do all those kind of their internet fraud. So but then this is giving them bad image, because whatever money that is coming in is they're routing it through Ghana, the Ivory Coast, or Benin Republic. And so if they have to trace it, they will say, okay, these people were paid that money through these countries. And so it's giving their country bad image. Look at the one in Indonesia the other time. This love scam that we're doing to Australian women. They trace it to the Indonesia. So what are we talking about? So you see, it's this country you have to protect their own image too. But the only thing is just the way they display them, the way they have them paraded in front of a camera. That's what I don't really like. They need to stop all those things. But the thing is, every country has to protect their image, because if they are getting lots of complaint from different law enforcement of different countries saying that some people, their own nationals or IP address from their country are laundering money or making money or scamming them, they have to react. That's all I have to say.
All right, brilliant. So back to Zita. But Zita, I still insist that the Ghanaians, they seem to have a particular issue with Nigerians. Are very quick to identify those people as Nigerians and not telling us how they arrived at that conclusion, Zita.
One man, it's very easy for someone to point fingers at somebody. You just say something. Now you are saying another thing. You said some years back, it was Ghana must go. Is that not xenophobic?
Well, somewhat.
It's not somewhat. That's xenophobic. And today, that same thing is being done to you. You are crying foul. It is what it is. We must just have to accept it. Flogging into people's country. The citizens don't like it. I remember some time ago, I made a comment in your platform and you told me, what do I mean by that? That my sentence is too broad. Too broad, maybe you couldn't draw inferences in it. But that's the way I talk anyway. Because if I don't speak that way, I will be releasing information in my hands, which I don't like doing. Now, I repeat myself, those people might not all be Nigerians. I'm talking from experience. In my lifetime, I have been forced to take 1 Guinea, 2 Zimbabwean, and 1 somebody from the islands. I won't call the place because she's listening. I have been forced, almost taking them to the police. I wanted to sue them because they came to me and told me they're Nigerians. And they said they're from Lagos State. And they thought I'm one of those Nigerians that don't know the nook and cranny of Nigeria. One of them told me he's from Kano. The one from Islands told me she's from Kano State. And I begin to dig deep. And when I find out that we are not Nigerians, I was so mad. When you know mad, I was mad. If not for apologies. So I know what I'm talking about. I'm not just talking. They might not all be Nigerians. That is 1. 2, talking about putting the passport of Nigeria flying around so freely in Nigerian government. No. There are people on planet Earth, their work is to make passport of countries. I don't know if you people know that. It takes serious security personnel to dictate that is fraud. That's their job. You go to them, any passport of any country you want, they're going to give it to you. So holding Nigerian passport doesn't really mean you got it in Nigeria anyway. Yes, I know that Nigeria, their system is porous. You can walk in, claim one local government area, get a letter from...
Zika, I don't think you can exonerate. We all know, we are all Nigerians here, and we know what our people are like. They are instinctually criminal-minded, and as a rational mind was just explaining then, because they don't want their, you know, a lot of laptops were confiscated during that arrest, and somebody was saying in the comment section that is having a laptop a crime. But those are the tools of Yahoo. And because they don't want their IP address to show as coming out of Nigeria because of the reputation of that space, Rational Mind was just explaining to us that they are relocating to neighboring African countries to carry on. So even the sort of crimes is a very much a Nigerian sort of crime, the 419 scams and the internet or something.
And
they are Nigerians, so we're amongst ourselves. We must not lie to ourselves.
You, 1 man, I'm still standing my grounds.
Madam Zita, can I ask you a question?
It's not only Nigerians that are fraudsters.
Madam Zita, can I ask you a question?
Because of things, let me finish. Because of this kind of thing, 1 man is saying in his platform today, that's why everybody who is a fraudster now happens to be a Nigerian.
There are certain crimes that are known to certain nationalities, and those are internet sort of advanced fee sort of crimes. Is notoriously Nigerian.
Madam Zita, just a minute. Let me buttress your point. See, 1 man, Nigeria is not leading anywhere when you talk of cybercrime.
No, we know the Indians
No, the problem with Nigeria is that we are too loud. Give 1,000 to a Nigerian young guy that just ate it. Everybody go know. Indians are the one leading in cybercrime. They have about 60% of the entire global cybercrime in the world. But Nigeria is very easy to talk of Nigeria today because we are loud. You've not seen this guy here that, you know, sometimes I find my tax personally today because sometimes they will call you from revenue agency, they will call you from student loan, they will call you from one kind of finance market, you know, financial market, all those things. So we are nowhere near even America itself, United States of America, in terms of cybercrime. But because we are too lousy, we are too loud, you know, like people like Hush Puppy, you see them everywhere. But others that are doing the same thing, you will never even know they are doing that thing that you see them as perfect. So this stigmatization, or how do I call it, this isolation of Nigeria as the home of the global cybercrime is false. It's not true. Thank you, Madam Zita.
You refuse to say one thing in conclusion.
Okay.
About 20% of those Indians and Pakistanis, they answer Nigerian names in their cyber.
Oh.
So I'm not saying my country people are sense. No, that's not what I'm saying. I will still say what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that until they prove to me that those 26 people are Nigerians beyond reasonable doubt, I'm okay. But I just want to say Nigerians are not that world-leading criminals or fraudsters. No. Secondly, if you leave your country and go to another man's country, definitely the owner of the land will not like it. I made a comment sometime here, and the woman said, "It's so broad. What am I talking about?" He cut me off. And I will say that comment again. I'll make that statement again. America is the only place a black man is free. The day you're ready, I will explain in full to you. Even in our black nations, we are not even free.
Madam Zita, you can go.
No.
One man is not free.
I said the day you're ready.
You know, UK is the freest country on this planet. I can say that without equivocation, as they say.
You know what I have.
You know, we have an Indian Prime Minister and the first secretary, which is the Prime Minister in Scotland, a Pakistani. What are you talking about?
One man, maybe we no open that place, so I beg you. Which UK? Don't let us even open it, because you have a lot of baggages around that country. I am just being careful of the type of language I use.
One man, what is the black man's ethnicity in Britain?
It's Black British.
Where are they located?
Well, how do you mean? They are spread all over the country. They are not ghettoized, if that's what you're saying. They are not ghettoized.
They're Peckham. They're Peckham.
No. The Nigerians are in Peckham, but
they're in Southeast London. All of them are Brixton.
Well, I'm in Kent. So no, they are not ghettoized, though. If that's what you are saying, they are not ghettoized.
Okay. You see what I have to say? I ended there. The day you people are ready to discuss what I mean by being free.
No, and you can walk the streets of the United Kingdom without being shot just for being black and being nearby, which you cannot do in America.
Okay, now.
Who told you cannot do in America? You visited America. You walk on the street of America.
With trepidation. I walked with trepidation, with fear in my heart.
Yeah? What of us living in America?
You're dodging bullets now. You're dodging every day. You dodge bullets.
Okay. No wahala. The only thing I have to say is that if you leave your country and go to another man's country, what you see, you take.
You know, the United Kingdom, no, I have to push this. The United Kingdom is the least racist country. And the United
Why are you being so defensive?
No. Now the United States the most racist. The United States the most is factually the most racist country known. You know.
I heard about the glass ceiling in the UK. That there's a glass ceiling for black people.
No, that's what I was going to speak to. There is no. You know that Gatwick Airport is owned by a Nigerian. You know that when an Arab tried to buy a port in the United States, they blocked him.
That's for national security reasons.
Look at that. There's always an excuse. All these Americans,
No
the,
wahala. The day we are ready to make it a topic,
Zita, can I ask you a question?
you
Quick,
throw out
quickly,
everything you have.
Madam Zita,
I
I
throw
think.
out what I have.
Yeah, let's hear from Prince. I was waiting for you to speak just after Babati, and then we see if you are born on the same people. Babati, after Prince finishes, we have to hear your voice, because there's something going on there. Come in, Prince.
Yeah, I was gonna say I agree with Madam Zita that the black man is free in America. Really, it's the freest nation for any black person in the world. I totally agree with that. Unlike where you come from, one man, I don't think you guys are that free in England or London. I think it's more, you guys have a glass ceiling, and you guys are boxed in for the most part. But here,
Have you ever been? Have you ever been here?
yeah, but I didn't live there like you do. But I've been there. Yeah, but
Woman, I'm sure you know a place called Reading.
Reading, yeah.
Okay, no problem. You see, the day we are ready to discuss this topic, we bring it out. Sure, you told me that you people have Black British as an ethnic group. Title given to as an ethnic group in UK, right? In Britain.
Yeah, it's just an identifier, by the way, because of the
That's not
ethnic
what I said.
diversity.
I
Yeah,
said
yeah.
you cannot, you can see somebody and call somebody. Sometimes we might even see Koreans and call them Chinese because of the way they look. I asked the question, what is the ethnicity? Like giving you ethnicity.
Now, where are you going to with that? Because that's somewhat cryptic. Take me to where you want me to be.
No, I am not taking you anywhere. You said it's the freest, no wahala. But the day you are ready for us to discuss it, I think in that space, I will try to be open a little. I will open it a little bit. I will be open with information a little bit. But all I can tell you that black don't have ethnicity. That's all I can tell you.
Can I say something?
What about African Americans? Yeah, come in. Yeah, come in.
They have ethnicity. America gave them ethnicity.
Okay, I want to agree
Americans.
with some of the things Madam AI said, and I want to also disagree with other things that she said. I think we need to strike a balance here. Although most of what everybody have been discussing is trying to strike the balance, but if we allow this weight of the discussion about them not necessarily being Nigerian, then we are not going to have the other discussion of how do we ensure that our image is protected as Nigerians. We should not just be, pointing fingers and then forget to take care of because it's also our responsibility. And it's sometimes it's even about frequency. How many times does these things come up? And we have to understand that even though when black people commit crime anywhere else in the world, even if they claim they are Nigerians, when they say that because with real power comes real responsibility, we like to call ourselves the giant of Africa. We are the most populous black nation on earth. Okay, and if we understand and we sometimes even beat our chest and say these things, then we have to also carry some form of responsibility. And that is very important. Yes, I agree that some people will come under the umbrella of Nigeria who are not Nigerians, and they may commit crime, and then that may affect Nigeria negatively. But we cannot close our eyes to what our own people are doing, which is causing us this bad name. I remember I was in Saudi Arabia like a decade ago, and even though that was a very, very religious environment, I would not say that as a black person, I had a good experience. Really, I did not. I just went there to just perform my religious obligations. But any time as a black person, I tried to integrate. I just didn't feel welcome at all, at all. I don't know whether it is with Middle Easterners. or but then there is also another thing. You know, Nigerians have been going to Saudi Arabia for long, and we have Nigerians who stay there. So what these Nigerians do, the ones that stay there, because majority of them they are living with expired passports. Some they left Nigeria 10, 20 years ago. They are just causing nuisance. A lot of them will go into crime. A lot of them will be doing so. When you come as a Nigerian, you just get the sense that you are not welcome. Of course, you know, your reputation is all gone. The people who have come before you, they've not done you any good. And now you have to suffer the consequences of those actions. So, when do we begin to manage ourselves so well that we can create better opportunities for the next generation? For us, I know it's already over. We just have to live with the consequences of what has been done before us and what is still being done. But if we must grow and succeed as a nation, we really need to look in the mirror. We are not as innocent as this discussion is going. Really, we are not. And that is what I am going to say. But we cannot also ignore the xenophobia, the racism that is out there. Yes, it is real. It is out there. The only way.
Hassan, what you are saying now was really the conversation that I was inviting, but then Zita wanted to go into some sort of denial. You see, this story we are hearing from Ghana. Remove Ghana, go to South Africa. It's the same story. It's the same story. Go to Cameroon. It's the same story. Go to Africa. You know the Cameroonians. They are up in arms against Nigerians now. We go there, we take advantage of them in all of the ways that we do everywhere else. So there is a Nigeria phobia going on in Africa. So that it's not that these people are Nigerians or they are not. That's not really it. There's a problem, and it's wrapped around all these 419 habits and all of these sort of things that we do. So there's a problem, yeah.
Yes.
Woman, I said on this platform that I'm not saying Nigerians are saints.
Yeah, but you were leaning more towards trying to. You're saying you want to say proof that they are Nigerians.
Crime, let it be me that committed crime, not when somebody else's crime. You put it on me. That's just what I'm saying. That's why.
Yeah, but that's not where the conversation is. We all identify that there's a Nigerian issue in Africa and then globally. So there is.
That's what I'm saying now. Yeah. I'm saying that all over the world, when a black person commits crime, they say most times it's either he claims he's a Nigerian or he's a Nigerian. So
but isn't it statistically accurate since there are more Nigerians are, if in every 4 black people in the world, 1 is Nigerian, isn't that already a statistical reality?
So that is true. I agree with that.
Yes. So
that one will be a criminal.
No, it's not even about that.
Will be a criminal even when he's not.
Okay. Let's base the discussion on. Do we have figures? How many Nigerians are in prisons abroad now? And how many other Africans are languishing in foreign prisons right now? I can assure you that there are more Nigerians, confirmed Nigerians, that are languishing in foreign jails more than any other African country.
No, hold on. In fact, Hassan, I will go further than you. I will say there are more Nigerians in foreign jails than other African countries combined.
Yes. So what discussions are we having? Okay, even if we stick to that, okay, without even showing this video of what is happening in Ghana, even if you just stick to, okay, why are there more Nigerians languishing in foreign jails? Then let us take up the discussion from there. Let us discuss this. Why are we in this situation?
Can I ask you a question?
Zeta wants to hide away.
Please go ahead.
Are Nigerians identified?
Okay, so this identification thing, I believe is insignificant. As far as Nigerian law is concerned, As far as
Really?
Nigerian law is concerned, yes, they are identified, and we must stay within the law.
So now, what you are telling me is now, if somebody do something somewhere and Nigerian government is being called, they can go into their data and find out that that person is a Nigerian.
Yes, of course. If they do the work, if they do their due diligence, of course they can do that.
Okay, I end the discussion like that. One man, if there's any other space you want to take it, because
Yes,
I don't want to
Yes,
waste your phone.
look, a Nigerian can be identified first to a
of course
local
they can be
government
identified.
and then to a homestead. We all have
Of
local
course.
governments and then homestead.
Even
So
wards.
I
Even
asked a
wards.
question. When
yeah.
I asked a question, please, you guys should get me right. If a Nigerian commits an offense now in a country where there is Nigerian High Commission and they bring him, probably he didn't have a passport or he didn't have a Nigerian passport, if I may say, and they say put your fingerprint, can they identify him?
Zeta.
Why is this even important to the discussion?
I don't know where Zeta is
I don't.
going
Why
with
it's
this.
not. You talked about this yesterday.
I think
On
you're
your NGO thing.
you're
Yes,
missing the
we
point.
can discuss it on that, but on this point, we're missing it.
Can I have a second? Please, I'm sorry. Madam Zita, out of those people that were paraded, like how many of them will you admit? What percentage would you say are Nigerians?
It might be 50 or 60.
Okay, I would say 90, but that's okay. That's number one. Secondly, as of today, at least I read something not too long ago. Nigerian passport is one of the most secure. I think the top 10 most secure in the world. I read it somewhere not too long ago. So counterfeiting it because it's now biometric. And if we link it with NIN, and as I know today, you cannot get a passport without NIN. So if we are able to successfully link them, our passport is not as porous as it used to be. Now, if they catch a criminal somewhere, there are 1,001 ways to know he's a Nigerian. Number one, he will identify with a place. But if he is lived in Nigeria well enough to be able to speak, maybe Yoruba fluently, he can identify with a local government, maybe he will pass. If he's been able to live in Igbo land so long that he speaks the language so fluently, maybe he will pass. But it takes a lot to be able to identify and mingle, at least at that level, to be able to pass the security checks of being a Nigerian. So I would say, if outsiders will pass, maybe I will give them like 5% that will be able to go through that. But like Hassan said, and I quite honestly agree with him, I think we are only trying to, I don't know, to run away from the truth. Because what we should be discussing is that, look, some Nigerians are not actually representing us well. It's all over the world. Go and look at the people on death rows for drug crimes, especially in the Asia and the Middle Asia. You see that Nigerians are more than 60-70% of them. I mean, so if we want to really move forward, I think we should concentrate on why is it that these people are misrepresenting us, not to debate whether they are actually Nigerians or not. I think we've gone past that level.
Let me add a bit of data to what you said, Bishop. In the United States, 80% of most of the Nigerians in prison are male, and 80% of their crime, they are financial crimes. So not crime of violence, not any other type of crimes. They're this sort of 419 things, which is what they are reporting in Ghana as well. This is what they report in South Africa as well. This is what they are reporting in India as well. So we have an issue. We cannot hide away that where is their passport?
Nobody is hiding away from it. I'm still saying what I am saying. I am not saying Nigerians are not criminals. I'm not saying they don't have Nigerians committing one crime here or the other. I'm not saying that. But I must always point out that. And the earlier we handle it, the better for us. Now, back to your question. Why do you think Nigerians leave Nigeria to go and commit crime? What is pushing them to do that? Are Nigerians criminals? In Nigeria, what we do, is it a criminality? If I may ask.
The average Nigerian is instinctually criminal. The average Nigerian is
Okay,
instinctually
so you
criminal.
don't need to complain then. If an average
Uh,
Nigerian is a
one,
criminal,
one
then
man,
that's
you
the
are
way
not
we
speaking
live
for
our
One man,
life.
that is a generalization too far.
No,
not speaking for you.
I said average now, not every. The average
I
Nigerian
think
is
one man, you are
instinctually.
not
That's
speaking
too
for him.
much too. That's too much too.
That's too much. You are not speaking for us.
So if that is the case, so we leave that doing what they are known for, and if they get away with it, fine. If they are caught with it,
One
fine.
man, I
Hey,
would
So
say
why are
this,
we
quick
discussing it?
interjection, one man, if you
let
don't
me
mind.
just say this. You see, Nigerians, they are like any other people. They come in different colors and different shades of gray. Of course, and the problem I think we have with educated Nigerians, because you see, what I've been able to observe over the years, I'm not that old though, but I understand from the few interactions that I've had, and I've traversed within this country a little bit. The most down to earth, honest people in Nigeria are the rural dwellers, you know, and the farming folk, the ones that still, are still connected with their tradition. But you see, the ones that are living in urban and these semi-urban areas, okay, those ones, it's only God, because that inkling, that tendency to be corrupt is already ingrained in them, especially the educated Nigerians too have that inkling. It is even among them, the city dwelling folk especially, that you find this problem. But the down to earth Nigerians, who are the majority, because 70% of our population are rural, and the ones that are educated, the urban dwellers, they have already taken up all the space. And when you are in this echo chamber, you feel as if they are the representative of all Nigerians, while they are not. Let us put that in the back of our mind as we discuss this further. Thank you.
Quickly, a one man. The statement just made about Nigerians. If a white man said it, would you call it a racist or not?
Sorry, the statement I made, did you say that? So I stepped away for a moment.
Yeah, so the statement you made earlier about Nigerians being criminally minded. If a white man said it, would you call him a racist or not?
Well, I will ask him for proof first, and then if he's able to prove it, then you have to concede it.
Okay.
Do you disagree with what I said, Prince?
Well, absolutely not. I totally agree with you. I'm just trying to see, because sometimes there's always this duality or this double standard. If somebody has said it that's non-black or African, then it's kind of a problem. But if we say, it's okay. It's almost like using like the N word here. If the white person says it, like, oh, no, heaven's gonna fall. But black people can say whenever they want to. So it's always interesting. But generally, I was gonna say. I mean, I think a couple of days ago we were talking about criminality or people being criminals generally, and someone had mentioned that Nigerians are more corrupt than Americans, or vice versa. I can't remember, but I can definitely say that. And to the gentleman that spoke earlier, you in every country, from what I've noticed, people in the rural areas are generally more down to earth. Just like here in America, people that live in the cities and people that travel a lot, maybe they're more into crimes or doing things as such. So it's a common thing around the world. I'm more likely to hear people say, oh, people from certain countries that are poor, that they're much nicer, they have better manners than people that live in more affluent countries like in the United States or France. So it's kind of a general pattern or theme around the world.
But when it comes to people being like really criminally minded, I think you'd be surprised actually how many how corruption runs kind of a rampant in America, especially in the upper echelon class of people. Generally, an average American is not criminally minded at all compared to a Nigerian. But if you move up to the upper class of people, the politicians and the people in business on Wall Street, they are criminally minded to the highest degree, just like Nigerians are. They sometimes you can look at them as even worse than the Nigerian politicians. I once asked was a white person, we having a conversation, and he said, "Oh, you from Nigeria or whatever?" And like, "Oh, yeah." And it was trying to kind of make a suggestion or allude to what one man just said earlier, that Nigerians like criminals. It's almost synonymous with criminality, Nigerians. And I asked him a question. I said, "Well, the last time I checked, Bernie Madoff is not a Nigerian," and he started laughing. I said, "Yeah, but I think Bernie Madoff may be an individual that stole the most money than any other person in the world, even more than Nigerians. So, and he's an American. So, being a criminal, human beings will always take advantage of situation and condition that they find themselves, and it's no different around the world. The Europeans too, many of them are corrupt. We talk about, is it the Pandora Papers or the Panama Papers? Tony Blair's name was also found on the list, just like Peter Obi the Saint also, his name was found on the list. So people will always take advantage of the situation that they find themselves. And Nigerian politicians are no different, especially in the place where you don't have a good accountability, or when the system is somewhat broken down or compromised in every way possible. Now, earlier, you guys were talking about you're talking about the Chinese and the Obas being responsible for the illegal mining going on in the northern part of Nigeria. Even I watched a documentary also, even I think Oyo or Osun State also. The problem is not the Chinese, of course, and definitely not the Obas. You got to put the blame, if any, on strictly on the Nigerian government. Who cares about the Obas? Like, the Obas have power to direct or command whatever goes on in the Nigerian state. No, they don't. And they don't offer visas to Chinese to come to Africa or Nigeria. So it's squarely in the shoulders of the Nigerian government, and they allow it to happen.
Prince, can I say something?
Sure.
Yeah. You see, I think from what one man said, when one man said the average Nigerians, I think it's even more than average. Yeah, in my opinion, it's more than average. You see, you talk about these countries, Madoff here in America, you talk about politicians in Europe. Well, we're talking about at a scale, at a measure that is not seen in any nation, in one single nation, not even India that Ola is talking about. At a scale, in the proportion of the India is over 1 billion. Maybe how many of citizens are criminally minded like Nigerians? I tell you, Nigerians, if Nigerians are 200 million, I can tell you, there's no fact to that, but from what I'm perceiving, over 180 million Nigerians are criminally minded.
Now, one for you.
Hold on. Let me explain something. I'll explain it. What I mean by criminally minded. Criminally minded does not mean until when you go and you do 419, or you carry cocaine, or you do. There are many ways people are criminally minded in Nigeria. Even those folks, like Azan was saying, those folks in the countryside, in that village area, they are criminally minded in some ways, because the condition of that country has conditioned people to be so desperate. They will do anything just to survive. By anything, by what I mean, it might not be what you would consider maybe outright criminality that could send some of them to jail, but in some ways, it is a criminal act. I've seen. Let me give you an example. In a village where my mom is from, if it's not an issue of it will be land. If you see how some of them, they fight over lands. Some of them, that land does not belong to them, but because you just want to survive, or maybe they just want something as inheritance. So you see, criminality is not just all about just what we're talking about here. I could give you several instances because Nigerians are desperate. The desperation in that country has conditioned so many people to seek or to sort out ways of survival. If it means that I have to kill, I have to get.
Can I ask you a question?
Hold on, please. If it means that I have to take somebody's organ or whatever to go sell, whatever, or what are you talking about? I give you an example, another example. I have a nephew. This boy is just like 11. I think he should be around 15 now. This guy is doing Yahoo. A 15 years old boy is doing Yahoo. And I wonder what is this world turning to?
Okay.
And I'll give you an example. And then even the mom and the dad on their own, they have their own criminal intentions. I can give you an example of what I mean by criminal intentions. They will call me, tell me stories, and I will send money to them, money for me to be finding out that is that not a criminal thing in some ways? So I'm just citing an example of, when you talk about criminality, it's not about when you go run down a bank or you like hush up you did. Nigerians are
rational mind. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
can I ask you a question?
Hold on for Zita, Bishop. Zita.
I believe this is my space, but everybody is talking. But let me ask you a
It is.
question.
It's always interactive, but carry on now. Yeah.
You said 180 million Nigerians are criminally minded, and then the reason you gave why they are criminally minded is because of the situation in the country. And then I ask, is Nigerian situation the worst situation in the whole of Africa?
Yes, it is. It is. If you want me to, I'll go on and tell you why.
You're opening up a big space, or Zita.
Yeah, I know, but then
no. I just asked him a question. I don't want him to explain. He said that the condition, the economic condition, the living condition, the educational condition, everything in Nigeria is the worst in Africa, and that's why Nigerians are desperate. I get that. So you people can carry on. I don't need him to go into explanation. It's a simple question I asked him, and he has answered me.
All right. Let Bishop have a brief interjection on that space, and then I'll move on. Well, then we'll move on. Bishop, you wanted to come in?
Just very two quick things. Number one, I disagree for the 180 million. I would say like 10% of our population are criminally minded, and they are giving us all their. Please, that's my view. And they're giving us bad names. We have people that have been in situations. You see, when people do whatever they need to, just mark my words, to survive for an instant. Maybe somebody is hungry, is walking by a farm, and he takes what he wants to eat. You will not categorize that person as a criminal or criminally minded. But people that I grew up at a time in Nigeria when we are traveling to Ilorin from Oyo on the road to Oyo Ogumosho, people will put their wares on the road and they will put how much they want to sell it. A bunch of banana or plantain, a basket of orange or mango or whatever around the activity, and you will take what they put there and you will put their money, and the owner will come later and pick their money. That was the area. I experienced that. Unfortunately, things had gone way down. It is as bad as to say 180 million Nigeria, like 90% of us are criminals. I completely don't agree. But Rationama said one thing that's very instructive. I did make a contribution a few days ago that look, moral whatever is completely has been damaged. And I made an example of parents going to look for examination papers for their children. Now, when these children grow up, what do you want them to be? He just made a reference of a relation of his that is 15 years now. That's already a criminal. For me, who do we blame for such things? Because parental failure has contributed mainly to the decadence or to the rottenness of our society. Our churches have failed. family values are not there. You know, community values. When we were growing up, neighbors can discipline you. You dare touch people's children now. When we were growing up, when teacher beat you for school finish, you go still reach out, they go still beat you. You dare touch some children in school now. Parents will go there and fight teachers, and in some school they are even say, oh, you cannot give corporal punishment. So if we continue in this trajectory, quite honestly, I don't know how bad it will get. But at the moment, I won't agree that 90% of Nigerians are criminals.
Is there anywhere in the world that their citizens are not criminally minded? Maybe when you people travel your own, you are not in the street. Is it in Chicago? 4-year-old boy, this is a global platform. 4-year-old boy run things for you in the streets of Chicago, South Side. You self go dobale. So what the heck is rational mind even talking about? That Nigeria is the worst country in Africa. That's why his citizens are criminally minded. Anyway, never mind. Don't need.
Oh, sorry. One. Okay, you want someone? I think somebody wants to say something. Yeah, go on.
Hey, Fatai, who's come running in because you said Nigerians are criminals?
One man, I think, is the biggest self-surrender that God ever created. I think you said Nigerians are the African countries in every prison, the most numbers. Are you sure? First of all, the population, you have to talk about
I don't know
rate,
where they got that statistics, but
you have to talk about rate, number one. Even if you don't talk about rate, do you know about Congo? Do you know about Cameroonians in prisons because of fake passports, fake currencies? Do you know a lot of things? Do you know government, what you saw in that video with that Ghana there? No, people to people, okay, you can neither here nor there. But government to government, that's a disgrace. If you have a functioning government, they should not be able to do that to our people. So they display some people, like 1 million people, and they put on the floor 2 nylon bags, not even nylon bags. No. So all those people, that's that amount of people. So this 2-3 thing they put on the floor is what they call. So that's enough for all of them there. And that's the biggest crime all of them are committing. You know the number of people there. That thing as a criminal activity is not enough for 2 people. And they display 1 million people, put some 2-3 things on the floor, and they call them all Nigerians. Are you sure that that policeman is not the one who put it there? That's the one side.
They are framing them up, Abi. They are framing them up.
Of course, they're framing. Of course, it's
possible.
Oh
God!
Do you know Ghana? Do you know Ghana? Have you ever been to Ghana before?
One man. I have seen European countries creating Nigerian papers. The embassy of Nigeria in Israel to the consulate like this. They are telling the immigration official was telling them to give travel document to an African guy that is not a Nigerian. I said he's a Nigerian. The consular was saying, no, this is not a Nigerian. This is not a Nigerian. Our own official, they are telling our own official to give Nigerian paper to non-Nigerians. And they are the boldness to say, no, this is a Nigerian, give him paper so that we can send him to Nigeria.
And did he give him?
Excuse me. I will. Before they didn't know now. Look.
No. Don't come here and say something.
Wait.
You can't gloss over it. Let's question what you just said.
Rational mind. Wait. Rational mind. Look. The government is run like shit. Okay, the economy is shit. All of those bullshit. Everything is happening like that. Look, if you know Nigerians are not the worst people on the planet, that's because you don't know. The things that are going on around the world is incredible. What is going on with all these Nigerians? Because you see mouth-to-mouth story of some Yahoo boys here and there. No. The biggest crimes going on in the world is a disgrace. What's going on? It's so self-surrender. That is why our own government will go around and say, hey, be a good ambassador. We are do this. This is the only thing I hate most. If I ever hate Buhari, is what I hate most about it. No, you should take care of the people so that they don't get many of these countries. They lure these Nigerians to their country. Those Ghana countries. What about how they are luring Nigerians to their own country? Are they luring them? So they lure all these poor people, collect all their money, right? In some official receipt, whatever. And those guys are trapped. Those guys are trapped there.
What are you talking about?
So they are trapped. Okay, fine. They could go back
guys,
to their...
Does anybody understand Fatah here? Woman, do you understand
Sorry,
what Fatah is talking?
sorry, can I contribute a little bit?
Yeah, I understand. Let Fatah land because Fatah has anyway. I understand what Fatah is talking about, but
look, one man. It's not what I'm
Wait,
saying.
I don't understand how those guys are lured into the country. Can you expatiate on
I
that?
don't know what he's talking about. Are they Lord? I mean,
I want to understand how people are lured.
I don't even understand.
Well, okay, maybe you don't understand. Many countries. The other one time this issue was raised here before, Solly was here. He told me he was in Cyprus. He said blah 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 blah. I asked him about fake colleges. Look, Cyprus has like 1 million population. They have colleges between the north and south, over 100 universities and colleges, whatever they call them. They lure them. They collect millions every year on immigration from the European Union, right? They lure not only Nigeria, many other countries. Of course, they lure them. The colleges take their money, 10,000 euro for each deportation. They put them all. How many Nigerians have been framed? It happens every day. Between people to people. Of course,
is the Cyprus have fake universities?
Of course. 80%
so people apply to fake universities from Nigeria and pay them money.
From, not only Nigeria, from everywhere, actually, but certainly from Nigeria.
What about Ghana?
Cyprus is full of Nigerians. Cyprus is full of Nigerians. So many people die there. So many Nigerians. The embassies are actually one day. Abike Dabira was having a conference and he was telling Nigerians not to be going to North Cyprus. Not to be going to North Cyprus. Because, okay, we don't have diplomatic whatever. It became some diplomatic issue. We don't have a government, right? And we're blaming some people that are some desperate people. These are hand-to-hand crimes now. What the crimes that all the government are committing is bigger disgrace. I don't like all these narratives. Like, I have had a close friend of mine, in the process, they would take them from here, send them to a detention because it's not Europe, and also because they're in detention in Egypt, where they have no access to nothing. One of them died in the process. I had a friend, a girl that was maltreated by the special forces, whatever they call them, whatever. Men on a girl. I told the embassy they are doing. I don't know. Whenever they see foreigner, it's one sickness. One sickness I have about Nigerians. Foreigner is you see all the foreigners, they go in your country, they take all your money, they become rich in your country. They would even your people. You dare not do it in the foreign country that you are. Can you go there and take like real Americans and you treat them the way I don't know whatever Lebanese treat Nigerians in Nigeria? And they know, but the first thing is the first blame goes to the Nigerians. But it's one-sided story. Nobody is saying. I'm not saying people are not doing a lot of things, but that story is if you have a government, that's a disgrace. You parade for people.
Where's the balance? Where's the balance? How many Nigerians are doing stupid? Let me not swear. How many Nigerians are doing stupid stuff versus
I heard that
versus the number of innocent Nigerians roped into situations?
How am I supposed to give you how many?
Yeah, because there's all sorts of nonsense that Nigerians do abroad, like what happens in United Arab Emirates, for example, where they do all these cult-like activities and all that stuff.
Even that UAE, whatever, in some video that is dark, and then so they call it cult Nigerians, They just sell stupid stories, propaganda.
But they identified. Oh, hold on, Fatai. They identified them. They were Edo boys. Those boys. They identified them even to their local government. Those boys.
and they were doing aye and in
They even do it in Italy. They even do it in Europe.
They do it. Look, I will find this article about this Nigerian guy. That article came out in that Italy where they roped him. He fought many years. Because he said he is lucky because he had resources. You know, look, it's a whole lot of things. You saw some snippet say, "Oh, Nigeria, everybody accept." Yeah, okay, it's what Nigerians could do. Yeah, Nigerians do that. Nigerians do that. I don't even care about it. The government is really the problem. The government is really the problem. So some narrative, some snippet videos say they are doing courtesan. They say also about Cyprus. They ask even if I look my WhatsApp, the embassy was even sending a message. Oh, is it true that they are caught? Nigerians are doing court in Cyprus. I'm like, what the heck is this stupid? Because I didn't even reply. Hey, do I know about anything? Well, if you don't know, why do you ask me? How do you ask me if Nigerians are doing? They are trying to find information whether Nigerians are doing courtesan in Cyprus. How are you going to do this? Where are they going to do the meeting? What courtesan? All this propaganda. The United Arab Emirates, that story came at the time, right? I mean, following it, didn't they target Nigerians with the whatever? Following it, all the remittances. Those are propaganda. Those are propaganda that were on the backdrop of that propaganda is the remittances issue. Okay, all those courtesan in the UAE. It's not propaganda. We premised on those remittances, those millions of dollars they want to repatriate. That is what courtesan. What courtesan is it?
Wait, sorry, Fatai, can I say something? Hello, can anyone hear me?
Yeah, carry on. We're listening.
Oh, okay. Yes. Good evening, everyone. Yeah, you see, I've listened to what's like almost everybody have been saying all this while, but to me, I don't think we should be deceiving ourselves. The reality is, it might not be up to the number that rational mind call it, but just like one mind said, average Nigerians are criminally minded.
And
I'm going to give you one.
Excuse me, brother. Excuse me. That's
hold on. I'm going to give you.
Hold on,
Fatai. Let him back up this
statement. Let me back it up.
Yeah, okay. Let him back it up.
Something simple. I'm going to back it up with something simple. You might have watched it. You might have not. Like when you watch Facebook, some of these times, you see some of these skits that people do that they will just drop their phone. Hardly would you find one or two people that would take that phone and give it back to the owner. I don't know if you have noticed that or if you have watched those skits that people do.
Is that even
on Instagram?
They will drop. Somebody will be beside you, drop his or her own phone, and you know this is the person that dropped or you filed from this person.
That is the basis you are saying average Nigerians are criminal.
Hold on, I'll give you another example.
That's an example that makes the point.
That's not even the only one.
Goodness. Only Nigerians can pick up something in the road and don't give it back, right?
I'll just another example here. I don't know which country you live. I live in Canada here, but I have somebody that just lost his wallet last week, and it happened to me too when I was 10 years ago on the bus. It happened to this person last week on the train. Somebody found it and gave it to the train driver with nothing missing in this purse. And when it happened to me 10 years ago too, the same thing. I have cash, I had everything there. Nothing was missing.
Oh my God! All these morality people.
You would never.
Somebody don't give it back.
Hold on, game changer. Last time I went to Nigeria, I lost my wallet at the airport. And then suddenly the phone started to ring. They had picked it up and then they've taken it to the office and they told me to come and get my wallet. This was at Murtala Mohammed airport. And when I got to everything was intact. I even tried to offer them a reward. They said no.
Yeah. I'll tell you, airport is a different case.
Oh, brother, airport, don't keep saying this. Brother, don't keep saying stuff like
what
this.
You said
brother, if you have
you.
data,
Hold on,
brother. Oh my God! If you have data, this anecdote that can happen, that you can place it anywhere in the world, and that it's on that basis that you say Nigerians are criminals.
I was just going to say the same thing. Everybody is sharing anecdotal data. Is there any empirical fact that anyone can share?
it's not only anecdotal. It's so
The fact is this.
cheap.
Hold on.
It's the cheapness of it. Excuse me. Wait, it's the cheapness of it. Some people don't give back telephone when they see on the road. Some people don't give back wallet when they find on the road, and therefore Nigerians are criminals. That's the cheapness of that is so annoying.
The empirical fact is this. You just showed us one video now, right? And then we can, if you search online now, just go online, just Google Malaysia, Google those Asian countries, Google here in America, Google just ask Nigerian fraud, Nigerian Yahoo. I mean, look at what comes up. That's the fact.
So it's a fact because
hold on. I'm not
put it in Google, like that was the fact.
Hold on, Fatai. Let him land, Fatai.
In Nigeria itself, Google, you will see EFCC.
Look at that.
Continue. Let me just make this point. You continue.
No, he can't handle it. You know, Fatai now, he can't handle that.
So Google, EFCC, and Yahoo fraud, advanced fraud, and you see it's so replete. What other things do you need? You want me to go and statistics? Is that what you want? When you can have videos online?
Rational mind. That doesn't extend to the statistics you quote. I'm sorry, the percentage you quoted is far from it.
Kulata, don't get me right. Don't get me wrong. One man just gave us an example of his own personal experience. They're still upright people. That was why I said at least if when you have 200 million people, I can still say maybe there are still 2 million, 20 million people, upright people within Nigeria.
How you say 20 million? I'm upright. I believe you're upright. Everybody here will say they're upright.
I hear you. Maybe by one of them, I don't know. But then,
sorry.
So what my point is this. My point. Let me just record, please, my friend. Sorry. So my point.
Let rational man land.
So my point is this: that if you look at all these things that we're seeing in Nigeria, I mean, just take a look at our politicians. How many of them have been indicted? And they are still serving. Some of us wanted to come back again. I mean, what other proof do you need to support all this fraud? Just put every 10 Nigerians that you put, I can tell you that 7 or 8 of them, they are criminally minded.
No, man, that's too excessive.
Well, another thing I was going to say after the one I gave, like watching those kids, somebody drop the phone, is I don't know how many of us on this platform I've tried living maybe outside Nigeria, and I've tried to do 1 or 2 business or establish a company or something in Nigeria. I don't know if anybody have tried it and successful.
I have.
Have you ever succeed? Did you succeed in it?
That was a different story. I can't even go to
that. That's another thing you would know, because I've known like a lot of people that sent money like to establish company in Nigeria. But believe you me, the person in charge of the company were even the one that run it down. Just because
I have a story.
In most instances, family members.
I have a story. I have a friend. His dad is a big shot guy. He owns a stockbroking company. That's his dad, a rich guy, Ikoyi and all that stuff. We went to secondary school together. I was giving him money to help me buy stocks, invest in stocks. Fidelity Bank was one of them. This was back in the mid-2000s. I thought I was making money until I asked for, I keep asking for, what's it called? Statements. They will be sending me fake statement. So Fidelity Bank apparently had made a lot of money. So I said, okay, let me cash out on that one because I had I needed to use money in Nigeria for something. Apparently, all my money that has been sending, he used it to buy BMW Tokumbo. No stocks, nothing. The guy defrauded me. And this was a guy that we went to secondary school together, boarding school, knew him. He comes from a rich family. They're not average, they're rich. And he still did that. So if I use that anecdote, I can say, all Nigerians are like that. But it's only that guy that's like that.
No, it's not only that guy.
Yeah, 90%.
Hold on. There was one clip that I wanted to bring a couple of days ago, but then I abandoned it. It was this lady. She had been slugging it out in Italy, decades and decades, sending money home. And it's usually the most painful instances is when it involves family members. So she'd been sending money home to her brother to build this house. the classic story. He will be taking photographs of some random building, and then when they went back home to go and you know the rest of the story, she was just in tears. But that's a very commonplace. The average Nigerian is criminal minded.
That's
man. But I mean, I would say majority are not. We have, of course, we have a chunk, but majority are not.
Quickly, one man. Okay, so we have, assuming everyone on the platform right now is a Nigerian, we have 10 people on the platform in the studio. So let's take a poll.
Have you defrauded anybody?
Who is going to admit that they are? Who is going to admit that they are criminal minded?
No, I think we have a good sample right here. I mean, we have a good sample to tell if it's 80% or not, according to a rational mind. I think we should.
Yeah, you
But the thing is, majority of us here, we are not like 100. We are citizens. We are citizens of different country, and we have been reshaped. If we were in Nigeria, maybe we'll bring the same
Don't steal anybody money in Nigeria now. What do you mean reshape?
That's what I'm saying. I've seen a lot
It's
of.
not America that made me straight. It's my upbringing. It's just, I mean.
Yes. The thing is, in Nigeria, majority of these people that we're talking about, they don't even see it as something bad. I might give you another example of what actually happened to my mom one time.
All right. Make it the last one because we all have examples of. But carry on. Okay.
Just in a short, that happened at the airport too, like maybe 13 or 12 years ago. Like, she went to pray and left her bag just beside her, and before she finished, somebody stole the bag. There was nothing there other than her medication. But the funniest thing is, in Nigeria, if you steal something and you know this thing is not useful to you, is it not better like you just put it back, especially when you find something like medication? But in Nigeria situation, they would rather throw it away where the person will not even have any access to it. They don't care if that person dies or not. And that's what's happening in Nigeria, especially if you with the phone and everything. So to me, I agree with what one man said. Average Nigerians are criminally minded.
I did say to make that the last one, but I cannot help it. There was a story that my dad was saying to me.
Please, can you permit me to?
Average human is criminally minded.
Yeah. The average Nigerian is more so than the average human. The Nigerians are criminals. That's just the long and short of it. We're all Nigerians now, so we can't pretend that we can't lie to ourselves, so we can lie to others. But well, there it is. All right, back to you, Zeta.
One more quickly.
Yeah. Come in, Prince.
Move me to another topic.
No, I think people are still there, but so let's hear from Prince. Prince, come in.
One man.
Okay.
One man, please let me quickly put something there.
Hold on, my guy. Now, wait. Now, let Prince go and then come after him.
So on the issue, if all Nigerians or most Nigerians are criminally minded, well, help me out with this example or true story, actually. So in grad school, we did this quick, what do you call it, like a test or a role play, whatever. Anyways, the instructor, the professor gave us instructions, okay, on how to play the game, right? So, but each person, finally, we did find out that each table had a different instructions on how to play the same game. I don't know if any of you guys have been in that situation before, but anyway, so the game started, and once it's like a rotation, people go around to different table. If you lose, that is right. So when the game started, after one or two tries, I was able to detect that, hey, the rules of this game is not the same. So instead of so once I realized that, and anytime a new person comes on our table, I just just use stone face, so to speak, and tell the person, oh, they lost, they should move to the next table, without even playing the game or following instruction, because I was able right away to detect that, hey, the rules was not the same. But it appears to me that most people that played, most Americans that are playing the game, they were following the rules. But you know what? I found out immediately that the rules. I mean, I could game the system without following the rules. So, I mean, in this situation, would you say I was criminally minded, or is it that Nigerians are just, I don't know, crafty and they are ready, almost extemporaneously to take advantage of a situation that's presented to them?
You are not following laid down rules, and you are asking if you are criminally minded or not. What do you think? So the rules don't apply to you. You circumvent the rules, and you are asking if you are criminally minded or not. Kulata, can you answer that for him?
He's criminally minded.
No, but to keep it, I mean, but again, really, in reality, I mean, this is life. Actually, this is how life goes.
That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah,
I mean,
I realized I wasn't getting money. I wasn't getting paid. Sorry, I wasn't getting paid on nothing. But that is life. You can call it leadership or whatever. If you observe the situation, if you know what takes you, what gives you an advantage, a competitive advantage or whatever, well, in reality, you can take advantage of it. Now it's up to me. Though I was able to game the system, so to speak, I was also helping the other 4 people in my group on the table. What do we say?
So did you come clean after the process to your professor or to the examiner or anything like that?
Well, I told the other 4 guys in my group that, hey, I realized after the first 2 plays that the rules were different. Well, the professor later came and told the class that, hey, did you guys realize that the rules were different for each table? And I said, well, yeah. I told the guys in my group that, yeah, I realized that the rules were different. And to me, if you like, if you're very competitive, so to speak, and I think most Nigerians are, and it's somewhat aggressive. I mean, I think it's in the nature, maybe especially if you grew up in Lagos. I don't know, but
no, I get you. I just wanted to know if there was some kind of feedback, and at the end of the day, the professor or the person grading you said, okay, this is what I was expecting, and if you actually did that, and he said he actually put it that way so that he would know whether another person would take advantage of the system, then maybe you would say you're criminally minded. But since it's open source like that, maybe it's the competition in you and nothing else.
No, it's the Nigerian in him, really. But Midwest, have the final word on that space, and then we move on. Midwest.
Yeah, thank you, Muammar, and I greet the entire house. What I want to say is that you make a statement that those Dubai guys who fucked that place up, they were Benin. That is
no, don't use foul
language.
Yeah, but don't use foul language. Don't use foul language. But carry on. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. They are not from Benin at all. And like this very particular topic we are talking about, the society has wired us as a Nigeria to be over desperate and over ambitious. So therefore, we have a serious problem. To be ambitious is good, but when it's over, so there's nothing to argue there. It's even more than average. I can nearly to say everybody serve the way it is, the way society has wired us. So no need to be pretending. Yeah, the problem is there is a very big problem, and I think it's going to get worse. Very soon, we will not be compatible to many places in the world. They will not want to take us. We are too loud and we are too proud and pompous. So that is another problem. And we over worship that something they call ego. So it's a problem. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Very too much. It's too much, man. Go back home and send just any. One man, let me just quickly give you a simple example. When you were growing up, if uncle send you a drink, go and buy me a drink, you will bring change back. Go to Nigeria now and send a key. If he bring change back, our parents will be that child to tell you the level of what is going on. So that is my own submission. There is a serious issue. Let us not pretend.
Yeah, but you see, patriotic people like Hassan and Zeta, they don't want to see the obvious. But are they, all these over patriotic?
They are living far away. They are living far away. Let them go and spend 6 months. Let them go and spend 1 month in reality and see what is going on. They will wait for their country.
I'm living in Nigeria. Oh.
We then Mama admit that being too a little bit too ambitious, expecting that some righteous persons will just fall out from heaven to come and rule us. Because we try to subject. I'm not saying we should not ask for accountability, but when we condemn some people as being morally bankrupt, but we are admitting here now that that's how 80% or 90% of Nigerians are we not really shooting ourselves in the foot?
All right.
Well, okay, what about just move on? I want to reply to
no. Yeah, I think we've the conversation I actually wanted to have about around that Ghanaian clip. We did not have it eventually because we tried to and it's the patriot. I've always said that the most patriotic people on this planet, even more than Americans and Nigerians, they will never hear ill about their country. You see how quickly Hassan and Azita started to leap to the defense. But let's give the final words to Afro Plight, who joins the conversation via Super Chat. As ever, even as on the screens and everywhere else, they are all popping at a Rational Mind. It says Rational Mind must change his moniker to Irrational Man going forward to assert that 80% of a country of over 200 million is criminally minded is frankly, I'm not going to say what is on the top for us. It says, with Rational Mind's basis, ever heard of bell curve? So I'm not. Yes, I've heard that phrase, but I can't recall what it means. But I'm sure Kulata will explain. Hold on, I'm coming to you, Kulata. I'm sure you'll explain what bell curve is to us as you talk us through. Thank you, Zita. Just to move the conversation on, you can still interject to push the time on. So tell us what bell curve is as we go on to explain this. Buhari's minister Festus Keyamo caught in the U.S. home purchase scandal despite bragging as EFCC prosecutor. So, Kulata, you're up next.
Is it bell curve? Well, bell curve is a type of graph that starts low, the middle distribution is high, then it goes low. But they use it in relation to IQ. So intelligence. So is the person saying where's the person saying rational mind lands on the bell curve?
It means I lack intelligence now. Is that what it's saying?
He's trying to diss you. Like,
no. I'm sorry. Quickly, no. It's a statistical graph. Really, it has nothing to do with
it's a
IQ.
graph, but but there's a book called The Bell Curve by Charles Murray. It's a book on There's a book called The Bell Curve by Charles Murray. It measures intelligence across the world. So anytime anybody references bell curve without like saying it's that statistic stuff, they're talking about IQ.
Oh, okay. Got it.
It's one of those racist. I mean, the racists use those books. I mean, the bell curve a lot. So Rational Mind, they try to talk the.
I know, I understand.
You're a yam head.
Yeah, yam head.
Yeah, yam head. All right.
Okay, Festus Keyamo.
Yes.
I was hearing them talking about it of Dr. Damages. That is really much ado about nothing. I mean, the house is just $300,000 and they're now freaking out about it. I'm sure he probably paid cash for the house. We're talking about a successful lawyer here, Isan. He's older than me. He's been working for a long time, and he now owns a $300,000 house somewhere in Texas. And he even declared it in his what's it called? He declared it in his property, whatever disclosure that they do. He declared it. It's not hidden. And so, are they trying to say that a man that's been working for years cannot afford to buy a $300,000 house? We're not talking about over $1 million here. We're not talking about anything excessive. In the US, the average house prices right now nationally is probably slightly lower than that 300,000. So that means a janitor that works hard will be paying mortgage for a 300,000 house in the US. This is ridiculous. Is it obedience abusing Festus Keyamo? Like, aren't they ashamed of themselves? Because Festus Keyamo disclosed this property Obedient did not disclose Keyamo. I mean, did not disclose Pandora. So you see the irony in all these obedient kids. Like a 300,000 house that is bought with his own money, and he declared it in his disclosure form. The person you are following as the Messiah of the nation did not declare Pandora. He feigned ignorance. And they cannot see that irony. That's ridiculous. That house is actually, I was expecting someone like Festus Keyamo to be buying house
I was expecting
like 750,000
million.
or
Yeah.
something million. Just 300,000, like it's just a single family house. The kind of house everybody and his dog stays in America. It's not even anything special. Like you can Google what's the average home price in America right now. Home prices are high. So 300,000 is roughly around the median price. So that's even very, very reasonable for him to do. It's nothing excessive at all. And for a son, I mean, a 1 billion fee from a good case with EFCC will pay for that house cash. So I don't know what they mean. They're just making noise. It's much ado about nothing. It's nothing he cannot afford.
Can I say something?
Yeah, before you say something, let Festus Keyamo actually defend himself, because it looks as though he has come up with a defense. So can you mute yourself, or whoever came in just after Kulata, mute yourself for a microsecond because of the reverb. Festus Keyamo actually came out with his defense. He says, he said 2 days ago, I decided to bait the horde of sore losers at the last election with a video of my vacation in one of my properties abroad as I did a light workout. Expectedly, they fell so terribly for the bait. Being folks of low moral standards, they seem to view everyone from their own depraved universe. Given same position of public trust and authority, I bet they would easily compromise. So they assume everyone will wallow in the same moral squalor like them. For some of us who have built a huge reputation of honor, integrity, and accountability, and championed the fight against corruption long before public office, probity and openness remains our guiding principles. By the letter dated March the 6th, 2019, long before I was appointed a minister, immediately I was appointed a board member of the NDIC. And in line with our constitution, I wrote to the relevant government agencies informing them of the closure of my foreign accounts and the repatriation of my funds to the country, being some savings I had made as a private legal practitioner and a property investor over the decade. The numbers of those accounts, both abroad and in Nigeria, were clearly stated in those letters. Those foreign funds were lying in my account until my appointment as a minister later in 2019 and formed part of the assets declaration. In 2021, I wrote to the relevant agencies by letter dated January the 22nd, 2021, informing them of the movement of those funds out of the country to purchase a property as a better investment decision instead of the funds lying idly in the account whilst I was in public office. The letter was duly acknowledged. I followed up again with WhatsApp chats same day to the heads of those agencies, informing them of the delivery of those letters and the content of the letters, and they acknowledged the receipt. I have acknowledged copies of those letters and those charts and replies still on my phone, showing the dates and of those charts. So I had a good laugh when I saw the trending issues regarding just one of my properties in the United States. It is even more laughable to think that after active high-profile practice of law, culminating in my privilege as a member of the inner bar, together with being an international arbitrator and thoughtful investment in real estate spanning over 30 years, I cannot afford such a relatively modest property. Understandably, some people seem to underrate us because we live a simple, modest life, and we are not given to ostentatious display of wealth and the vanities. So essentially, just as I was saying in my readout phase, you know, I was ready to launch a team with the corruption attack, but $350,000 Kulata is no money really for somebody like Keyamo.
It's no more. I mean, Keyamo is a. I mean, Keyamo has a long career now. Keyamo is not just did not start today now, so it's not. I mean, it's a mis. I mean, we can criticize politicians like you if you see someone buy house in what's the name of all those your expensive areas in London? Is it
Chelsea.
Mayfair, Chelsea, or all those places, those areas where some rich Jews live? I can't even remember the name of that place again. Like if you're seeing all those ones, or you come to state of Maryland here, there's an area where Atiku bought his property. What's the name of that area? Is it Upper Marlboro or something? Yeah. If you're seeing,
Kulata, sorry, let me chime a little bit.
yeah.
Greet everybody. Sorry, I don't have much time. I just drove out to
Who's that? War Peace. Oh, War Peace.
Yeah, it's War Peace. One man, Mizita, is Mizita there?
Yeah, I'm
She is.
here. What peace? How are you?
I'm trying to get myself together. I finally buried my sister on
Have they done
Friday,
it?
so.
Have they done
whoa.
Yeah, I buried her on Friday.
No, so sorry, Wapis, before you come in, I have not shared it with the platform because you've not given me the authorization to. But if you want to share it, you can. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. That's why I just rush into to say now. I really thank one man and Miss Zita. They're the two people that always checking on me. It wasn't easy for me and my family. I lost my elder sister on the 10th of March.
Wow.
Yeah, I was on the show when I got the call. She died around 7 a.m. Nigeria time, Easter Monday. She died of brain hemorrhage. Anyway.
Oh my God.
Yeah. The system failed her. There was no good equipment in Nigeria. Should have gone under surgery. Mrs. Zita suggested what we should do, but we're trying to take her to England. But she was not airworthy enough to even get to Lagos, not to take off flying her to London. But anyway, may her soul rest in peace. Mama, thank you. Mrs. Zita, thank you. I'm on the background listening. I will chime in again. I only have a few.
Take care. Stay strong.
All right, level pace. I'll call you still later in the day. So that was what pace. So a couple of days ago he did inform me, but obviously a lot of people tell me things in confidence, and in confidence it remains. So sorry about your loss, War Pace. But certainly did you think that Keyamo really needed to respond to that in the manner that he did, Kulata?
He had to now. You see, if you don't respond like that, like you know how they're going to in this world like we live in right now, especially when you're in politics, you do not give an inch. Don't let all these people define you. Don't let them. You have to dictate your own. I mean, you to the extent that you can. You need to dictate the narrative for yourself. Don't let all those people. Okay.
So, Kulata, you believe in my department of Woto for this administration?
I believe in it. I mean, initially I was a bit, like, it's not fair, it's not this, but and again, when you think about Machiavellian approach, maybe that's what some people need.
You see the way they brought out this man's papers, the papers of his house. And these people are the same. That's why I really have issues with when Nigerians say, are you saying we should not oppose the government or the government officials and what they are doing? I keep saying, are you doing it the right way? In Nigeria, few weeks ago, I never knew in my whole life that someone who is being impersonated will be the one to be arrested and detained. I have never seen that thing happen before in my life. I know that it's the impersonator that is always being arrested. But they told me that story. They stick to it. And that's the opposition we are talking about. And I ask, why is the face of the impersonator not flying about in the internet? What is his name? If there is anyone, the way they pull out people's information, why can't they pull out that one and show us? But they said it. Before you say it's an impersonation, it has already been established. So when they do this kind of opposition, meaningless opposition, it begins to irritate me. Pull out something reasonable about somebody and let's talk about it. I saw the other day, is it 2 days ago, somebody sent out a tweet on one of the presidential candidates that if you look closely, he's into drug. And the guy is threatening the person that if he doesn't pull it down, he's going to sue him. Or whoever he is, he's going to fish him out and sue him. I was laughing. You people should not get me wrong. I have said this on this platform, that 18 of them that came out this year to contest for presidential election, I have a dossier on them. None of them is fit morally to be on that seat. So when I move out morally, I can now ask, what do I want for my country? Thank you.
All right, back to you, Kolata.
Can I say something?
All right, carry on.
You see, you read to us this issue of Keyamo. I mean, I don't know. Do we really understand how it all began? How this whole thing all began? The antecedent of this whole thing. Keyamo. I mean, somehow I don't know. Maybe he leaked it, or somebody that was videoing him. He leaked it online where he was jogging. I mean, his pretentious jogging, and then acting like a clown that he is. And suddenly people had to go dig out his. I think it's that same video. Was it that same video he made or maybe somewhere it said my house, something like that. I bought it, and people started digging. Well, Sahara reporters they went to dig it out. So this is a public servant. So we should not question him. Now he said he had money here in America, and then he had to repatriate the money back to Nigeria. All the while the money was here in America, what was the money doing here in America? I mean, I heard Kolata saying that, he's a big lawyer. He has been working for EFCC. I mean, how many cases did he even win for EFCC? Let's not even assume that he make money. So, he brought money.
He's a son, rational mind. How many years has Keyamo been practicing?
I understand.
He has his own practice.
He has his own practice. Agreed. I mean, he has been working a long time. I agree with you. No, I see that. I'm not disputing that he cannot make money. But the thing the angle I'm coming from is that who leaked the video? Who is trying to tell the world? Who is trying to distract the whole world from the main issue that we're all talking about, which is his own principal, which is his presidential candidate. And now he had to leak a video showing that, I was in America. Look at me jogging in front of my house. And people started digging into him because he's a public servant. He's a serving minister. And they want to know that place he is, where, how is it? Sahara reporters did the background on him. And they found out that he owns a home for $300,000. And people were asking, how did you get the money? Fine, well, I understand it's a son. But now look at the excuses giving you that, okay, I have money before, I have made money. Okay, fine, you have made money. What were those money doing in America? Did you invest in some real estate here? When did you buy that house? Because that house was newly bought. From what I saw, the record I'm saying, it just newly bought the house. When?
No, it did not newly just buy the house. That's why I declared it. It was declared.
So where did he buy? When did he buy it?
I don't know when he bought it, but it was declared. Right. If we get the address, we can actually search it and get the information from the county.
206. Okay. Well, let me leave it at that. But the point is,
I think he bought it in 2021.
2021. So when is
2021? A 300,000 house 2021.
Hold on. It's possible.
Then the house must be very cheap because in 2021 the prices of homes have already skyrocketed. So that house normally should be like $180,000 house.
Yeah, myself, I was wondering too that house. I mean, that house
That's
is
a cheap. I mean, it's
very
not
cheap
like a
house.
cheap house
But then
like
the thing
that,
is
but
this: it's possible
it's
in
American standards. It's not expensive at all.
Hold on. I think he bought a place somewhere in Texas. I don't know where that place in Texas. But I think
Yeah, it's somewhere. Yeah, somewhere in Houston or so.
So it could be some suburb that is not well, maybe just very low. I don't know, whatever. But then it's possible he bought it for that price. But that money, in fact, I'm still disputing that money. That money is, I think he bought the house for more than that amount. But if he said he bought it for that amount,
the documents were published by Sahara Reporters.
So I want to believe that's the amount he bought it. So my point is this: why did he have to release it? Why is he telling the whole world that I bought the house? Just keep quiet, get your hand, and then it's not a big deal. $300,000 is $300,000 is not a big money.
What laws? What law says you should keep quiet? What law says you shouldn't be an exhibitionist? What law says you should be?
Hold on, there's no law. There's no law.
And so why are you compelling him to be?
The sensitivity of the situation. That's what I'm saying.
A public servant to be.
He's a public servant.
This is my property. Hold on now. Hold on, Kulata. Hold on. Don't support, because if you are supporting APC or supporting.
No, it's not support APC. I'm supporting the right for someone to exist.
You live in America. I believe you've never seen any public servant in America showing off, oh, this is what I own, this is what I am, and this is how rich I am. You can never say it in the United States.
Yeah, but that is not a rich property now. That's what I'm saying.
Sanders.
It is.
Bernie
Compare
Sanders.
that value to what the value of compare that amount. Convert that amount to Naira. It's a huge money.
No, if you compare to Naira, the properties I know the Sands live in Northern Foreshore Estate in Lekki is times 10. It's times 10 the value of that house.
Look, he bought this house in 2021, right? While in government, right? Even though, according to him, that he declared it in his declaration form, but we as the people can still question him, because he lived by our wealth today.
It's not only your wealth; it still has his firm. It still has his what's it called?
Forget. It is our own money. It is it is from our own, commonwealth that he got that money to buy that house.
There's no certainty.
Hold on, Kulata, hold on. While in office, right? He bought that house while in office as a public servant. So
what?
What do you mean? So what?
So what?
What do you mean? So
you shouldn't buy a house. I mean, so what? Are you trying to tell me you can afford $300,000 house?
Are you saying we cannot question him?
So what question are you questioning him? He declared it. He was transparent.
Now that we are seeing on internet, are you saying Nigerian ordinary folk that are raising question on this are not legitimate? Is that what you are saying?
You can ask a question, but you cannot tell the man not to show off his house. It's his prerogative.
That is an act of irresponsibility.
It is not.
But that's your moral position, though. That's your moral position.
That's his prerogative.
Your prime minister in Britain, have you ever seen it as a very rich person? Have you ever seen him showing off?
They're not the same.
They're not the same.
Your prime minister in Britain showing off his wealth.
I mean, Kolata, you guys are so funny.
Okay, so because me I wear sneakers and you wear slippers, so I should feel sad because I'm wearing sneakers and you are wearing slippers.
I agree with Kolata. Look, I think Keyamo was operating in a private capacity.
It's not operating under plan. No. It's a public servant.
No, well, it's not a criminal.
It
doesn't make him less of a human being because it's a public servant. It doesn't make him less of a human being. He has the right to express himself freely as he desires, especially in a different country.
Look,
so it's not like he's still.
This is an act. This is an irresponsible behavior that you see on the side of your
Nancy Pelosi
that corrupts our children, that corrupts our mind.
Of ice cream
yes,
thank you. That Nancy Pelosi's fridge is $50,000. Our fridge is $50,000.
Yes.
when you have leaders that are acting irresponsible like this, they corrupt.
That was not
How
act of
is it irresponsible to walk out of your own house? How?
Hold on. They corrupt. They should be acting very responsible.
But by
Will
the
it
way,
be irresponsible for him to walk out of a mud house? To walk out of a Ilialamo? Will it be irresponsible
Have
for
you ever
him?
seen?
according to one man article
Have you ever
that he
seen
read,
any one of your own representative in Atlanta where you live showing on social media, this is my house? Have you ever seen it?
I don't care about my representatives like that now.
Oh,
But
look at you. Look.
it's true now. Do you want me to lie?
Look at
I don't
it.
care about them now.
Well, look at it now. You don't care, but you want to defend.
one man, you said
I
that
don't
in the
care means
article
they
that it was
can
a
live
bait.
wherever they care. I don't care.
They can leave.
Yeah,
they
you
can
don't
leave.
care now.
If you are a public
one voice, yeah.
Go on. I want to discuss something. Okay, let me just say. You see, Kulata, you are right in one way. He can leave however he chooses. Nobody should tell him. If it's a private citizen, he can do that. But you're serving in the government, and you know the kind of what we're going through in that country right now. The country
is his money now.
Now, hold on. Let me land. I know. I understand you. He can flaunt whatever he wants to flaunt. But the point is this: as long as you're a public servant, considering what's the English word I'm trying to use for now? Considering the delicacy of the situation the country is faced with right now.
What do you guys mean? So if he makes his money, he cannot spend it.
He makes you have to be showy about it.
Wow.
He's showy.
Okay, let me chime in real quick. Listen,
Gentlemen, let Prince come in.
Even Jesus Christ said the poor will always be with us. So the need to castigate Keyamo for being a normal citizen in a different country is irrational, rather. I mean, it's not a crime. And by the way, just like somebody said earlier, there are so many houses in Lagos and around Nigeria way more expensive than that. And to the point that, hey, the house only costs about $350,000. That's even less than average house really around most major cities in this country. That's an average, almost below average house. So it just like he said in the article, it was a bait to the, I guess, to the obedience of the people that want to castigate him. It's not a big deal.
It's a bait. I mean, does it need all of this? Does it even need to be doing all of this? You see how
yes, he need to be giving you people woto.
Very toxic.
Okay,
this is a very toxic way of wanting to be a leader. You want to gaslight other people into.
What is the meaning of this gaslight? You people just misuse gaslight.
So
a guy, he goes in front of his house, takes selfie like a 2023 adult human being that can go to restaurant and take picture of their food and can take picture of them jogging. He took a picture of himself walking out of the house, going for exercise like a normal 2023 human being.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
But I mean, I don't get it. We are not saying that he could not live the life he liked to live. But what we
should hide.
Leadership must show.
These people are not leaders.
That is the problem. Thank you. They don't even want to be in the position of leadership. That's why you see him.
Okay, Bishop,
very irresponsible.
Bishop, you were here the other day. I was telling you.
This is ridiculous.
You're very careful.
It's ridiculous. They said it's funny. You live where you live. You don't see any one of your leaders act in this embarrassing manner.
Nancy Pelosi a $50,000 fridge.
But you can.
What about Bernie Sanders?
Criminals in Nigeria that are showing off to their people how wealthy they are. They are showing
Donald Trump, Mar-a-Lago.
A country with multidimensional poverty. 2/3 of
Hold on, Ajale
but it's
Koko.
okay.
Ajale Koko, hold on. Just, I think you missed what Kulata just said there. Donald Trump, Mar-a-Lago. There is nobody on this planet more braggadocious about wealth than Donald Trump. His wealth
is private wealth. He never made his money from the government. In fact,
what happened to Donald Trump? What happened to him?
What happened to him has nothing to do with his wealth.
Now in United States? What happened to Bernie Sanders?
What is he facing now?
What happened to Nancy Pelosi?
Okay.
What happened to
Ajele
what
Koko,
happened to
are you trying to insinuate that? Are you trying to insinuate that Donald Trump's wealth has to do with what he's facing right now? Are you serious?
No, you don't get
Let's
what I'm
even
saying.
forget Donald Trump. Ajale Koko and
Let's
rational
even forget
mind.
about Donald
Well,
Trump. We know
Ajale Koko
Donald
and
Trump
rational
is a
mind.
shrewd
You're
businessman.
Please,
advocating for
something?
pretense.
Sorry.
Hold on. Let me
Can
just
I say
make this
something?
statement.
One
Let me make
voice.
this statement.
Let's hear from
Let me just
Clark.
make. I'll let you say
Yeah.
something. Ajale Koko and rational mind. You are advocating for people to be pretenders. That's what you want.
No.
So if you have money, you cannot live your life because
No,
people are
that is
poor.
not what we are
That's what
saying.
you guys want. You want
No, what we
pretense.
are saying is that if we are paying from our own taxes, if we pay you as one of the leaders to work for us,
go and hide,
and we pay you so much to work well, you didn't work well, but the money that you are even paid, even though from that money you are able to acquire some wealth, you are showing off to damn us that, oh, look at you people, look at who I am. You poor people, we are living by your own wealth, and we can show it off to you. That is what you're doing.
That's your own presumption and
I mean,
narrative.
I don't get it.
Modesty. They just
One man, can I speak, please? I'm very sorry. I purposely took break from work to chime in. I'm not co-host today, one man. Let me chime in as a panelist today. If I can do so, yeah, please. I'm hearing some ridiculous thing about this Keyamo something. It's not prouding. I have a house of $1 million. So I'm even richer than Keyamo. How much is $300,000 house? That is ridiculous money for a whole son, and he even declare it
You
in
see,
his assets.
you don't even get the point of argument.
No, Ajale Koko,
Our point of
I got
argument
you.
is that he's
No,
a civil servant.
Ajale Koko.
I mean, he's a
Even
public servant. Public servant
it
should have
doesn't matter. If
it
I'm a public
matters.
servant,
You
Ajale
have
Koko, let me
people.
land, please.
You
If
have
I'm a
people
public,
living
let me
in
land now.
Ajale Koko, let him land, please. Yeah.
Please let me land. If you are a public servant now, so your life should be redundant. You shouldn't move on with your life. You shouldn't buy a house. You can't buy car. And even before you become a public servant, is a professional, a son, a lawyer, which English will I use? Somebody
It's
that
a
is
partner.
well known.
He has his own practice.
Hold on.
He has his own practice. Come on.
Thomas, how many of your Australian politicians are showing? By showing, we know what I mean.
Oh,
Displaying.
is that what about? I don't care.
No. You tell us. You have your politicians showing off like that on internet. How wealthy they are, how big their house is.
Ajale Koko, don't they have a bit? Ajale Koko,
Have you ever seen
our
them
prime
showing
minister
off
here.
social media? Have
Ajale
you ever seen any of
Koko,
your politicians
hold on,
showing
please.
off social media?
Our prime minister here, he has a 700,000, go close to 1 million house. What of house?
Thomas,
We
please.
know.
Thomas, please. Thomas, please. Let me quickly say this. Thomas, let me quickly say this. Sorry, everybody. Sorry. I understand what everybody's saying. I don't need anybody to tell me or to explain or to try to make me understand. The simplest thing that I just was saying is a public officer. Mrs. has said, and Thomas and Aklot has said, Nancy Pelosi has a fridge of $50,000. That is in America. Nancy Pelosi was not in Nigeria. Showing American government is hotel in Nigeria. You have the ice cream of $50,000. If you have tried that, the next day you cease to be a member of that house in America. The difference. Keyamo is in America, telling Nigerian he has his own in America. Why is still a sitting minister? Is wrong. He's a public officer.
What piece? What are you talking?
Hold on,
It's
Slaughter.
wrong.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you why it's wrong. He's not showing his house in Nigeria. That he has a 200 million naira house in Nigeria.
What
If it's that, nobody will complain.
What about the
Madam,
house in
please.
China?
Oh, no, hold on. Let me finish.
The house in China,
Yeah, hold on. Hold on. Ms. Pelosi has not flaunted his house in China. He has not traveled to China or said this is my house worth $2 million showing on Instagram or CNN. No. But this one is being shown on the media. His home. Is wrong. People can question him. Normally, when let me show her for a minute. when Shawari wanted to become a contest for a presidency, he had to reach his power, his authority in Sahara reporters. Now it's other salary. Now, Keyamo, you said that in your own words, 2019, you say he declared the house. I don't understand how can he declare a house he bought in 2021. Now, he bought in
I didn't say
2021.
2019. I said he declared the house. I didn't put a date to it.
Okay. But he was showing as he became a minister in 2019, and the house was bought in 2021.
I didn't say 2019. I didn't put a date. I said
I'm
he
telling
declared
you,
the house.
Keyamo became a, I think, a minister in 2019. We all know that. And how he bought the house 2021. Yeah, he bought the house 2021. He's not supposed to, right now, as a public officer, they will wait after their tenure. When Mandela was a president, after he finished president, he wrote to the house, how they call their Senate in South Africa, that he would love to lead the rest of life in America. They should give you a approval to buy a house, I think, worth $5 million. That's how you do things in the same country.
Hold on now, one piece. That was exactly what Keyamo did.
One man, quickly.
No, Keyamo is still serving. Keyamo is still serving. He's still serving. He has allowed his tenure to be over. I'm not saying he cannot buy his money.
Before he can buy a house, he has
yes, because he's serving. He's being paid by our money. People will have a misreaction, not like he's wrong, for the public purpose and public sake. You have to wait. You see,
this is glorification of poverty.
Can I say one sentence and just get out of
here?
All right, hold on, everybody. Hold on, everybody. Say that sentence, Thomas, and then Kulata round of that space, and then we move on.
Let me have a word, please.
Can I please speak? Then let me go back to work, please. Can you hold on, please? Thank you. As a lawyer that is professional in Nigeria, as Keyamo, before he became public servant, he has been making his money, hard-earned money, not politician money. So if he got now that he wants to buy a house of $300,000, how much is $300,000, please? I don't know you people living in US. I don't know how much you have your house. I'm not proud. I have 2 houses here. What's $1 million? I am not Keyamo. I am not a son. So how much is $300 house? It's nothing. And you can't say politician is a politician. Their life should be redundant. They should not move on. They should not buy property with their own money because they are politicians. And even if you are talking of $10 million out now, I could be saying he stole from the government. How much is $300 house? Thank you.
That are supporting APC.
Please, before Kulata comes, can I put it in a word?
You can defend whatever you want to defend.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Number one, and I'm saying this without any prejudice. I think we have developed this catch-up thief mentality. That every person that got into position of leadership is a thief, and we begin to look at them in that light. I'm sorry, I'm not casting a passion. When I read this earlier on, we're getting something wrong. The first thing that happened was that he was jogging before a house, and some people went and dug and brought out the details of the house, that it was his house, before he now responded with the details. They have already published, the details, the amount, when he bought it, the address, and the rest. Now, he gave us a build-up that when he was appointed into the board of NDIC, he declared his assets, all his accounts, and he moved some of those money to Nigeria. And when he realized that the money was just sitting down there, he just looked for opportunity. He wrote to them again that he's moving that money back to invest in real estate. And that was what he used in buying that house. That's one. As that is assuming that he bought the house 100% cash down. I did some, qualification for a house here. I have a fairly good credit. I got a house of 575,000, and my down payment is next to nothing. So if he had a credit and he's been practicing in the real estate, we are not saying he bought that house in real cash. But if we go back and trace the record of how he said he declared his assets before he was appointed into the board of NDIC, and he repatriated the money back to Nigeria and realized the money was just sitting down there idle, maybe somebody advised him to go into real estate, and he still wrote to them again that he's moving the money.
Dude. This thing you're just saying doesn't even sound ridiculous. The way you. I mean, I'm not saying you. Hold on.
Okay, let me wrap it up to real quick.
I'm not saying you. I'm saying the way Bishop. No. I'm not saying you, but I'm saying the way he said it, that the money was in America. Then when I became a minister, I had to repatriate it back because and then I have to take it back here again for business. I mean, does that sound ridiculous to you? That is
he has documents to back it up.
What? Whatever he has to back it up. You see, woman. Let me just say this.
Oh my God!
If you are repatriating the money back because you want to be accountable because you are becoming a minister in the first instance. Now, what now changed that made you to be able to bring the money back to America? To come and
the money was sitting idly, and an opportunity presented.
No, dude.
Rational man.
It doesn't even make sense. What you're even saying doesn't even make sense.
Sahara will get them. You see the way he lied. Look at that lie. That is lying. I first got that money in America. I sent that money back again. And then because it was low in Nigeria, and now repatriated.
Okay, so one minute. If an asset is declared, in Nigeria, is it public? Is it public information?
That is what he said.
Okay, so
it sounds so ridiculous.
If it's public information, so that can negate the argument. So if it's public, then anyone can.
We don't know whether he's lying or he's saying the truth.
The question is, in Nigeria, if you declare your asset as a politician or whatever,
we don't know. That is what he said. But further interpretation could be carried out by Sahara reporter, and I believe.
Well, I think the Sahara reporter and Jelly Coco and Rational Mind is just ad hominem attack on Keyamo. This is a non-story. In fact, this is a non-story.
Why would you say this is an
You
attack?
said it's a non-story. Do you know how much 300,000?
Actually, Coco now.
How much it is? That is 225 million naira.
No, that's a wrong way to look at it because
hold on. That is 225.
Well, that's a wrong comparison.
At the exchange rate of 750 naira.
That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. That's absolutely irrelevant.
That's a lot of money.
Well, because
let me round up.
And you guys are saying that 300,000.
It's again. It's an ad hominem attack on him. It has nothing to do with logic, and it's in fact it's almost embarrassing that we're having this conversation about this amount of.
Tell us what is embarrassing.
Well, I tell you because listen, actually, the $350,000 house in Houston, Texas, I think that's where the house is actually modest house. That house elsewhere around the country, like California, would be like 1.5 million or more. In Portland, Oregon, that's probably like $750,000 or more.
It doesn't matter. What we are saying is that it is public. It is public money.
It's not public money. What do you mean it's public money? It's not public money.
He said he bought that in 2021 while in office. So it's from our home wealth, Commonwealth.
It's not our Commonwealth. Let's stop now.
Hold on. Just hold on. So listen. What he said was that when he came into public life, he gave us. I can reread it, but there's no point. What he told us was that when he came into, he had been a successful lawyer for a long time. He was even a member of the inner chambers, which is an exclusive and an international arbitrator as well. So a highly successful man. When he came into public life, he moved all of his monies internationally, and he has been a real estate investor globally as well as a privateer. When he came into public life, he moved all of his monies abroad back to the Nigerian space and declared it with the appropriate authorities. So that money was lying fallow. Now, the opportunity... Hold on. I'm only saying what he said. And then the opportunity presented itself for him to invest in this property. He then wrote to the authorities that I intend to move my money to America for these purposes of investing in this property. He wrote them a letter, and then in addition to that letter, he sent text messages to heads of those appropriate authorities, and he has receipt of those text messaging conversations. So there's an audit trail for that money, nothing to do with public coffers.
Government business is not done on telephone, on WhatsApp, or whatsoever. It is done via documentation, proper formal documentation.
No, you didn't listen to what I said. I said he wrote a letter to the appropriate authorities and then backed it up with text messages and conversations.
Oh, the last time I checked that this guy's profile before he became before he joined the APC, he was EFCC prosecuting attorney for EFCC, and is that one of those people that catches those bad guys who are into financial crime? By financial crime, it's very broad. One of them is money laundering. So if he, as a lawyer, then could be doing all of this, could we say he's also involved in some form of money laundering and some tax evasion?
How so?
I'll tell you one man. These are questions. I mean, these are just, supposedly questions that we should be asking at this point.
And by the way, it was just meant to be a fun little story, but
when you bring this kind of stories like this, we will always trash it. We always go to the bottom of it.
All right, go on.
Look at it on the surface now.
All right, let me just wrap up. It's gone too long.
Oh yeah, you see, because it involves somebody who is another criminal that's going to join
what I was going to say is, knowing what I know of Ajande Koko's ideology, Ajande Koko will prefer Keyamo to be like Fidel Castro, that was worth $900 million, and had 20 luxurious properties, but pretended like he was a man that earned $43 a month. I think that's what you guys want. You want someone that will pretend that the person did not earn an honest living, and then because Nigerians are poor, he should pretend that he too is poor while he's a made man. And he made his money through honest work. That is what you guys want.
We are not saying it's not
you want a man of pretense.
Can we put the word in?
No, you've already had word now. I'm rounding up. I'm rounding up. I'm concluding. Because based on everything I've heard, you guys don't want to hear the truth. You want someone that will lie to Nigerians. That is not a man of means. That is not a man of means. You want him to be lying and pretending when he has the money. And he bought a reasonably priced house, $300,000, which is a reasonably priced house that he can afford. His mates buy Ferraris with that amount. He's even buying a property. He's being responsible, and it was shot while taking a jog out of his house. And then you want him to be on the defensive for living his own life, for enjoying his own honest wealth, his honest work. That is beyond ridiculous.
Okay, all right. Now, can I say something now? One man, please.
No, we were wrapping up.
All right. Let's move on from there. It's just really, it was just a little story. It wasn't even a big story, but I'm always surprised how the conversations go here. But $300,000 to the
I come in for this want to speak.
All right, let's hear from Ekene, because we've not heard from you today. The mighty Ekene joins us.
Yeah, one man. Good evening, everyone.
Sorry, before you say, is that story making the news in Nigeria, by the way, the Keyamo?
Very big now. It's a very serious news.
All right, go on.
So, but what I want to say is this I don't know. I don't see any difference on this, because Nigerians are asking more question about how he got his house. I don't see anything big deal, or why we should criticize people asking how did he do this. Well, I don't care about the amount of the house. I don't care how much he bought it. All we know is that Keyamo has been representing Nigeria for a very long time, and if anybody should ask any question about his wealth, it is Nigerians. He's a public servant, and there is no defense on that. So I don't want to sound as a hypocrite. Nigeria, we know this. We know Nigeria we are in. If we can criticize
many public people in Nigeria, pastors, many people, how do you back to your private jet, this and that, while using tithe and offering and all that. So who is Festus Keyamo that you cannot question him? Somebody that is serving Nigeria, and we are talking about his character and other things, and we are trying to defend him that his character, that the money is too small, this and that. No money is too small in Nigeria now. So no Nigeria. I will always be on opposition side because this is my country. I don't care your position in politics. This is my country. We are asking questions as opposition. I don't know how you take it, but I will always be on opposition side. If we can ask questions of other top people in the society, sometimes we talk about pastors. How do you buy this? How do you do this? How did you bought your private jet? Why are you using offering for this? Why are you doing this? Then who is Keyamo that we cannot ask question about him? I don't care the amount he bought the house, whether he bought it 1 naira. All we know is that he's a public servant. And you are making jest of Nigerians. You went out here to show yourself that you are wealthier than the poor people living here in the country. And you want us to be rejoicing about that. You are part of the government that brought Nigeria this so low. And you went out there to make Nigerians a laughing stock. Why should you even go there to go and buy that house?
I can't take this. You of all people.
It's nothing like me of all people. This is my country. I have the right to ask him.
Is it your money?
We make it as if we don't have the right to ask him any question. We have the right to ask him many questions. Then if he answers is right, no problem. He can move on. We took it as if we don't have the right to ask him questions. How this and that. He's a public servant all like here. He's a public servant.
I will never take public life in Nigeria. Never.
That is it. If it cannot happen in the country you are staying, that many ministers, many people cannot display their word or do it like that. Why should it happen here in our country? We are talking about.
They don't display wealth in America. Where are you getting false information from?
I don't know. I know how at least I read some news. I know how politicians live their life there. Just few people. But you know how our politicians live their lives here. Very extravagant politicians we have here in the country. So if we stood up to ask questions on how you got this, on how you got that, it's our right. We can do that. It's our right. We can do that. If we cannot criticize him, then we don't have any right to criticize anybody, whether pastor or anybody in this country. Then everybody should live their life the way they want. Then
what did he do wrong?
I don't know. He's a public servant. He bought a house. I don't care the amount.
So he bought a house is a sin. Is it a sin?
It's not a sin. But as a public servant, but you have to explain yourself very well. Nobody have killed him for explaining himself.
He explained himself, didn't he? He did.
But why are you putting it as if we don't have the right to ask him?
But it's because he explained himself, and you can't say he stole money to buy the house because he can afford it.
I don't care whether he stole money or what. What I'm saying is that Nigeria can criticize him for all I care.
So Ken is right. I agree with him. You can ask him questions, but you don't have to attack him. Not you. I mean, I'm talking about rational mind. You can ask him questions because he's a public servant, absolutely. But to criticize him that he doesn't have the same right as other people do to show, it wasn't even shown off to talk about his wealth or his assets. I don't think it's fair.
People are angry here in this country. The poverty rate in this country is too ridiculous. And you went out there to go and display your word. And don't you look at his tweet? What he wrote here. You are making jest of poor people in the country. I don't say you cannot buy your house. I don't say you cannot live your life the way you want to live it.
Calm down.
When you make Nigeria you make the citizens to be feeling guilty of this situation we find ourselves.
Kende, what was the last time you ate in a restaurant?
What does that have to do with what I'm saying?
I'm just asking. Just answer my question, please.
I don't normally. I eat everything I want in my house.
Okay, when was the last time? I mean, you eat in your house, but when was the last time you went to a restaurant?
I saw you at ShopRite 2 days ago. I saw you eating chicken and chips. I
don't go out to eat. Everything I want to eat, I eat in my house.
Okay, when was the last time? When was the last time you bought yourself clothes?
What is it? Where is this your question going?
Rational mind business.
It doesn't make
when was the last
meaning.
time you bought clothes?
My business. Me. I don't understand.
My business, rational mind.
He will land it now.
He wants to do a gotcha. He wants to do a gotcha.
No. He's leading him somewhere now. So let him take him on that journey. Yeah.
No, if you want to ask me a question, let him ask me a question.
I'm asking you now. I'm waiting for your answer.
Ask me.
When was last time you bought clothes or something? Clothes. Something out of the ordinary.
I bought clothes twice a year. And the last time I bought clothes was like November last year. I never entered any.
Okay. How many poor people in Nigeria cannot afford clothes like twice a year? Do you feel guilty for buying clothes? Do you feel guilty?
How do you mean? I'm talking about a
public
servant. I'm talking about a public servant.
You see, I'm questioning your choices. I'm questioning your spending choices.
There is nothing to question about me.
I'm questioning your spending choices. You're there buying this discretionary goods that you don't need while people are suffering. Why?
See, let me tell you. Why would you even buy that house in London?
Why would you buy clothes? Why will you buy clothes?
Why will you buy that house? We are defending not. Okay, do you have the why did you question pastors? Why they buy private jets? Why did you do that?
Because pastor is collecting people's money. Keyamo is not collecting.
Okay. Festus Keyamo is not a public servant.
He's a son. It's been a son for decades now.
Let us not be hypocrites in everything we are doing.
It's not hypocrites. This thing called money. Some people have it. This thing called money, some people have it, and they can spend it for whatever they like to spend it on.
He can do that after he leave office, but not now.
Please let me interject. Sorry.
We must question them. We must question them. We cannot keep quiet in this country. Why are we defending what is not defensible?
Yeah, sorry. Let me interject. Sorry, let me interject. What Klata is saying is wrong. Totally wrong. You are using Keyamo status to compare ordinary citizens. It's ordinary citizens.
There are levels. Twice a year. Keyamo is another level.
Hold on. Let's give you a quick analysis here. This has been a real lifetime. My friend I used to stay with after many times here. He's retired now. He's a Navy. When was
sorry, you're breaking up. You are breaking up, and the conversation is getting rather tired. So it's getting to ludicrous levels. But that a man cannot purchase something with his own money. It's just we're new realms. But let's move just away from there because But let me acknowledge play some as super chats that have been coming in. He was speaking to that conversation via super chat. It says Festus Keyamo's office in Antony Village, Lagos, is a 3-story building worth over 700 billion naira. He owns that building and he has been there for over 15 years. So I know Antony Village quite well. That's where my doctor is. It continues, play summer. It says he closed his account abroad in order not to go against the public service rules. So these are all of the things that the guy already explained, but Rational Mind would never accept that. It says, Rational Mind, Dino, who only have history of only being in public service, buys foreign cars worth $500,000, and yet you want him to govern Kogi State. Guys, please. So I think Rational Mind was only passing through the route of Festus Keyamo to land where we all know he was heading. That is why you see when
even this Dino self, I don't know who wants to make him a governor self. Who are the people that want to make him a governor? See, I know for me, all these politicians we have in Nigeria, I don't know. Do you know coming out for a governor? What will give people? Go and look at his compound. A public servant. The money he will use to build every local government, even if it is a maternity, everything he packed it in his compound in form of driving a car. And we are here defending them. We cannot question them. Who are they?
You're mixing stuff up. Dino has no history of working for anything but the government.
All of them are the same.
No.
If all of the, I don't
Festus
care.
Keyamo has been working.
Festus Keyamo is still a public servant for all I care. He's part of this government. He's a minister.
I give up. There's no point.
It's different.
He's a minister.
All right, thank you, Kene. It's different entry points, isn't it? And perspectives as well. This is just yes, different. I think
I can't do. I can't. It just makes me know that if anybody offers me anything government, I will refuse it.
Would you allow me to respond to that guy who was questioning my judgment on?
All right. We have to make that the very last on that space.
Let us continue. Let's just continue then. Maybe on some other time I'll respond.
Yes, because I think we spent too long on that. We've way too long on that actually. But there it is.
I'm exhausted.
Yes. Just a brief commentary on this, and then I'll take your commentary on this, and then I'll move it as a topic onto someone else as well. Private jet used to move Adamawa resident electoral commissioner Yanusa Ari out of Yola is owned by Labour Party vice presidential candidate Baba Ahmed. So, I've always found this Baba Ahmed somewhat of a dubious character because just as the conversation we were having, his history does not cohere. He owns, I think, about 2 universities in Nigeria. I think he's educated to a master's level. It was around about 40 when suddenly he was displaying this ostentatious wealth, owns private jets as well. And really, what is the source of his income is really the same question they know. So what are you then making there? And the inherent hypocrisy in that space as well. So what are you making of this headline, which will come and go, but because it doesn't favor the narrative, but his private jet being used to ferry wanted criminal. What do you make of that?
I mean, isn't that predictable? When Dati Ahmed, why did he get kicked out of Senate? He got kicked out of Senate because he rigged the election. So if the man that got kicked out of Senate for rigging election is helping a fellow rigger with a private jet, I did not even know he owned a private jet. If he's helping someone that's a rigger with his own private jet, it's just an extension of who he is. Dati Ahmed is one of the few people that were caught rigging elections and actually got kicked out, got punished for rigging election. It shows the exceptional way of handling all this hypocrisy. So Dati Ahmed should not be nobody should give him mind. And for a source of wealth, I can't remember if it's on this forum or somewhere else that they mentioned that is one of those guys that this top military people use or top politicians use, because you cannot explain his source of wealth. The source of wealth is as fabulous as Dino's. He just came from nowhere because he went to Nigerian military school. I mean, I even know some people that were in school with him. He was a normal guy. And all of a sudden, he's a big-time politician in his 30s, in his 40s. He's building 2 universities. He now has a private jet. Where did he get the money from? So he's maybe one of those people that is standing in for some big shot. I won't be surprised because you can't really explain where he made his money. It's the same way. I'm going to bring in Obi too. It's the same way Obi made his money during Abacha. when all of a sudden Abacha picked him to be chairman of Tinkan Island. It's not by ordinary eye now. So all of these people, all of them are dodgy. And Dati Ahmed, with all going to Channels TV and saying this is unconstitutional, that's unconstitutional. All of a sudden, you now have your jet ferrying the Adamawa Riga. I mean, let's get serious, people. All of these people they're all criminals.
Yeah,
Do you know that people lease out their private jets?
It was actually chartered. So you are right.
So what's Kulata talking about then?
Is a criminal. Where did he get private jet from?
You see, well, it's up to you. I mean, I don't know much about his source of wealth, and maybe I should have done a little bit of. Although I've often said that from the beginning that I don't even know why Obi had to take that guy as his running mate, but he knows better. So, but my point is that you should just. I mean, I expect you to speak to what the issue was, which is private jet being used to ferry the wanted man on the list, the INEC man who was trying to
him releasing his private jets to ferry someone of like mind. It's not news.
Who was trying to play Tinubu's playbook in Adamawa State, and so he was caught there. And then now you're making it look like as if what's his name? Dati is the one involved.
That's how mine. Is Dati a known rigger? Yes or no?
Don't ask me. I'm not going to ask your question.
Why would you answer?
I'm not going to answer your question because the issue we're talking about is the private.
Is he a known rigger? So if he's helping another rigger by offering his jet services,
I can lease out my private jet out for the people.
Will you lease your private jets to a criminal?
No, I can give it to a company to manage it.
Will you lease your private jet to a criminal?
I don't know. I'm less concerned about.
Why won't you know? Ignorance is not an excuse.
Dude. I mean, dude, listen. Then don't play this your something.
Which is my something. The guy cheated INEC and he requested for a jet, and the jet was released to him.
There are companies that manages private jet. If you want to lease out your private jet out,
yes, but if you know it's being leased by a criminal, will you release your jet to be used by a criminal?
They do the whole work. Everybody comes there and lease from the company. I give it out. It's just like I have fleets of.
Okay, let me rephrase my question.
Hold on.
Will you knowingly lease your property to a criminal?
You don't allow me to speak. I'm not going to answer any question. In Lagos, let us educate our people back there, the people that are listening to us. There are companies that lease out jets. I mean, private planes out to people. If I have like one or two, I can say, okay, but rather than have it parked there in the aerodrome or whatever for so long, why can't I just lease it out so that I can make money that way? Okay, here, lease it out, and then this is my own money that I want every day. I'm less concerned about whoever loans it. As long as they take care of my jets and they service it and all of that, I get my money. That's it. So that is how he did it. He gave out his jet, and somebody came and listed and put this wanted man on the list there, and then you're making it sound like it's as if he's responsible for that. Why do we like to mistake people like this, Kulata? Why do you like to spin things?
Well, actually, was that what the story said? The article.
What did the article say, woman?
In what context?
Like, did it like give it to I guess a management company to manage
it didn't say that, but what it did say was, hold on, what it did say, what the article did say was that that the plane was chartered. It was chartered.
It was chartered. Okay.
To a criminal.
So I mean,
it's always convenient.
Not that much, because for me, I wouldn't expect Dati to know that guy is the man that was wanted, and he knew that. Why would he go and list it out to him?
Ignorance is not bliss.
You can't say, because you don't have any fact to justify that he knew that this guy was the one chartering, or this guy was going to be the part. It could be anybody. Any politician could rent it for. I mean, let me ask you a question. Well, I know you don't want to answer my question, but let me ask everybody a question here. This guy we're talking about is working for top big politicians like Binani and his husband Modibo. You know who these people are? Very powerful people. This is the same woman who printed the ballot papers. What are you talking about? You know how powerful this family is? They have other politicians that could release that aircraft and have this guy ferried wherever, just to have him move around a lot so that they cannot track him down, or they could not arrest him. I don't know. They could have even arrested him at the airport, because there are DSS there at the airport. There are all different kind of agencies. Nigerian Federal Law Enforcement agencies are there at the airport. So I don't know why they would not, but of course they would have used their connection. Being a northerner, They can always control the whole law enforcement agency. They could bypass all those things and let him go free. So the point is, it's not on Dati, it's on the Nigerian law enforcement agency. If you go to if you go to the local airport, there you see police, and you will see police there. You see all the law enforcement agencies; they are all there.
Okay. Can I have a minute? Can I have a minute interjection, please?
Goodness.
Can I have a minute interjection?
Go on, please.
Number one, the information you just gave now is not correct. Benani did not print ballot papers. You said that emphatically. That's not correct. Number two, I have not seen anything that shows the news. What we are debating is completely in the realm of speculation. Nobody told us that that picture they showed from the back and speculated that it was that man. Nobody told us that his name was on the manifest list or that he was in that aircraft. There is no evidence. The reporter just wrote and cooked up that story. There is no evidence actually that that was the same guy. That's one. And if it was actually the same guy, if it was the same guy that we were looking for, I don't think it has anything to do with Baba Ahmed. Because if he gives his aircraft out and they lease to people, it is the people that are managing the aircraft. So I don't want to believe that there is any correlation between Baba Ahmed and the man committed a crime. Unfortunately, the police let him go. I think the fault should be completely on the criminal himself and the police that were there that aided and abetted him. I don't think there is anything concrete to link Baba Ahmed to it as at now, and there is nothing to actually prove.
Wait, hold on. Baba Ahmed is a known rigger, right?
Well,
this guy.
No,
is he a known? He rigged the election. They removed him from Senate. Those are facts. That's a fact. And then this guy that helped Binani is a rigger. Is a fact. So can we not say Baba Ahmed has a soft spot for a fellow rigger?
Okay. That's my view. Number one, the issue of the election that he lost 11 years ago. How many years ago was that election in the Senate? I think it was 2011 now, if I'm not mistaken. So well, I don't know. It could have been on the technical. Hold on.
Not technical.
No. It did rig. That's why.
Hold on. I'm saying hold on.
Hold on. If you don't know them, be aware. It's a matter of court judgment. It's a matter.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Look, listen.
Listen. No, can you hold on, please? Now you can't say you don't. If you don't know, then that's fine. But it is factually the case what Akulata said. Because it's a matter of court judgment that he rigged that election and then he was kicked out by the court. It didn't even last up to a year in that space. So it is documented and known. So it's not even, but carry on. If you don't know, then that's fair enough. Carry on.
No, it's not a measure of it. No, I'm saying it could have been. I'm not defending like Baba Ahmed is my man. No, I'm just trying to be balanced. If he lost an election 11 years ago or 12 years ago, it could have been as a result of anything. It could be technical grant, it could be whatever. But he lost the election when he was already at the Senate. He's not my person. I don't have a soft spot for him. I'm just saying, looking at the situation that plays out on this aircraft issue critically, the reporter that wrote the thing, the picture he showed was picture of people at the back. He did not even show the guy at the front. Then there was no manifest that proved that guy was on that plane. That's true. Because this one, they were giving the exact time that the plane took off and the plane landed and the rest is just a make up something. Then 3, even let us assume, without considering that it was Baba, what's his name? The guy, the wreck guy, the other guy that was on that plane, there is nothing substantially to link himself with Baba Ahmed. I'm not taking anything away from them, but there is nothing substantial, so that will not just be debating on mere speculation. And yes, that's what I want to say. And Benani was not the one that printed the ballot papers. Thank you.
All right.
Is it true that she's not the one?
Oh, sorry. Let me just bring you this quickly because sometimes we like to just document. Let me just show you this. I'll probably just give you the headline and just a couple of paragraphs. How Peter Obi's running mate Dati Ahmed was kicked out of Senate for election rigging. So it says democracy is one form of government that makes provision for all forms of eventualities. It is one kind of government that gives room for everyone to hear his or her view. Let's say, where does it speak to? Anyway, I'll post it in the comment section for people who want to read it, because I know that you don't want to label, you don't want to. It is no news that the Labour Party. Where does it actually talk about? Yes, in November 2011, the Election Petition Tribunal sitting in Kaduna heard the petition of Ahmed McAfee, the former Kaduna State Governor and senatorial candidate of the People's Democratic Party, who was opponent of Dati Ahmed, who alleged that the election was rigged in favor of Baba Ahmed. The tribunal ordered a recount of the vote. At the end of the recounting, it was established that the result of the elections was rigged for Dati Baba Ahmed. The recount vote showed that Ahmed McAfee won and not Dati Ahmed, who was declared winner by INEC. The tribunal subsequently removed Dati Baba Ahmed from the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and replaced him with Senator McAfee. So there it is. It's a known rigor. I'll post the link for people who want to come up.
So one man. First of all, there are two questions. Two things I want to say. One of them is a question. Now, this thing you just read now, what paper was that?
It's reported in all of the papers. It doesn't matter now.
One man now answer the question now.
I'll post it in the comment. Look, this is something that it was all over the news in 2011. So this is from it says First Weekly magazine, but I've read it in Sahara Reporters. I've read it in the Vanguard. I've even read it in the Tribune. So if you just want me to labor through,
I just want to know the publisher. I mean the.
No, they are representing this magazine, whatever. They are representing it for this political discussion. But it was well documented. It was well documented in 2011.
One man. Well, the thing I just want to. The second thing I want to say is this: that
is a known rigor that Baba Ahmed.
Hold on. I'm not saying. I'm not disputing the fact that he is or he's not. But then, every election in Nigeria, people lose. Now, my point is this: that, mind you, from what you read now, you said INEC declared him as the winner. So what happened? That the INEC declared him as the winner, and as somebody went to court and challenged it and proved it that it was rigged. Right now, we're having one already in case.
But he wasn't involved in the rigging, Abi. It was other forces.
I'm not even getting at that. Now we have one currently in court now, a presidential election. People will say, "Where is your evidence?" Now somebody supplied evidence after war that it was rigged. He was able to prove it in court. Well, let us see how this now plays out in court. Now the one that Tinubu said he won, INEC declared him president, right? We shall see if he's going to have that. If he's going to have that mandate. Maybe what happened in Papa is going to happen. We shall find out.
So if the court now says he has the mandate, will you support him? Will you accept him? Will you admit?
I will not.
So it's a fait accompli. So it's a fait accompli. So there's no need. So you don't believe in the judiciary. So there's no point because your position is going to remain the same. Whether the court says he accepts.
I don't see how he can bypass some of the things that were raised. About
like him. What? Are you the judge? Are you Dati Baba Ahmed? Are you the Supreme Court judge?
He lied. There was perjury there. He lied.
You are not suing him for perjury.
Okay. All right. Okay. So we're not suing him for perjury, right? Because that was.
I'm sorry. Rational mind. What did he lie about?
How are you so sure? Are you convinced? Are you the judge to say he lied by perjury?
Listen.
Well, you already have your bias. I mean, to start with, I mean, the notion that
what's the bias?
Calling him a lie that he committed perjury about a case that's still in court.
Is it his first time he's been doing perjury? The one of the
if I were you, rational man, I won't even discuss Tinubu again.
So what?
Yeah, you have really, your bias is too much. It's way too much. Sometimes try to be fair, try to be balanced.
No. All right. Let's move the conversation now. So thank you, gentlemen. I'm not stifling voices. I'm just trying to manage the time. But let's move the conversation on and move it in the direction of Prince Daddy, who we've not really in the times that he has been coming here, we've not yet really gotten a flavor of him yet. So let's get your flavor now. Let me actually. Yes. No. Let me take you to. Let me see. Where do I want to take you? Yes. We had the Dati Baba Ahmed narrative. We had the Keyamo narrative. Yes, let go to the Keyamo narrative and let's pick it up from there. So the space yours now to give us your reading of that space. $300,000, but then that's done there now. You'd have thought they said they killed somebody the way people are reacting. Prince Daddy.
I know. I already made my comments about it. It's to me that story is a non-story, really. When you were reading out the in the beginning, when you're reading out, I thought it was going to be something much larger than that, and I think you immediately realized that hey, this is nothing. It's a nothing burger, really. And at Sahara Reporters, right? They're just trying to make something out of it. And I think from what you read, Keyamo was trying to bait these people to making a comment about it, and it's quite clear that a lot of people there have been not being a lot of people, like I would say, like rational mind, quite frankly, not being fair by the whole situation, to want to condemn the man for simply I don't think it was flashing his asset or anything. I mean, it was just however the story came about. It's okay for a public servant, I believe, especially when it was not in a working capacity, official capacity, to talk about his wealth. And we're not even talking about an ill-gotten wealth from corruption or stealing from the government. This is a successful man over many years, just like you guys said. Hassan it's on his own business. It's well established as a person. In today's world, I mean, I kind of chuckle really about this story, because even in Lagos, somebody mentioned earlier that there are houses in Lagos perhaps 10 times or more expensive than $350,000 house in America, and that is true. Even sometimes I've heard about land, just purchasing the land, not the house itself on the land, but just the land is more expensive in Lagos, in Abuja, and other parts of Nigeria. So here in America, where, for example, in Houston, Texas, where the standard of living is high in the sense that all the basic amenities are there. Okay, they don't struggle, they don't call and pray to NEPA or nothing. Everything is there. So how much more a $350,000 house be of any relevance to such a man? That really, if an average American wants to go get a mortgage, really, they have to be qualifying for over $350,000. They have to, in any reasonable city across this country, all the way to Idaho, even remote cities. Houses are expensive. So this story, to me, when you read it in the beginning, to me was a non-story. And you did mention it came from Sahara Reporters, and I just thought it's one of those things that it has to be out there to talk about. But quite frankly, I would have bypassed it and not really talk about it. But to be duplicitous in addressing the issue, I think anything has to do with Tinubu. Of course, that brings in Keyamo and these other guys that they're like, people are quick to attack. I guess just like the others also do when it comes to B and Datsy. But when someone like Rational Mind, for example, talks about defense Datsy Ahmed not fully understanding the narrative behind the story, but quick to castigate Keyamo about a very simple issue. It was quite interesting. It was all ad hominem attack on him, nothing more. They didn't question, okay, well, Keyamo did not make his money. He stole a certain amount of money. That didn't come up. What came up was more the fact that it was shown off his wealth or his asset. So it tells me right there that it was non-story. People that don't like Tinubu would attack Keyamo for sure. So that's how it goes. No big deal about it.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space then. We've not yet brought this one up. What will Peter Obi do if he loses to Tinubu in court? Labour Party spokesman speaks. So a conversation with a legit newspaper, and this is Tanko Yanusa, the spokesperson for the Labour Party Presidential Campaign Council. So he was then addressing then what Peter Obi would do if he loses in court. He says, what did they say? He says, he said they will make, what actually led me to bringing this up is that if and when Peter Obi loses in court, I'm not sure that he has other options other than to resort to anarchy. So what are you then making then of them saying that he said they will meet and make a decision if he loses in court? So what conclusions could they come to other than to just go back home and say that I will live to fight another day?
Yeah, I mean, if he loses in court, which I think he's going to lose anyways, I don't see him doing much. I said it before, well, a couple of weeks ago or longer, that I expect Peter Obi to switch parties and perhaps go back to ABGA. Is a man that doesn't build anything. And it's showing right now, given what is going on right now in the labor space, fighting for the chairmanship or the other position there. And right now, the Labour Party is pretty much exhibiting all the malaise or the features of a political party that's big or getting bigger, and it's shown that they've not been able to address their problems. Why? Because they have a man, supposedly the leader of the party, Peter Obi, that's incapable of being a good administrator or a good leader. That's not his style. Peter Obi kind of reminds me of Buhari somewhat. It's like, Buhari's a military guy. Is like, command and control. Peter Obi is like, what kind of phrase should I use for him? He's like a man that he comes in and go. That's Peter Obi right there. He comes in and go if he doesn't get his way. He does not have the capacity. It is not that brilliant, I would say, to manage a situation or resolve conflicts, just like Atiku. So to your question, I don't given the temperature of the country right now, and people talking about agitation, talking about the military stepping in and all these other things, I don't think Peter B wants to do anything irrational, and I don't think he's capable of doing it. I expect him to want to maybe run away and perhaps not calm down the obedience, not to misbehave. Okay. But I don't see Peter B trying to push back, because what? There's nothing to push back on. Peter B will be one of a kind in Nigeria's and perhaps the world history, a candidate that came third, wanting to claim that he came first, whereas almost his numbers is presented to INEC in the courts were given to him by the PDP that came second. Okay. And that's the story. That's the story of Peter Obi, I would say. So Peter Obi is going to put his tail between his legs and go back to London if they allow him to come in.
All right. There was something that Zita actually said about that. Anyway, let me leave that for a moment. But let's stay with the Peter Obi space still. Let me bring you this piece from Nnamani, and then I'll get your reaction. Nnamani tells Peter Obi to withdraw dead on arrival petition against Tinubu. But why is he saying this? Former governor of Enugu State, Chimaroke Nnamani, has advised Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi to withdraw his petition challenging the election of Bola Tinubu at the Presidential Election Tribunal. Mr. Nnamani said this in a statement on Sunday in Abuja, urging Mr. Obi and his supporters to accept the reality of the fact that Mr. Tinubu has emerged president-elect of Nigeria. Obi knows he has neither the spread nor national appeal to win the presidential election. What Obi is doing with the petition is trying to demarket Tinubu. His petition is dead on arrival. He does not have the spread or national appeal. His appeal is non-electoral matters. His petition is dead on arrival. He does not have the spread or national appeal. His appeal to non-electoral matters is to demarket the president-elect and damage his reputation. It does not have near spread or national appeal. The petition is ego-driven and a joke carried too far. So that joke carried too far is a sentiment that a lot of people share. He's attempting to highlight non-electoral issues. Is trying to embarrass the president-elect. He said, Mr. Nnamani said Mr. Obi needed to come down from his high horse to allow negotiations on behalf of the Igbo nation and Southeast for a stake in national share of accruals of the Commonwealth. We must join the mainstream and participate in making a new Nigeria. We are not going anywhere and are ready to bargain for our own share. It is common knowledge that others are doing the same. Igbos has to confront reality now or be consigned to the backwoods of history. Time to align now, he said. Mr. Nnamani, who currently represents Enugu East at the Senate, lost his re-election to Labour Party's Chukwu Oyibo in March. So sour grapes, a lot of people will say. But setting aside the sour grapes, it was just quite telling. But what actually struck me was the dead on arrival petition, because a lot of people feel that the petition is quite nonsensical. But then he's then just highlighting that this is just an ego trip that Obi is embarked upon. But what he's inviting is that what Obi should be doing instead is to leverage his performance at the elections to negotiate a package for the Southeast. So just on that last point, from what Obi has done up to this point now, has he now closed any window of him actually being able to negotiate anything for the Southeast? And to the broader point being made by Nnamani, your thoughts on that, Prince Daddy?
Yeah, I mean, Peter Obi should take Nnamani's points or position about on this issue, really. Yeah, we know the devil is a liar, but even the devil can reveal the truth. Yeah, it may be a sore loser, which he appears to be, but nonetheless, it was simply stating facts that a lot of people believe in, because what Peter B is doing is really trying to save face, because from the onset, I don't think he had any case in court. It doesn't even matter. The main key here is the spread. Okay, so he wins Port Harcourt, which I doubt it anyway. Let's say they give him Port Harcourt and what else? Give him what, another 500 or 400,000 votes in Lagos, and still he's not going to win. He's not going to win because again, it needs what, 25% of 24 states in the federation, and he doesn't have that. I mean, people. You don't have to be like a political strategist or advanced in politics to know that Peter Obi could not win the election. If anything, Atiku would have won, but because Peter Obi had no strong presence in the north, we all knew that. We all knew that from the onset. We knew that he was going to do very well in the southeast, and the numbers were quite impressive. Yeah, I agree. It was quite impressive. Did very well in Lagos, and other parts, other few states. But Peter Obi could not win Nigeria, could not become the president. He doesn't have the spread. He doesn't have it. He does not have it. And I'm not even sure if I think he knows it, actually. I would think he does because he's a politician. He's been around for a while. I would think he would know, but he doesn't seem to get it. Yeah, Peter Obi doesn't seem to get that. He's incapable of becoming the president. And is not a unifier. One thing also, Peter B is not a unifier. I don't think, quite frankly, that Peter B is liked amongst the Igbos or the Southeasterners. I don't think it's well liked. It's not. Absolutely not. Because
No, it is not popular amongst the elites in the Southeast, but he seems to resonate with the man on the street.
Why? Because well, because it is selling them a bad product. See, I've made it. I mean, it's not anything about I've made a point that Peter B is an okrika, meaning that it is a second-hand politician trying to present himself as first-grade, fresh politician like Kingsley Moghalu, which is not. People that Peter B to a lot of people is kind of a new sensation somewhat. But I actually got to know about Peter B about 5 years ago when he was the vice president to Atiku. That's when I learned a lot about him. And I'm like, this guy, no way. Not right now. Right now, this young people or disobedient people getting to know about him is, being sold as something fresh and a phenomenon. Peter B is not. It doesn't take anybody that brilliant or with high IQ to know that Peter B is absolutely not the guy. If they probe him, those people, if they probe Peter B a little bit on in a lot of ways, different areas in economics, in governance, in his strategy, they would know that this guy is a very, very weak person candidate overall. That I mean, but you got to give it to him that he saw a crack in the hole. He saw an opportunity to use religion to push his agenda, and it did work. It worked a lot. So yeah, it worked. It worked very well to use religion to push his agenda, which worked. It did very well. It did very well. So, but Peter B, in Namani, you should listen to him and take it to heart. And withdraw his case and let it be. I don't think. Well, he's trying to demarcate. I guess Tinubu in the eyes of the obedience, but to many people like myself and others, I don't see that. And quite frankly, I don't think Tinubu regards him as a competitor or anyone of strong, competitive value. I said it right after the election. The goal of Tinubu is to make sure that the Labour Party is dead on arrival, especially in the northern part of Nigeria. And when it comes to political capital, there's been a lot of rankling going on right now about who should be the Senate's president. Let's just fear about it. The Southeasterners, they've not given anything to the APC for them to deserve it. The only reason they'll probably get it because of what you call national, what you call equity. That's the reason why they would get it. But quite frankly, if they didn't get it, if they don't give it to them, they have no future political capital to offer to the APC. They don't. As long as the APC have the northern states secured, Southwest secured, the East has nothing. So the East should really be, just like Inamani is saying, they should come to the table and try to be good boys and see what they can get. They shouldn't try to annihilate themselves from the picture by just fighting for a non-mandate. That's what I call it, a non-mandate. It has they don't have any case. It's a non-mandate. It's something to just rile up the obedient people to keep them going. But if Peter B again was smart, he probably should have used his because a lot of people did admit that he did very well. He should have used this opportunity that he got in this election, because he got 12 or 11 states and FCT. He should have used it to build something good. Maybe he should have taken the opportunity to re-engineer the Labour Party, and make Labour Party its own party. Because I think for the next year or so, he's going to have a strong support, because a lot of people are pained that that they lost, given also those fake polls that they give to him as winning Kanu by 60%, ridiculous stuff. So they give these people, all these supporters, all these illusionment about his ability to become the president. So if he was smart, he should have capitalized on it. That's what he should have done, and try to keep the momentum going. Maybe build something out of it. And I think that's the best he could do, because I don't see him coming out of the courts with any victory. Anyone that thinks such must be disillusioned to the highest degree, I would say. I'm not sure if that is possible. I'm not sure if that is possible. So, final word: take heed to Inamani's suggestion, and do the right thing, and pull out of the court, and let's move on.
All right, Bilan, was there anything else in the news cycle that especially caught your attention that you'd like to share? Anything else that that caught your attention?
There's been a lot of talk about the Senate presidency. Yeah, the Senate presidency. It's been it's big on the news again, and I think the Southeasterners. When the South is think they have more shot at it, or they deserve it more so than even the Northwest. But everyone is making their pitch about it, and I've spent a little time to think about it. And I think, quite frankly, just like I said a few days ago on the platform, that to become especially in the three-way horse competition, to become the president of Nigeria, you don't actually need to win any state to become the president, as long as you have 25% or more, and you do very well. So, and I think Tinubu is smart. It's going to be really quite interesting if the Senate presidency doesn't go to the Northwest, because they give Tinubu a lot of votes. They gave him a lot of votes. Yeah, he only won like 1 or 2 states up Northwest, but they gave him a lot of votes. He came second in Kano, very well. I think he beat Atiku in Kano, right? After Kwankwaso, right? So it'll be interesting to see where the presidency goes. And in thinking about it, the Northerners, especially Northwest Nigeria, they're not people to try to diminish or discount. They're strong, they're brilliant, they're smart. So if they truly want the Senate presidency, I think it should go to them. Well, why not? I think it should go to them. They have more political capital, so they should get it, as far as I'm concerned. And
all right, you think it should go to the Northwest?
Yeah, why not? I mean, quickly.
No, you're still there, but where do you think it will go? So you're saying where you think it should go, but where do you think it will go? So add that as you carry on, but carry on.
I think let's see. Well, I think you should. Well, for what do you call it? Is it a national equity? I think you should go to. To be fair, I think you should go to the southeast rather, because of what you call national equity, and maybe it will curb agitation by the Southeasterners. Maybe that will help. Maybe that will help. But again, doing the calculation, see, we all know what is to happen. It's all about interest, politics, as they say. It is in the interest of the Northerners to make sure that Tinubu wins the next election, right? Because they want to come in for sure. So it's in their interest, and Tinubu knows also that he needs them. Okay, especially in his so far, Tinubu has been doing very well because his vice president. This would be like the first time in a long time since Abiola, right? That a Fulani person or someone from the Northwest is not part of the presidency. That's big. And knowing that Tinubu is a friend of the Northwesterners, and he doesn't have them in high position yet, it's really telling. And they're not really agitating, like making a big deal out of it, but they are forcefully talking about being the Senate president. Okay, we know that. So it's quite interesting. Yeah, I think for the sake of peace and to pacify the Southeasterners, sure, give it to them. But I don't even know who's qualified. Quite frankly, I don't think they like Orji Uzokalu a lot. I don't think they like him a lot. So whoever they think is qualified to be, sure. But the South Side people are talking about they have a much better and stronger candidate that could that should be the Senate president. So for peace, give it to Southeast. But for political capital, Northwest Nigeria.
And where do you think it will go? Where do you think it will go?
Where do I think it will go? I think it would go to.
We're losing you. Have we lost you?
About that, because if it goes to Northwest, we pretty much guarantee there's going to be another Muslim person, a Muslim. So that's the only Kirk right there. That's the only Kirk right there. But some people make the argument that, well, when it comes to Senate presidents or the Senate or the House, the religion it doesn't really matter that much. So I don't know how that's going to fly, because other Nigerians or the Christians will not see it as such. So that Muslim thing is three. I mean, successive Muslim in power, even though many trust me, many don't really consider Tinubu a Muslim, especially the Northerners. So it's kind of strange, but that's how it goes now. Yeah, but yeah, I'm leaning towards the Northwest being the Senate president.
Shall I show you who the next Senate president will be, Prince Daddy? Shall I show you?
Absolutely. Yeah, sure.
The next Senate president will be this guy.
Now to tell you that I intend to seek to be the president of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I will, in a few days, or maybe in a week or 2 weeks' time, make formal.
So that's Jibrin Barau. A lot of people have been promoting his name, and they've already cleared the argument that why it should not go to the Southeast, because all of the things that you have already said, the political capital and political expediency for 2027. That almost certain that's going to be the Jibrin Barau. That almost certain to be the next Senate president.
Yeah, that sounds that sounds about right. At the end of the day, even here in America, it happens. I mean, you have to pacify your constituents. The people that help you, that contribute to you. You have to take care of them. That's just the way it works. That's how it works around the world. That's politics. And again, the Southeast has never given to the APC anything. They've not. They've not. But they just don't have that political capital for the APC or Tinubu. They don't have any. So, but again, if Tinubu is able to get the economy going in the Southeast. I mean, Nigeria overall, but maybe a bit more concentration in the Southeast. I'm not really sure. I mean, we already gave them the Niger bridge, right? So I know they want a deep sea port, but I'm not sure what exactly is going to give to them to pacify them. Maybe release Nnamdi Kanu. Okay, what else possibly could they want? They tend to play regional politics a lot. You got to come to the national front. Soludo is a great guy. I think he understands. Kingsley Moghalu, I've always call his name because I think it's really would have been a great candidate.
Can I say something? Sometimes when we make this erroneous assumption that the Igbos have not played national politics, sometimes we just say things I don't understand. I mean,
Angelica, you're breaking up.
No, can you hear me? This is not Angelica. This is me. Can you hear me?
Oh, rational mind. Sorry.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is this: that From 1999, they've always been at the center. They were aligned with PDP. They had Senate president. If anybody has played regional politics, Tinubu and his people has played regional politics. They only came to the limelight in 2015 when they had to form that this satanic party called APC. So I don't know what you're talking about when some of you come here and you just start saying that, oh, the Igbos don't pay, they play regional politics. I mean, if anybody play regional politics, the Yorubas have been playing regional politics since 1999. Just only recently they had to come.
I think I agree with you, Rational Man, and this is what I've been saying here too. When some people we say, oh, Igbo don't do this or they are marginalized, I say Igbo are never marginalized.
So are you disagree with him or you agree with him? It's not like you disagree with him.
No, they are never marginalized.
No, it's talking about, Rashomon was talking about them playing regional politics.
No. If anybody is playing regional politics, the Yorubas were the one playing it before 2014. They had to form that satanic party called APC. Hold on. Now, the only way it seems to suddenly now, because of Tinubu, is now in the picture now. It's now seems that the Igbos are playing regional politics because of what happened, the way they fragmented the whole thing. The Fulani one that came from his brother is already there. He came and mixed up the whole thing in the party. He hijacked the party and he fragmented the whole thing and he make it look like the Igbos they're not playing regional politics. I don't even know what
if they're not playing regional politics, how come their candidate was
only happened? Hold on, it's because of what played out in this past election. The Igbos have always been in the winning party, which is the PDP. It was the whole thing. The whole
no. They were in the winning in the PDP. Why? Because they needed one other region to align with. Not because they had a strong presence, so to speak. They were just a numbers game.
Strong presence.
It was just a numbers game. It was just a numbers game for the PDP. If the PDP if the Igbos were so prominent and they didn't play regional politics in the PDP, how the heck did Atiku emerge as the candidate for the PDP?
Okay, all right. You asked a question. I will take you back to 1999. Obasanjo that became the president, Yoruba never supported him, but yet he won and he became the president by virtue of the North and the Igbos and the South.
Correct.
So they did not play regional politics, right? And they made the Yoruba man a president. And now the Yorubas have always continued playing their APC. I mean, what was that? The Tinubu party then. They were, AD to Metamorphose to AC, and they were all confined to just Southwest. And
Obasanjo was naturally anti-Yoruba, so he had to align with the East.
Minute details. Those details are not. I'm just trying to give you. I'm trying to give you a background to all of these things you're talking about. That Igbos are marginalized or they play in regional politics. Everybody's waiting for their turn. But the table turned when Buhari came into the picture and the failure of Jonathan that brought about this whole thing and make it look as if the Igbos, they're marginalized as the case may be. Now, if Jonathan lost that election and APC won that election, and you knew how Buhari won that election, he would have not won an election without that alliance that they formed with Tinubu and his people from the Southwest. And Tinubu saw it as an opportunity for him now to also become president. Now, the Igbos now have to be, somebody has to be, because if you look at how they try, if you look at the pattern in that country, the way election goes, there must be an alignment. If there's no alignment, and one person has to be left out of the alignment.
Exactly. And that's why the Igbos were second fiddle. Let's keep it real.
They've not always been second fiddle. That's what I'm saying, trying to make you understand.
Hey, so they were part of, you can be part of something and not be at the center of it. Yes, they were part of PDP.
No.
My bad. Chris Daddy.
No, exactly.
Do you think the PDP would have taken the candidates, presidential candidates into the Southeast after Jonathan?
Are you asking me or are you asking?
No, I'm asking Chris Daddy.
No.
They probably would have taken it to the North. So whether Buhari was there or not there, it would still be the North.
Exactly. That's the point. So they've always used PDP the Igbos as a second fiddle in
It's not the second fiddle. Everybody's waiting for their turn. But the whole thing, listen. Why the whole thing turned was when Yar'Adua died, and this guy had to come into the picture. Jonathan came into the picture, and the whole thing tilted. And now the Northwest are now clamoring that it's their turn. They denied them their own turn in the person of Yar'Adua. And now they have to come in the person of Buhari. And now Southwest now saw that as an opportunity because of the alignment they've made. Rub my back, I rub my back, I rub your back, because of the alignment they make with Buhari. Now they have to claim it that it's their turn. They have to scheme out. What I'm trying to make you understand is this.
Rational mind, can I just interject?
Let me land this point. Let me land this point.
You
ask. Let me land this point. The thing is this. The pattern here is this in the Nigerian political space is that one major tribe has to be schemed out. Usually it's going to be either the Yorubas are schemed out or the Igbos will have to be schemed out. That was why when PDP were reigning supreme back then, from 1999 until when they kicked them out in 2015, Yorubas were, up to that, 2011, Yorubas were kicked out. We're playing second fiddle because it was the Igbos, the South, and the North. Now the North had to realign now with the Southwest. Now they kick out the Igbos and maybe possibly the South too. So there's somebody has to be kicked out.
Rational, I'm sorry, I totally disagree with you. You have to look at this in this context. Since 1999, when Obasanjo was the president of Nigeria, the Igbo have a big stake in PDP that time. They were rooting for Ekweme, and unfortunately, Ekweme was not nominated as their candidate. And they have a good run from 1999 to like 2014, when Jonathan was the Senate president, the whole juicy ministerial position. The point now is that the Yorubas were not given a lot of good position, but they never complained deeply, and they never want to burn the country down or something like that. If you are saying Tinubu play regional politics, you have to look at
their son has been number one before.
You have to look at it from the context. You have to look at the context of what Obasanjo did to them in his second term, where they lost like 5 states and only remain Lagos State. The man maintained his calmness, and he started that very well. He was able to come out with and win the next fourth cycle election. He was able to win most of the state back. I think it was a good strategy on his part, and he played his politics very well. When Atiku needed him most, he gave him his platform to perform. The same thing with Ribado. When you look at all of this, he has been building on his political for a long time, and he plays politics very well.
That's not what we're talking about, my friend. That's not what we're talking about.
What you are talking about is that the Igbo were never marginalized. Anybody that told me that Igbo were marginalized, they were lying. So where I'm coming from now is this. In 2015, the Igbos, they all voted for PDP because Jonathan was their candidate that time. Then the second time of Buhari, they didn't play their politics very well. You knew that you want to go for the number one position of the country. Why don't you put your men strategically in both of the two parties and let, for example, look at
political calculus.
Remy, I'll disagree with you on this one. Remy. You know, whichever party Southeast belongs to, they've always been relegated to the back burner.
Do you think they were relegated by themselves or the
No. The party, whether PDP, part of ABGA, part of PDP moved to APC. And despite that move, they still, relegated them to the back burner. The same thing with PDP. PDP did not even pick original Southeast.
When you say they were regulated, can you tell me how many votes that APC got, even when part of ABGA and
it is not about that. What I would like you to know, there are still APCs in the Southeast. There are still some people in the Southeast that voted for APC, whether the number is minimal or not. But whichever way they voted, either way of the parties in government, they've always been putting them they've always been putting them at the back burner. So you can't say that they've not been, marginalized. They've always.
The point is in the political calculus in that country, there has to be
I don't believe that.
Hold on now, let me say something. There has to be one major tribe has to be left out, but usually the two tribes that are always left out is either the Yorubas or the Igbos. But because of the Northerners, they come to the table with a huge whatever thing they say they have over there, their population or whatever. They're always how do I say? They're always consistent in their whoever they align. Is either the Yorubas align with them or the Igbos align with them to achieve anything. That is the bargain chip they bring to that table.
But you know, in politics, you have to position yourself. You have to contribute financially, physically. You have to play your part. And if you don't play your part to the point that, how do you remain consistent in politics?
So
You have to.
Adewale, sorry to butt in. Now look at your statement. You said you have to contribute physically, financially, and everything. And when you are not doing that, how do you want them to compensate them? This is
But no matter how minimal the number, no matter how,
they were marginalized at
Can I
all.
say? Can I say something?
no matter how,
Yeah. Igbos supported PDP right from time, and somebody like me, the reason why I never complain about APC, I know that many Igbo don't have interest in APC. Igbo started with PDP right until this time around. So somebody like
there are
me,
some
I was
fraction
really
of Igbo that went with what is this guy Willie Rochas. There are some fractions that went with him, but that
but
came
no,
with him to
I'm not.
APC.
Yes, I'm not even in this Lagos. There are many Igbo supporting APC, even in this Lagos. But the issue is, majority of Igbo are with PDP right from time. So those people that you see join APC are the people that want maybe gradual process. Maybe they will get along with APC. But the issue is, Igbo has been PDP right from time, starting from the time of Ekwueme. And Igbo has never disappointed PDP, starting from Obasanjo to Jonathan to Yaradua. They always get them their votes and everything. So somebody like me, why I was angry with PDP in this election is the kind of politics they played in that. They came up with zoning, even though the last zoning stopped in the south in PDP. They should know it's necessary for them to, because in 2019 they supported the zoning and they gave it to the north. Nobody from the south contested. The convention was done in Port Harcourt. They gave it to the north entirely. Now Buhari has finished his 8 years. They expected it to come to the south. And I'm not against the south. Whether I know if you put it very well, it's supposed to be the turn of the southeast. But the problem with the PDP is that they never made any clear destination where they were going to. Some people in the party feel that they have money that they can hijack the primaries. And that is where their problem started. And that was what brought the emergency of P2B. So,
Use money to buy the nomination or whatever. That's exactly what they did.
Yes. Somebody like Atiku, we feel that every time he can come back and contest. Even in that 2019, Atiku was being given the ticket. So Igbo has been in the politics right from 2019, and the Igbo have not contributed to the development of the southeast from that 2019, even though they have been in that position. So even the second Niger bridge, they started it right from before we were born. It was only in this Buhari regime that we saw the second Niger bridge. Many things they are supposed to do for the south, the major federal roads, or they are still there. Nothing has been done. So if you are talking about
according to rational mind, so if the Igbos are so prominent and leading in PDP, they don't play regional politics. How come they didn't do all those things? And in regards to the zoning this time around, Atiku knew that this is the last chance to contest.
That is it. Atiku, his ambition was, this is my last chance. Just like what he said when he went to the southeast to campaign, that I am the stepping stone to the southeast. Somebody like me, I was very angry with him with making such statement. How can you be a stepping stone when you know this? You want to usurp their turn, then promising them that after this you will be the stepping stone. It's an insult. It's an insult.
Then it goes back to the point that I made, and I do that I guess the Igbos in the PDP, they've been second fiddle. They never really wanted to give them anything substantial, and they were just using them because they could not get the Tinubu and the APC in the Southwest. That's just the bottom line.
They never want to give any.
Quite
They never
frankly,
want to
I
give
was
any.
quickly. I was not in
They
support
never
of.
want to give any position.
Well,
That is why I
quickly.
said. That is why I said in my last comment that Igbo can never get ticket in these two major parties, except they voluntarily agree that Igbo that they will get.
But let me say
That is my
quickly. I
take.
was going
And
to
there are
say
two
that. I was going
maintain
to
that
say that.
position.
All right. Sorry. We take,
wrong.
hold on, gentlemen. We take two more voices on that space, and then Prince round it off, and then we go on to Ajale Koko. It's just because of the time we're in deep hours now.
For me, generally, I think the Igbo should be aligned with one party first. Is it ABGA or is it Labour? But now they have all the three parties. They are all in the southeast. I mean, APC, ABGA, and Labour. You must also have a coordinated house before you launch your something. If you don't have a coordinated house, there is no way you are going to be the president of the country. Even during the last presidential primary of the PDP, the Igbo were factionized among themselves. Some of them still want to contest the primary against Atiku. I think if all of them had boycotted that primary, it would have sent a big signal to PDP that time. But still, some of you guys still want to be president, you don't want to contest. They are so selfish in their demand. Everybody just look at it. So they have to have.
No, they're not selfish. They're not selfish. The PDP didn't do the right thing. They talk about zoning.
It's still the same thing.
They said why would they throw the zoning open?
They should have
insisted. Why would they throw the zoning open? Even Ohaneze and Igbo, everybody told them those things. Why should they throw the zoning open? People like Wike, you cannot contest against them in PDP. When these people make their intention, you cannot contest against them. People like Wike, Atiku, these two people.
Sorry for a second. So invariably, the reason why PDP lost was because of this division and because they did not give the ticket to the southeast. Really,
definitely.
So it's not really a function of the election was not right, because the votes that should have gone to PDP if they had remained in one camp was divided into at least 3 or even 4. And that's the principal reason.
PDP, wherever they put their ticket, whether in the southeast, whether in the south, as long as they are together, they would have won this election.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That the major contributing factor to the PDP loss and even Peter Obi's loss in this election is that the votes that should have come to the traditional PDP polls was fractionalized.
And that categorically said there was no rigging in this election. That is the true reflection of the election.
All right, Dewale come in, and then after Dewale, Prince round off that space, and then we go on to our Ajale Koko. So Dewale come in.
Thank you, woman. I've been at the comment section. I listened to everybody's submission about Keyamo's house. For crying out loud, why do we think so small like this? Honestly, I'm ashamed. You always think small. If somebody say we should be asking questions, see, when we have politicians that are buying millions of dollars worth of mansion here in Houston, nobody asks questions. A house worth of just 300,000, and we are raising eyebrow. And this guy did not even hide it. So sometimes we need to know, which battle we need to fight, not just going around in a circle or all those. That's what I will speak about in the Keyamo, because I was livid. I was, I found it ridiculous that that's what we're debating and talking about. When the likes of Tinubu lives in millions of dollars, pounds worth of house in London, the rest of them. I gave an example of Obiano. Obiano has an apartment here in downtown. He lives in $1 million worth of an apartment, and nobody asks questions. This is just an immediate past governor of Anambra. I'll talk about a minister.
He had a home before he became a governor. Now, what you say?
Even if he has a home, look, rational mind. Let me tell you this: if Keyamo bought that house with government money. His village people will pursue him from his village. I'm telling you. I mean, for a minister, I want to believe that is not even his primary house. Probably he's just gonna leave it for investment or rent it out and give it to his children or something like that. I mean, we know what these politicians are up to here. This guy has the state, resources at his disposal. He can decide to, tell one of the contractor, hey, look, put this in my account. The past, what's his name, Governor Suzwan, he bought a house here in Houston worth of millions of dollars. Nobody ask any question. Another. I'm not saying people shouldn't ask questions, but there are some things that we need to choose our battle. This is just not one of the battle we need to be dissipating our energy on. It's not worth it. But then, you know, yeah, go ahead, one man. Go ahead.
No. I was waiting for you to land so that we can go on to
Yeah, I was,
Adele Coco.
I was trying to put the point across. We shouldn't be because everything sounds ridiculous these days. We don't even know which of these things we need to interrogate. Everything being thrown at us has to be talked about. Has to be, these are ridiculous things. I understand that this is an election period where everything is under microscope and everybody wants to magnify something little and something not even worth it. But we should also understand election will be over. And once this is over with, then we're dealing with the serious business. I mean, for crying out loud, these are things that we don't even need to be, uh, spending our energy discussing and all that. So let's move on, one man.
All right, brilliant. Well, so that's Dewale, of course. Everybody knows Dewale. So from Dewale to the man that you've all been waiting to hear from, the majestic Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, hopefully you're still there. We've not heard from you in a minute. Ajanle Koko.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, to it then, we kicked it off with the Sudanese space, but very quickly made our way back to our own home stomping grounds. What will Peter Obi do if he loses to Tinubu in court? Labour Party spokesman speaks. So I wasn't aware that there were other options outside of the court. But as I was reading it, Ajale Koko, in the opening phase, I was saying then that the petition tribunal is really at the appellate stage. So he probably still has one more step if he wants to take it to the Supreme Court. But once the courts have had their say, whether he likes it or not, is fait accompli. So what other options outside of anarchy does he have once the court have said no?
Did somebody call for anarchy if the losses at the court or what?
No, they've not called for anarchy. Actually, let me give you a very, very quick speed through. It says, following the declaration of Bola Tinubu of the All Progressive Congress as winner of the February 25th election by INEC, Peter Obi of the Labour Party, who came third, proceeded to court demanding the cancellation of the exercise. Obi argued that Tinubu failed to score 25%, etc. So let's go to this space. It says, court as the last hope, Yanusa. Speaking with correspondents, Yanusa, so Yanusa is Tanko Yanusa, is the spokesperson for the Obi campaign something. Speaking with correspondents, Yanusa believes that the court is the best option to reclaim Peter Obi's mandate. According to him, we have no choice than to resort to the court, but you see, we have evidence against whoever has been pronounced as the winner. Speaking on the Nigerian judiciary system and the doubts expressed by many, he said, and this is the test on the integrity of our judiciary, and we plead with them that they should not look at technicalities, look at the substance of the matter. Yanusa also advised the judiciary to ensure that the matter is adjudicated openly, as Nigerians want a transparent case and judgment at the end of the day, his words. And they should also know that Nigerian people are demanding an open adjudication of the matter. They want cameras to be focused on the judiciary. They want it open so that people can see those who are for the people and against the people, just like the way it happens at the National Assembly. That is to tell you that Nigerian people are apprehensive of what may come out of that particular judgment, knowing full well that the judicial system is now being put on trial. Meanwhile, Yanusa refused to reveal the next step Peter Obi would take if he lost at the tribunal, saying, if we lose, we will wait and take a decision after that, but we are not going to preempt any negative outcome right now. We will make a statement after the adjudication of the matter. So that's really where I came in. So I was saying then that if they lose at the tribunal, then they still probably have the option of going to the Supreme Court. But if and when they do lose at the Supreme Court, then they have to go home because there's no more decisions outside of anarchy, outside of to call for anarchy. There is no, it's out of their hands. What once the judiciary have given them a verdict. Ajale Koko.
Thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. I think the guy is, I think he's just talking. There's nothing they can do after the Supreme Court. If the Supreme Court should rule against them, there's nothing they can do. And I believe that Obi, being a law-abiding Nigeria, I think, and a person that judiciary has favored before when he contested for governorship position, and it was rigged out. He took the matter to court twice. The judiciary favored him. I believe this time, if the judiciary should rule against him, as a patriotic Nigeria, I believe Obi will accept it in good faith. So Yunusa, Tanko Yunusa, that is talking, I think it's just talking to continue to energize their base, and because their base really believe in what the leader says. So as one of the leaders, so that kind of statement energizes their base, and I think that is what he's trying to achieve. But the ridiculous statements that he made as well, that they wanted
cameras in court.
Yeah, camera in court. And the reason he gave for that is just unfortunate that they want Nigerians, they want people to know who are their enemy and who are their friend. So those people that will speak in favor of Tinubu against Obi will be perceived under the camera as their enemy. And if the judiciary, the justices, the judges or the justices rule against them, camera will show to their base that these are your enemy, and those people could be targeted. So it's so ridiculous, and I don't know what they want to achieve by this. And I don't think that will ever happen. Judiciary will never allow that to happen. And it is it's a way of threatening the judiciary. It's a way of bullying them and make it uncomfortable for them to do their job as expected under the law. So, and that by itself is a way of inviting anarchy It's unfortunate that they keep on pushing for camera to live stream of the proceeding at the law court. It's just unfortunate, and it's so ridiculous of them calling on this. So UNISA is just saying all he was saying to continue to energize their base and keep on pushing for support for their mentor, or what do they call it, their principal. So that's the way I see it. Nothing going to happen if the judgment is given against them. I believe Obi will accept it, and Obi will make statement to them that let's go back home and re-strategize and come back another day. I believe that is what Obi going to do. I haven't seen Obi making a violent statement after the election against the judiciary or against anybody, except some of these guys like this. And the other one, they call Okonkwo, that one that always run his mouth anyhow he like. So those are the guys that are pushing for all this kind of statement that is capable of setting the country ablaze. So I think I will leave it there. So Obi will accept it in good faith and he will move on.
All right, brilliant, Ajale Koko. Let me take you to this space. Private jet used to secretly move Adamawa Resident Electoral Commission Yanusa Ari out of Yola is owned by Labour Party Vice Presidential candidate Baba Ahmed. So a lot of actually, when we were reading through, there was a time that Peter Obi, he was feigning that he saw some elderly man who was stuck at an airport, and then he arranged a private jet for him. It was this same private jet. He did not arrange any private jet, or Dati was letting him use his private jet. He saw the man stranded, and he just allowed him to join them on their flight. But of course, a pathological liar, Peter B. But then the wider space of Yusuf Dati's involvement in this attempt at a rigging in Adamawa State, even though it's by osmosis. But even the broader question, how does he even afford to have a private jet? So all of that, this man that was kicked out of our Senate for rigging, Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed, but he's the one coming to clean up the politics.
Well, let me try to understand the story well. Private jet was used to move him from somewhere to somewhere. Under whose authority was he under the arrest and move with private jet, or what happened? Or
no, it was attempting to flee. It's the guy that announced that Binan.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Under whose was he under arrest when they?
No, he wasn't under arrest. He was attempting to flee.
He was attempting to flee. So he boarded private jets from where to where, or was trying to flee to where?
It was from Yola to Abuja. Just the backdrop to it. When this guy Yanusa Ari, when he announced Benani as the governor-elect in Adamawa State, INEC called for him to report to they nullified that announcement, of course, and then they called for him to report to Abuja to be handed over to the police, I suspect. But he refused, and he was attempting to flee the situation. And in his attempts to flee, he boarded this private jet that was and still is owned by Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed. So essentially, he was facilitating the somewhat escaping of fugitive of some sort with the facilitation of his private jet.
Well, I think that have to be investigated because I don't know if that private jet, could it be that private jet is used for transportation? Sometimes, what could have happened? It's not clear to us. If it's trying to use that private jet under which arrangement is he under the aiding and abetting of Obidati, or how did that happen? So it's just, to me,
just for the balance of it, Ajane Koko, it looks as though they actually chartered it. So he may well have had the arrangement with some company to be leasing out his jet. So he may well not have a direct.
So we can't link him. We can't link data. What is his name?
Dati Baba Ahmed.
Dati Baba.
Ali Baba, as we like to call him here. Ali Baba, the 40 tips.
So we can't link Dati Baba Ahmed with this guy using that private jet as if he was aiding him to escape arrest, to escape from being arrested. So I don't think that is fair for us to link up Dati Ahmed with that guy riding his private jet as if they have a kind of arrangement to help him from being arrested. So that's the way I see it. The private jet, if it's being used for transportation, yes, they can transport, they can pick up anybody and transport that person to any part of the country. That's his business. So it's some fear. It's gonna, to me, I don't think it's fair to for us to hold Dadi Baba Ahmed responsible or part of the arrangements to help this guy to escape from being arrested. So I think that's the way I see it. I think it's unfair. Yes, the guy have done the worst that ever expected from a wreck, or what is the Residential Electoral Commissioner to do. It did the worst. It disgraced INEC. It disgraced the president. It disgraced the assembly, the National Assembly. It disgraced the state where he came from. It disgraced himself, because that guy is a lawyer. Is a lawyer. Can you believe somebody who knows the law can openly violate the law? You cannot expect a lawyer to come in the public and do some ridiculous thing that is totally unlawful. And this is what this guy did. So it deserves to be punished. When this incident happened, I said it here, that he should be arrested, and they should let him face the full wrath of the law, because what he did, he's not empowered by the Constitution, or not by the Constitution or by the law, electoral law, to make announcement. He's not empowered at all. It's the returning officer that is empowered to announce the result. Well, this guy did it when the result was being collected, when result was collation was ongoing, he went under the cover of the police commissioner of the state to announce result, to declare that lady as the winner of the result without even announcing figure. He just say Benani is the governor elect for the state. So he disgraced the president, because the president that appointed him, he disgraced the National Assembly that satisfy his appointment, the state from where he came from. This guy just messed himself up, and it just tell us this criminal-minded nature in us that we are talking, earlier. Person that was is a lawyer, came out and violated the law openly without showing any regret, and was even boasting about it, that look, it's from the top, I'm directed, and I have to do, and nothing can happen. This is me. So, but to be fair to Dati Baba Ahmed, I don't want to link him in any way with this guy for using his private jet to travel from Adamawa State to Abuja or somewhere else. I don't want to hold that Baba Ahmed for that.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So, Ajale Koko, to this.
One man, can I say something?
No, I want to try and push it on now. I'm coming up to 7 hours, so with your permission, let me just push it on. Ajale Koko, to the space of the Festus Keyamo. I'm sure it's something that you just carry around as loose change in your pocket. Just the simple matter of $300,000 property bought at Ajale Koko, and they are holding an SAN and dragging him all over the Nigerian space. So what are you then making then of these obedient people trying to embarrass Festus Keyamo for just spending loose change on a small little house?
Well, I think I will join obedient in asking question on how he got that property. Because as a public servant, when you purchase property, whether it's $50,000 or $20,000 outside Nigeria, the citizens have the right to know how you acquire that money that you use to buy that house. We have that constitutional right to know, because it's a civil servant. I'm sorry, it's a public servant. And public servant must be questioned by all the time by their people. So the obedient are not doing anything wrong for questioning him. And that is not the only house that he have in United States. He have more houses. So Sahara Reporter have started a good job, and I believe they bring out more against him. So I don't see anything wrong that the obedient are doing to question is the source of that money that he used to buy that house. No, they are not doing anything wrong. I don't see anything wrong in that. Public servant must be thoroughly scrutinized at all times. We have seen in the United States that some people did not even steal the money. But just because, some politicians rather, did not even steal any public fund. But because they were sponsored on vacation and they were taken by private jet of a businessman to their place of vacation, people query them that what is going on? And this man that uses private jet is a contractor to the government. So does it mean that you are doing how do they use this term? Is it
moonlighting?
No, it's like scratch my back and scratch your back, but there's a particular word they use. I can't remember.
A quid pro quo.
Yeah, quid pro quo. Quid pro quo. Thank you. The government contractor used his private jet to take him to a place where he went to have his vacation. They set up a panel of investigation on him and the party asked him to step down, that he cannot contest election. That is the way that people look. Public servants must show honesty in everything they do. They must represent the people well. They must not gallivant around showing wealth that, oh, look at how wealthy. You are wealthy when you are serving me, when I'm poor. Millions of Nigeria cannot even live in a comfortable home. They are living in IDP camp. Millions of Nigeria are living in a multidimensional poverty. Millions of Nigeria are being killed every day. And you see a civil servant in government flouting and bragging of his wealth. And you say we should not question the source of that wealth that he's talking about. He can talk all sort of crazy. He can say, I've made the money before I became government official. But let me tell you, when investigation is carried out on him, a lot of things will be a lot of things will be revealed against him. A lot of things will be revealed that he done illegally. So we don't have to, allow our public servants to act in such a manner that doesn't show any discipline in them at all. That doesn't show that they are disciplined. It doesn't show that they are sensitive to the plight that their people are going through. When they don't show sensitive to what is going on in their country and what is going on with their people, I mean, that is not good for us. We should be able to ask questions. We should be able to investigate them. We should be able to scrutinize them. We should be able to, let them know that they are serving us, and not the other way around. We are not serving them, but they are serving us. We should let them know that we are their master and not them, our master. So you can say 300,000. I'm surprised some people have said that, oh, $300,000 is no money. What are you talking about? That $300,000 is no money. If you convert $300,000 at the rate of 750 naira, it's going to give you 225 million. 225 million naira. Do you know that 225 million, if you give out loan to small businesses in Nigeria for 100,000 or let's say 250,000. Do you know how many people that you can transform their life and expand their businesses that will, you know, positively contribute to the GDP of that country, and you know, and as well as the revenue of that country? And they will pay their taxes. They will create jobs for people. The productivity of the country will improve, and you know, they will generate wealth for the country. But somebody bought a house for 300,000, and Nigerians are talking crap that 300,000 is nothing. Who told you? Go to now. The government is saying that they got some money from, what do you call it? From World Bank or IMF. 880 million, and they said they want to give it to 50 million Nigeria at the rate of, is it not 5,000? Or how much do they say they want to give them? 5,000, or how much do they say they want to give? Is it 5 or 25,000 or 50? Can somebody remind me? I can't remember how much they said they want to share the money.
5,000.
Huh?
I think it's 5,000.
5,000. And somebody is telling me, some people are talking crap that $300,000 doesn't mean nothing. I don't know who have $300,000 in your account here. If you have it, then you have it in your pocket because you are doing your own private business. You are not in government. And Thomas was saying that he owned house for $1 billion. That is you. You are a private citizen. You are not accountable to anybody. But these goddamn people are accountable to us. How can somebody that is accountable to me be showing off to me that is better off than me? Are you people serious at all? I listen to all these guys that are saying this. They know that politicians in the country where they live cannot do that goddamn thing. Look, my former governor was a billionaire. But you can't see this guy showing off or bragging off his power. He was a super billionaire. But he cannot. He ride on the same vehicle that his predecessor used. He didn't say, let me go and buy a Lamborghini or this thing that I want to ride it on my own. He didn't do that. What is this? And these people are encouraging this bastard to keep on oppressing us. They say, oh, I want to know who more. They can do whatever. What kind of mentality is this? I can't believe what I was hearing from people. I joined Obedient on this one. And with them, we have to scrutinize this crazy liar. And this guy should be investigated. And I trust Sahara Reporter. You will see they will expose him more. And I believe by then, when they expose him more, I want to see what you guys are going to do. Maybe you're going to change your mind, or you will still want to stick with corrupt bastard in position of power in your country. Let me leave it there, one man.
All right, thank you, Ajanle Koko. So, Ajanle Koko.
One man.
Yeah.
Don't think because of our silence we didn't want to challenge Baba Ajanle Koko. Just don't want to waste time on this. That's why we kept quiet, though.
Yes, actually, yes, I appreciate that because because like you said, the time fast spent. But still, you know, Ajanle Koko, you has a worldview, as you all know, and everything that Ajanle Koko says. The one thing that Ajanle Koko has is consistency. So what he has to say about any and everything is based on a worldview. So, if Tinubu needs to be beaten, he gets a beating. If Peter Obi gets a beating, he gets a beating. So that's the beauty of Ajanle Koko. But Ajanle Koko, was there anything else that struck you in the news cycle that you'd like to bring to the attention? All right. I think Ajale Koko may not be with us for the moment.
Oh, no, not for the moment. No, I'm saying I don't have anything to say. For the reason of time, you can go to another person.
All right. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So for that reason of time, I'm going to have like a 10-minute monologue from starting from Bishop to land on the last person. So Bishop, kick it off. Bishop, are you still there?
I am.
All right. So to the conversation, then a 10-minute monologue from you.
Okay. Basically, if I can remember the things we've said, like the last speaker that made a submission after Ajale Koko. I think, like I said earlier on, before National Mind did not allow me to complete my thoughts when I was talking about we're gradually developing this catch am, thief mentality. And I think you better look for that fella song so that you can play it for us someday, so that we can think more widely and try and detach ourselves from emotion. Let's use facts, available facts. People have their lifestyle before they come into service, and we cannot just paint all the people that are serving us. And somebody said something that was very sad earlier on when we were having this discussion, that there's nothing that will make him to go and serve in any capacity, even if they offer him. I don't think we should. I don't think we should push ourselves to that limit. There are few persons. There might be few. There are few persons that have left whatever they are doing. They are serving the nation out of passion. I have a relation that I have two relations that have died because of fighting Boko Haram. I will not say because I made that sacrifice of two young men. Brilliant. I mean, one of them just married with one daughter and he died. I won't say because of that we've paid that nothing good is ever going to come out of Nigeria. There are people that are actually leading they are serving. They might not be saints, like we admitted that we have corrupt tendencies. They might not be saints after all, but when people are doing something, let's cut them some slack. On the issue of the this man, Baba Dati, I think I agree with Adane Koko. And pretty much that was what I said earlier on, that I don't think we should link him. There are no facts linking him to that. It is his aircraft. It doesn't make sense for anybody just packing his aircraft. I'm not vouching for how he got it, but in fairness to him, if the aircraft is being leased out and people bring money and they rent it to them, well, so be it. I don't think it would do anything to aid or abet the running away of the fugitive. And remind me, okay, on the Sudan issue, I think we're pretty much on the same page. We need to see how this will not spiral out of control, and that so that we will not have a spillover effect in Nigeria. And how I was thinking about this, quite honestly, I think evacuating almost 4 or 5 million Nigeria is a little bit too much. So I think what we should do is how the government of Nigeria, the president of Nigeria, can rally out an extraordinary meeting of the AU so that there can be a prolonged or extended ceasefire. And they can do it if all of them rally around and say, you know what, we are coming to have a seat. Go to Ethiopia and sit. It's just neighbor, so that you can call these men to round table. Other countries with 100, 200 men might be able to evacuate. But Nigeria have had different figures, range from 3 million, 4 million. Some people even say there are 5 million Nigerians. Where do you want to begin to evacuate 5 million Nigerians to? So I think it is good. I mean, it is very important that the people in authority in Africa, including AU and United Nations, rise up and do something very, very quickly. Don't let them wait until we have a Rwanda situation on our hands. And we all saw how Rwanda played out in 1994. On the issue of Peter Obi, the judgment, I think I don't want to go through it again. I think I pretty much agree with what Alani Koko said. I have some other persons. Yeah, I mean, there's no basis. We are just priming a situation for chaos and anarchy, and I think we should just lower it. We just let's things lower a little bit. Don't let us set judiciaries up for harassment and for intimidation. Sincerely, they might not be perfect. They are human beings. There is one of these popular saying they used to say that they are final not because they are infallible, but they are infallible because they are final. So it's not like they are saints. It's not like they are ghosts or they are from extraterrestrial beings. They look at facts. They don't look at emotions. They don't look at how we feel. They want to look at the one that presented the best fact. I remember very quickly when we were growing up, there was a debate we had that was saying that they should remove religion and pray in our school curriculum. And I would say what side I belong to in that debate. But the side that said we should remove everything about God, forget about God, actually won. So my mentality there was that how can somebody be saying we should not have God? But what they were looking for is how lucid, how you can present your facts, your composture, your this, your that. So they were not looking at whether somebody is interested in us not serving God. So basically, the judges are going to be looking at the facts. They are not looking at the emotion, and they will not give you what you don't ask for. In summary, and in all, uh, I believe that all of us are working towards something for the betterment of the great nation Nigeria. But I am being forced to come to the conclusion that sometimes we probably expect a little bit too much. As if these people at the receiving end are not human. They are human. If they put some of us in this position, maybe we might do better, but we might still make the mistake because they are human same way we are. And there is no society. Somebody was saying something earlier on about that God created. I mean, that the poor will always remain among us. There are challenges in
All right.
US today. One second.
One more
One more
minute.
minute. Yeah. In US today, I've seen 3 reports tonight. Somewhere, one in Atlanta, that people went and raided a Walmart, and one in Florida. The thugs took over the street somewhere, and what was the third place? And they raid Walmart. You want to, it takes police to come and they discharge firearms before people. So if you want to use the excuse of poverty, the kind of ostentatious life that people are living in Nigeria. I mean, I'm still amazed at my friend that went to Nigeria in October for one last year for a wedding, that it took somebody that is struggling, that he doesn't have job, actually hired a 2 million event center for a wedding. So we'll get better, but before we get better, all hands must be on deck. Thank you very much, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
All right, thank you, excellent. So that's Bishop, who are succinct and to the point. Succinct and to the point. You're up next, Ekene. A 10-minute monologue from you. So let's hear from you, Ekene.
Okay, thank you, one man. Let me start. Thank you, everyone. Let me start from P2B. What will happen if he loses in the court? I think P2B, I know nothing will happen, and I'm saying that with all confidence. I know that he will try his best to use all the legal means that he have to fight that cause. But in terms of violence, I don't think he will be able to go into that space. In fact, he will not do that. And I always align with his idea that he trusts the judiciary, and not like the people that say judiciary. Any decision they make, well, we see how it moves the country forward. So I know he will not do anything against the law. So in terms of that, I don't have much to say there because I don't know what transpired there. But the only thing I have to say in that space is that there are many issues to talk about that space, which I wanted to talk about earlier, but you talk about time because the man in question, they are looking for this. Even the president has made an order, let the man be arrested. INEC made an order, let the man be arrested. But they came up and said that the man is nowhere to be found. How can that be possible? They cannot find the man anymore. The man has just disappeared in this country, and we are talking about that people should not talk. These are the issue. Somebody that committed such crime, and the people came up, the INEC officials came up and said that the man is nowhere to be found, when you have already made an order for the man to be arrested. So it speaks so much to the society we are into. And I know that this man will not be arrested, and I know that nothing will happen to him. So, and the corruption continues. That is it. So, and people should not speak up. So, and another thing about Festus Keyamo, I still maintain my position. the corruption we are having in this country is killing the country. So there is nothing wrong in asking questions as a citizen of the country. And we must ask questions. And if you are able to prove your fact, then we move on. There is nothing wrong in that. Whether he bought the house 1 naira or 2 kobo, nobody is debating that fact. What we are asking is that you are a public figure. So come and tell us, how did you do this? How did you do that? Then if people are saying that we should not do that, then nobody should ask questions about any public figure in our country. So I'm of the opinion that people should keep quiet. Then everything should move on in the country. Once you are a public figure, then when you go there, do whatever you want. Steal the money. Go to your village. Buy all your village. Do everything you want to do. The life continues. Then let's see where the country will be. Because I believe it's by asking questions. Once you make good objection, you can be an opposition and be a good opposition. You do it in a civil way. People respond to you in a civil way. But if you just keep quiet, things will continue to go wrong in the country. We know that nobody will agree with me that we have a good politicians in Nigeria. All our politicians, they are very corrupt. And it is the responsibility of the citizens to begin to play our role as citizens. We cannot just be backing them because of one thing or the other. That the corruption is this, nobody is a saint, this and that. Me, I don't believe in that opinion. So if you want to serve, you come out and serve. I believe if this country is what it's supposed to be today, many of us that are outside the country today will not be outside the country. We are living in this country. We know what is going on. People are going through a lot. My experience last Saturday was with one guy that just a very fine young man. It was not palatable. When I see those things and people say we should not speak up, a very fine young man. I had a very terrible experience with him last Saturday, this Saturday. Just well-grown man, crawling, begging, and a public figure went out there and he was telling us that we are gullibles, we are this and that. He was trying to show off what he has acquired. So we are in the country. We know what is happening. You don't have to play with the minds of every Nigerian because you're a public figure, because you have the right to buy a house and all that. You can do that when you're outside the office. But when you are still serving, you pipe low. It's affecting many people's mentality here in the country, but you people don't know that. So let us know that it's not even these politicians that will build this country. It is we, the citizens, that is going to build this country. If we allow them, they're going to mess up this country. They're going to mess up with it. They are finding, okay, you went out there to buy a house. Why all of them buy a house in London? Why all of them? People like Ekweremadu, all his years in his service, nothing. He did nothing. No single hospital in Enugu State in his country. Nothing. But he has a house in London everywhere, this and that. Today he's in jail. And you want his community to go to London and bail him. Who will do that? It's just as his God has cashed him. And he's paying the price. I'm not happy with what happened to his daughter. But all these politicians, these are the things we are talking about. Nothing. He didn't do anything. You can ask questions. He didn't do anything all his years in the Senate. Then you talk about Obiano. Obiano is nobody. Obiano, when his case come out, we in Anambra, we know him very well. We know he's corrupt, very, very well. But he have never come to that position where we will drag him to the mud. So when he comes out to that position, we will drag him. We are not. Me as a citizen, I'm not hiding any politician. Even Obi I'm supporting today. If I see any reasons to criticize him, I will criticize him. So let us be open-minded about this, our leaders. Let us not be hiding some atom of, I don't know whether it's the fear or what, or let us be open-minded. It is the right of we the citizens to build this nation. It's not that we're going to carry arms. It's not that we're going to fight them. But let's speak truth to power. so that things will begin to move on well for us in this country. A country like Nigeria, this country is very blessed. I love this country so much. I know what we can have in this country if we have the right leadership. I don't care where the leader comes from.
One
So
more minute.
let us
One
be
more minute.
open-minded. So no problem. I don't have much to say. So, but I just feel like every citizen will come together and have a one heart, and let us build a good society for ourselves. Thank you, everybody.
All right, brilliant. So that was the magnificent Ikene. So the magnificent Ikene to a man of equal magnificence. You're up next, Dewale.
Thank you very much, Woma. I've listened to everyone, but I tell you this. Yoruba used to say about Marina that when you are crying, you also look at where you are going. Some of the things I will say it in Yoruba parable. After Posili and Palapalapa, that means you leave it when you are trying to kill Palapalapa. That means you are misplacing your priority. We're here shouting about this and that. 300,000 is what this politician give to their prostitute, to even buy houses. But we're always trying to get, do this gotcha, because we're in a moment in our country where everything has to be blown open out of proportion. I get it. Politicians does not need to be covered or or speak on their favor. But there are some things that we should know these days. There's nothing hidden anymore as far as America is concerned. Anything that is public, is open to the public. But you see, we should calm down. There are some things going on that we don't pay attention to. This thing is no longer a personal thing. It's already out there in the public. And here we're debating about they said that somebody said Nigerian psyche has been messed up with. Please spare me that. Okay, anybody can make investment out anywhere, but as long as it's not public money. But yes, you ask question, but 300,000 to the starter of Keyamo as a lawyer, as a son, please. I move on from there. Speaking of Baba Ahmed, we shouldn't blame Baba Ahmed, even if the private jet is owned by Baba Ahmed. I mean, we don't even sure everything now is about rumor. Okay, so and I don't say anything Baba Ahmed is tend to benefit from sending the INEC official out, because what would he benefit if APC wins in Adamawa? I don't see any correlation between the two. So to that I say that to me is just a rumor. And speaking of Sudan, now, Sudan is an example of how a country will gain sovereignty, and then it's still being in poverty, still be the same problem that plagued them when they are with the South Sudan or with their other country. The same thing is still happening to them. So whether you want to remain the same or you want to go separate way, you're still going to have the same problem. However, the AU should, find a solution to what is happening to the country. Then, speaking of which other topic again? Please remind me one more. I'm trying to catch up with the time so that I won't waste much time. Shoki Lodoge.
Yes. So the private jet you've spoken to, the Keyamo money you've spoken to, what will Peter Obi do if he loses to Tinubu in the court? So
great.
Yes.
Yeah, great. Kenneth spoke my mind. I don't see Peter Obi fomenting trouble. I see him using that as a catalyst to launch himself for the next 4 years, and hopefully maybe he sees the opportunity there. But I don't think there will be because I said it in in the comment section. The reason why the tribunal or the Supreme Court would not give precedence to Peter Obi is simply number one, for national security's sake. Nigeria is at the edge, and we don't want anything that would tip it off. So changing the status quo now would amount to bringing inviting problem. And Nigeria is just a country of absurdity where whether you win or you lose, whether it's someone that wins the election or lose the election claims to be winner. But even the party itself, I mean the court itself, these are Nigerians as well. They relate with these politicians. So I don't see anything that B is going to do because he has proven himself to be a gentleman, and he will tell his supporter, "Look, this is what is going on." Then there will be much noise around, but I don't see that happening. I can bet with anybody, Supreme Court won't do anything. So once Tinubu is sworn in, that's it. That's the end of the discussion. So that's what I would say about that angle. Is there any other topic that I've not touched that I can just touch it briefly so that I won't waste much time?
No, I think you've covered everything.
Yeah.
It was really wrapped around the Sudanese skin because we're trying to move, still the Nigerian politics, but we're trying to expand beyond because, like you said, the elections are over. We have a president for the next 4 years. So we're expanding to widening the conversation to our neighboring African countries and other interesting matters. But thank you, Dewale. Always a late comer. Dewale, you always come
I
late.
read at the comment section. I try as much. To get in is always hard. You have the panelists that I don't want to leave the studio. So, but it's been a great show. It's been a great show. Thank you very much, Mama. God bless you.
All right, brilliant. So that was the excellent Dewale. So from the excellent Dewale to a man of equal elegance, Remy, you're up next. Remy, let's hear from you.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. I will start from Keyamo. I think people are just taking it out of context. This man has declared his asset. He has put everything up there. I think people should people have a life before becoming a public officer. What people are doing now will discourage a lot of people to be coming home, maybe to be a minister or commissioner. As he rightly said, this money, if you have an opportunity to buy something, you go ahead and buy it because you cannot categorically claim that this money is stolen from Nigerian government. Everybody knows the accidents of Keyamo. He has been a practicing lawyer for over 30 years, and I think this money, I think he has it, and I don't see any fuss about it. He has declared his asset. He has done the right thing, so he doesn't have any. I don't think there's any case against him. They should just let him be. For Dati, I don't have any case against him, but there's one comma I want to really know is that this is a private jet. Is it registered? Like, does this sources out to other company to use on his behalf? If it can be proven that this particular business is entirely different from Dati, then Dati has no problem. Because this guy that is declared fugitive, I think I have a problem here. What is the Nigerian immigration or immigration doing at the port before they let him board the plane? And even if the airline know that this guy is a fugitive before they allow him to board their plane and then they flew out of the country, I think there's a big case here. If this news is not speculative, if it's true to be right or true, then this particular, even if that is not involved, I think the government should confiscate this plane. Then about the Sudan issue, I think unfortunately there's been a lot of problem in that area for the last 20 or 30 years. There are so many Sudanese in where I live here that they are asylum seekers. And like everybody said, I think the African Union should come together immediately and find a lasting solution to this problem. I read a report that there are more than 2,225 Nigerian people who are waiting to be evacuated from Sudan, and the Nigerian government is thinking about taking them by road or maybe soliciting the support of the Egyptian to help them. Anything they can do, I think all hands will be on desk to take out these Nigerians. The other 5 million people, I don't think there are so many Nigerians in that place. I don't think they're up to 5 million. But anything the Nigerian government can do to get them out, they should quickly do it as soon as possible. The last one is about Obi. From the inception, he knows that he has no case. He just to continue to build on the momentum. Because first, there is no way that they are going to declare him a winner. First, he does not have the 24% spread, does not have the majority vote. It's not even the second. I think he should just go out. He should just go out quietly. For me, I think this is the I'm sorry to say this, it might look somehow. I think this is the end of his political career. Even in the next 4 years, I don't think a lot of people will believe in him anymore. Because the way he plays this politics, I think at the end of the day, people have seen the handwriting on the wall. We don't want a troublemaker, and we want a strong man, a courageous man, to be a leader. In sincerity, I believe in people working hard for whatever they want to get. You cannot compare somebody who have been working hard for 20 years, putting people in places, doing the right thing, and then you just come like 8 months or 6 months or even 5 months to the election. And of course, unfortunately, you use the what happened in Nigeria because of a lot of trouble, and you want to ride on that to become the president of the country. It's not easy. Unfortunately for him, he didn't play his politics very well. I would have respected him a lot if he had conceded after that election. And I think if he has done that thing, it would have been a good book of Nigerian. Other part of the country. Maybe we would have had the chance in the next few years because hate is still on his side. But playing this kind of politics, it has really jeopardized his chances in the future. I rest my case. Thank you.
Oh, all right, brilliant, well put. So brilliant, well put. So thank you, Remy, of course. So Remy, one of the voices that is fast establishing on the platform. So that's Remy, of course. The only thing is, he always comes late. That's just Remy. I think
I'm always busy with my work.
All right. So
time is also not the difference in time sometimes.
Yes, thank you, Remy. You know, the timing really is the only slot that opens up for me in the day. A lot of people say, why don't you start earlier? Even Hassan, he was telling me of that, I'm already ready for bed by the time you are, but it's just where the window opens for me. Thank you, everyone. So, Rational Mind to have the final word, but before Rational Mind has the final word, let me just do a bit of administrative stuff. The people that did super chat are Afro Plight. He came in first. Solly, he doubled. Prince, who consistently now seems to be doing it. So that's Prince Daddy. The official sponsor of the platform, of course, Ayo. He just did a series of it, and that's Ayo again, and then that's Ayo again, and then Prince Daddy joins him in the habit. So that's Prince again. Afro Plight continues the conversation via super chat. There he is. Play Summer joins that circle. There's Play Summer, and Play Summer continues still to make the point with a second super chat. He finally ranks it up with a final super chat, which was pointing at our Rational Mind. So he points at Rational Mind as we hear a couple more words from Rational Mind before we shut down. So Rational Mind, let's hear from you.
Well, thank you, Woman. Thank you, everybody. I think most everybody has said everything that needs to be said. Guys, please like and subscribe if you've not done that. And hopefully in the next session, we'll all be here. I just want to say two things. You see, Yoruba people have one saying. It says, "Eshinwaju ni teyiman wo sare," meaning the horse in front. I mean, some of us don't understand what it means. They mean the horse behind the leading horse. They look at the leading horse and they follow through. Now, why am I saying this? Woman, you showed us a picture of Nigerians how they were maltreated in Ghana. And you wonder why our boys, our kids, our men and women, they become some sort of criminal, the way they kind of like parade our people in different countries as criminals. It's alarming. It calls for some kind of self-reflection on every Nigerian to ask themselves question: what is really going on? Well, there's a dearth of morality in that country. Everybody's just desperate. The desperation is seen virtually in every facet of existence in that country. In politics, in homes, in marriage, in businesses, in name it. Hardly you find anywhere whereby there's people are not desperate. And why? Well, when we see the likes of Keyamo, Tinubu, all of them, people look at these people. If he could do it and they get away with it, if he could, if he could get his house, why not me too? Anyhow, by force, by fire, I must get my own too. I mean, you wonder, when we have this kind of leaders leading us, the followers would be the same thing. You can't expect less from the followers. Yet too will copy what they see from the leaders. At any cost, they can get there. At any cost, they can get it. So do we expect anything different? I do not expect anything different. So I think that morality will continue declining in Nigeria until and when we put real leaders that are champion of morality. By morality, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying we should have some kind of moral police whereby people will be flogged for what I mean. That's not what I'm saying. But the choice of our leadership will determine the trajectory of that country going forward. Because if you have people with questionable characters like this, who lack modesty, who does not even put into consideration the temperature of a country, when I mean the temperature, the situation in the country, that's why you being a serving minister, and you can flaunt your wealth or whatever. Don't get me wrong, people can flaunt their wealth, don't get me wrong. But if you're a serving minister, you're serving the people, you're a public servant, you should know where to draw that line. But these are immodest people, all of them. And it's so sad that these are the people that are going to be there for the next 4 years, perhaps. And then I just want to end up finally with Obi. I know sometimes I guess I'm so surprised when people say if Obi lose the election, why not if Tinubu loses? If Obi loses the court case, what about me saying that? What about if Tinubu also lose the court case? I mean, everybody needs to start preparing. For me, in fact, I want to start telling Obi, you need to start constituting your cabinet now, because if peradventure you win that case, I don't know how, because I foresee another problem there. Because if by now he doesn't even know who is going to work in his government with him, I wonder how he's going to do that. How he's going to scale that, overcome that aspect. So you need to start some kind of shadow cabinet for now. But this guy said, I think the way to his victory is very bleak for me too. I look at it because he's not the second winner, doesn't have a spread. Whatever he wants to prove, we have to see how he's going to prove it. But I think what he was asking is that if I can prove that Tinubu is not a winner, and if you see that I'm not a winner too, cancel the election and let us redo the election. That's the only premise I feel that maybe he might win. They might come from at the end of the day that, okay, let us have this election redone again. Tinubu, you are disqualified because you lied, you're not fit. And maybe it's going to be at the end of it, it's going to be between him and Atiku and whoever APC present at the end of the day. So, woman, we can go on and on and on this. There's so many things to say, but time is not on our side. Thank you, one man, and thank you, everybody. And hopefully we'll be here tomorrow again.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put. So thank you, Rational Mind. Of course, you know Rational Mind. Who doesn't know Rational Mind, the most famous man on the planet? So thank you, Rational Mind, and thank you, everyone. So to everyone, just like Rational Mind said, we'll reconvene for later, only to trash at it again. But just before I go, let me just do this. A lot of the topics that we discuss are often sent in by subscribers who say, one man have a look at this, one man have a look at this. And what they often do is they send it to my Instagram handle they send a link to say, have a look at this story, have a look at this story. So that's my Instagram handle there. So if you see anything within the news cycle that you'd like us to discuss, just send it to me. It's not that you send it then immediately. If it fits in with the theme of the platform and is strong enough of a conversational point, then of course we'll be discussing it. And we're talking Nigerian politics, we're talking lifestyle, we're talking African politics, we're talking philosophy, we're talking gossip. Everything is up for grabs. Everything is up for discussion. As you know, we have an excellent panel who have the expansiveness of experience to take on any talking point. So avail yourself of my Instagram handle and send in topics. So do that. So we'll reconvene tomorrow to do it all over again. So I'll leave it here. Carry conversation on with you in comment section. But here, I say peace. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, woman. Good night.
Cheers.